Beneath the shadow of the great tree called Konoha, one clan has lived under suspicion for generations. Uchiha. Blood and fire. Loyal, yet never submissive. When trust is betrayed. When justice becomes nothing but empty words. Separation. Not born of hatred, but because the path is no longer shared. The Sharingan sees through every lie. The will of Uchiha does not bow to the Hokage. This is a story of choice, and the price paid for freedom. I am Uchiha, the division of Konoha. When a clan steps out of the shadows. Chief. Lord Yoru, we've been betrayed. Uchiha Itachi is a traitor who attempted to assassinate the clan head. The elite Uchiha clan quickly reported the intelligence clearly. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru realized that there was only one Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku's face had a slightly bluish-purple tint, and the dark purple substance in his eye sockets was clearly poison. On the abdomen, a wound was continuously bleeding fresh blood, but the difference was that the blood was a dark purplish-black color. Night! Upon seeing the reinforcements, Uchiha Fugaku, whose face was usually stern, rarely broke into a smile, while Uchiha Yoru hurried forward. Don't touch me. These are venomous nano-sized insects. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku hastily shouted to stop his opponent, but a mouthful of dark blood still spurted out. Just then, a figure appeared. In the distance, Uchiha Yoru was seen with a face full of rage, but the one approaching him was a shadow clone. Quickly putting on rubber gloves, Uchiha Yoru calmly said in a low voice, "Clan head, what you need to do now is suppress the raging chakra in your body. Otherwise, the toxins will only spread throughout your entire body along the chakra channels. You all protect the chieftain." Uchiha Yoru's true form directly shouted at the four people, and finally, as he looked at the gradually dissipating sea of fire, he revealed his killing intent. In the sea of fire, some relied on earth release to defend themselves and escape death, while others relied on water release. With their combined efforts, almost none perished directly. This is an elite branch. This is fire release. A masked ninja stared in horror at his burned arm. Behind him, every ninja guarding him had been burned. They were all injured by the high temperature. At the final critical moment, they used water release, but in the intense sea of fire, water release quickly evaporated, simultaneously turning the water barrier into boiling water. Fire release, Gaka Meshitsatsu. In an instant, another terrifying, high-level ninjutsu technique surged forth, and at the same time, Uchiha Yoru's entire body was enveloped in intense lightning, transforming into a bolt of lightning and instantly disappearing from the spot. Rumble, for a brief moment, amidst a sea of flames, screams of agony echoed, along with the deafening sounds of exploding jutsu and collisions. Senpo Lightning Release Chidori, Senpo Fire Release Haijingakure no Jutsu. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Uchiha Yoru instantly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. With the blessing of Senpo Chidori, his speed increased by another level, and following that, the dust-concealing jutsu created a large-scale burning effect that obscured vision. This unit, no less formidable than the elite Anbu, was instantly filled with agonizing screams. It wasn't that they were weak, but rather that the enemy had displayed overwhelming power. Their ambush had already consumed a considerable amount of chakra, and now they were facing Uchiha Yoru, who had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, a powerful being whose overall combat strength was that of a cage-level existence. With the added fusion of wood release and the resulting surge in chakra, large-scale ninjutsu unleashed one frenzied attack after another. The Mountain Island Shi ninjutsu are all large-scale attacks, and at the same time, the lightning release nintaijutsu, like lightning, pierces through the sea of fire. No one can withstand it. Rumble, a barrage of frenzied jutsu rained down, and what's more, these masked ninjas looked very eerie. The captain in charge of this operation, upon witnessing this scene, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This was not on the same level. Retreat. The plan has changed. The mission has failed. The signal to retreat was given directly downwards. This was a rigorously trained unit, each member fearless of death. With someone in charge of a suicidal flanking maneuver, the rest had already prepared to scatter, without the slightest hesitation. A flash of lightning streaked across, obscuring the captain's face as he saw the bullet pierce his chest. Immediately, a cold smile appeared on his face. Whoosh! Fresh blood flowed incessantly downwards. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's expression was extremely grim. A complex feeling pattern appeared on his arm, and his chakra was instantly blocked. The robbery plan failed. The destruction plan was completed. Faced with a certain death, the captain directly chose to use his own life to buy time, a cold smile playing on his lips as he uttered a chilling sentence. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru revealed a cold smile of failed robbery. Judging by your appearance, you are root members. Although I don't know how the intelligence was leaked, what you called a robbery was likely the Mangekyo Sharingan of clan head Fugaku. The plan failed, so you had absolute confidence in your ability to destroy the Mangekyo Sharingan with your toxins. A flash of lightning descended, and Uchiha Yoru slowly raised his head, revealing those eerie eyes. This sight clearly startled his opponent. The Uchiha clan even possesses a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. But then, in an instant, darkness attacked, and as his life faded away, the restrictions within his body were activated. His body began to hiss loudly, and his flesh, blood, and bones visibly corroded and turned into foul-smelling white smoke, leaving only his light clothing, treasures, and weapons. Konoha Anbu, Root, and other mysterious countries' troops often use tricks, placing forbidden spells on the body that automatically activate after death, directly destroying everything in the body. Precisely to prevent the loss of information. Thunder roared below, and powerful ninjutsu techniques exploded everywhere on the battlefield, coming and going quickly. For a brief moment, a quick glance around the dense forest revealed massive fires burning everywhere, along with countless traces of ninjutsu techniques. There were also about a dozen men, naked and without clothes, proving their existence just now. Chief, father. After Uchiha Itachi safely descended from the sky, bloodshot eyes bulged fiercely, and for the first time everyone saw the son of the clan leader reveal such sorrow and anger. In the sockets of the three Magatama Sharingan eyes, a fierce aura emanated. At this moment, almost no one cared about the genius who had just awakened the three Tamo at the age of nearly 9. The rest were all sorrowfully gazing at their clan leader. Cough, cough, don't come near me. At this moment, the weakened Uchiha Fugaku coughed up a mouthful of black blood, then lifted his head and forced a smile. Looking at his son's Sharingan in his eye sockets, he revealed a proud smile. Itachi, you truly are my son. You awakened the three Tamo Sharingan at the age of 9. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru turned his head and looked at Uchiha Yoru, revealing a complex and regretful expression. Mangekyo, the Uchiha clan actually awakened to pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Haha. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku was filled with resentment. With his 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, the Uchiha clan had enough strength to resist the Konoha high-ranking officials, and then they would wait for a new generation of geniuses to grow up. Clearly, everyone had seen the family once again rise to glory in his hands, but the result was whoosh! Seeing Fugaku spitting out fresh blood again, everyone immediately gasped in shock. While the shadow clone of Uchiha Yoru, with a low, hoarse voice, said, "Clan head. This is a nano-level poisonous insect, which has spread throughout his entire body following the flow of chakra just now. Chief, father." Everyone present was a skilled ninja, naturally understanding the implications of the toxin spreading throughout the body. At this point, death was practically inevitable. Yejun, you are the most dazzling genius of the Uchiha clan right now, and also the strongest existence besides me. Now I want you to fulfill your responsibilities as a clan elder as soon as possible. Here, you are currently the highest-ranking commander. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were beginning to blur, but being able to see Itachi before he died filled him with immense joy. Now, his greatest concern was his clan. Hearing the clan leader's words, Uchiha Yoru naturally understood what he meant, and the emotions that had been simmering within him were now tinged with excitement. Clan leader, although your eyes are infected with the poisonous nanovorms, your powerful Mangekyo Sharingan remains intact. Now I need to remove the seal on your Mangekyo Sharingan. Once I break the seal on it, you will be a powerful asset to the clan in the future. Uchiha Yoru's words were unintentional, but no one got angry after hearing them. Even Uchiha Itachi remained silent, looking at his father. The separation of flesh and blood caused a tremor in his scalp, and as the sound subsided, Uchiha Fugaku's hazy vision gradually sank into darkness, his only eye being removed. Wine! This Mangekyo Sharingan was placed directly into a test tube, and Uchiha Yoru, with a serious expression, began to perform hand seals. Under the sealing technique, the Mangekyo Sharingan, after losing its chakra, slowly degenerated into an ordinary eyeball. The clearly visible purplish-black toxin in the white of the eye also stopped spreading. Cough cough, I, Uchiha Fugaku, have been the head of the clan for over a decade, yet I have accomplished nothing and instead dragged the clan into turmoil, bringing shame to the clan. Today, this calamity deserves to come. Uchiha Fugaku sat cross-legged on the ground, his voice filled with regret as he spoke in his weakened state. Everyone fell silent upon hearing him. Although Uchiha Yoru is young, he possesses immense strength and a magnanimous heart. I, in my capacity as clan head, nominate Uchiha Yoru to become the new clan leader. Upon your return, you may all report this to the elders. With his eyes closed, Uchiha Fugaku could see nothing, his heart filled with resentment and bitterness. He wasn't afraid of death. What he resented was having the position of clan head passed to someone else. But after Uchiha Yoru awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, he knew it was all too late. If he had forcibly drawn up a will making Uchiha Itachi the young clan head, and had the instantaneous elders protect and escort him, he wouldn't dare say anything else. But simply the return of Uchiha Yoru with his Mangekyo Sharingan would cause turmoil within the clan. Now that the Uchiha clan couldn't withstand the upheaval, if Uchiha Itachi had been any older, and if he could have preserved the Mangekyo Sharingan this time, he could have entrusted it to Itachi before his death, and with the added protection of the elder, directly given Uchiha Yoruichi the position of a powerful elder. It's not impossible. Unfortunately, Itachi was too young, his Mangekyo Sharingan was infected by a poisonous insect, and everything turned into bubbles. With the clan's power structure now in turmoil, Uchiha Yoru, relying on his Mangekyo Sharingan, could certainly win the entire clan's respect and obedience. Furthermore, with the addition of Sannin disciples and the current powerful faction, this was his best option. Yoru, I entrust Itachi to you. Weakened, Uchiha Fugaku clutched the Shadow Clone's hand, which was wearing an eraser-covered glove, and spoke hoarsely and weakly. At this moment, Uchiha Nightheart didn't know whether to feel sorrow or joy. The tragedy is that the clan has lost a Mangekyo Sharingan user, while the joy is that I myself have instantly become the Uchiha clan head, clan leader. Seemingly sensing what Fugaku wanted to say, Uchiha Yoru, now acting as a shadow clone, naturally wasn't worried about being infected by the poisonous insects. So he bowed his head and whispered as he approached. Suddenly, a sensation was transmitted to his hand. Uchiha Nightheart understood, and his expression gradually became serious. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku, in a weak and hoarse voice, also spoke in his ear. The clan has entrusted you with this task. The village elders have always had reservations about the Uchiha clan. Upon your return, you will naturally have an elder assisting you. Also, Mikoto, Itachi, and Sasuke, please take care of them. Before his death, Uchiha Fugaku's greatest peace of mind was undoubtedly his clan and family. As he slowly exhaled his last breath, his weak hand gradually lost its strength. Chief Father. With a mournful sigh, Uchiha Yoru silently observed all of this. He truly lived up to his reputation as the head of a clan. In the end, he directly gave up everything for the safety of his family and his clan. His family and clan were all taken care of. Moreover, the news that had just been transmitted through his hand only added to his distress, causing him to sigh deeply. Uchiha Fugaku carried a heavy burden of pressure and complexity throughout his life, yet in this lifetime, he ended his existence in such a way. Originally, Uchiha Yoru's plan was for one to be in charge of internal affairs and the other of external affairs. Uchiha Fugaku would be in charge of the clan, while he would be responsible for absorbing Orochimaru's main lineage and a portion of the clan's ninja, forming two separate forces. The results were all mixed up. Bring the sealed body of the tribal chief back to the village. Although everyone was still grieving, as ninjas, a clear head was more important than anything else. At this moment, they knew that sadness was useless. Father! Uchiha Itachi couldn't believe his eyes. They were somewhat vacant as he stared at the lifeless corpse before him. He wanted to say something, but no sound came from his throat. But images kept flashing through his mind, warm family members, a father who never spoke a word but laughed, and then there was the teammate he thought he could trust. The intelligence his father had leaked. He was his teammate. He was the one who killed his own father. Overwhelmed by self-reproach, Uchiha Itachi's three-tama Sharingan eyes spun wildly, the three black Magatama spheres intermittently appearing and disappearing, forming a continuous trail. But as the chakra in his body surged violently downwards, along with the secretion of a large amount of some kind of hormone in his head, his vision instantly went black, and he fainted. Itachi! A vague sound descended, plunging him into darkness. At this moment, the people around him erupted in cries of alarm, and Uchiha Yoru, with a serious expression, stepped forward to examine his student's body. Itachi only fainted. Using his fastest speed, he scanned the surrounding area to gather intelligence and collect the clan leader's body. A sealing scroll appeared and, following the sealing technique, directly wrapped and sealed Uchiha Fugaku's corpse. One part of this was to preserve the corpse's immortality, and the other was to seal the nano-poisonous insects currently inside Uchiha Fugaku's body. Quick, send a message to the clan elder. Tell the family to make preparations. We'll return to the village as quickly as possible. Given that such a major event occurred at this time, one can imagine the magnitude of the upheaval it would bring to the Uchiha clan, especially considering the already strained relationship between the village and the clan. Yes. The remaining four Uchiha Jonin, whose strength was undeniably capable of providing protection, were filled with grief and anger, but they also understood that something significant had happened. Only four people were seen quickly surveying the battlefield, searching everywhere for clues. Konoha. In the gloomy root's secret chamber, 2 squads of elite members were dispatched, yet only 7 returned. This sight made Shimura Danzu's face turn green with anger. Suppressing the urge to scream in rage, Danzo's voice was hoarse and trembling. Such a perfectly planned scheme, and yet it only has one eye. And it's an eye with almost no remaining ocular power. 2 elite root squads, along with specialized sensory and medical ninjas, totaled 37 elites, yet only a fraction of them returned. 30 elite soldiers, such a loss was a devastating blow to Root. Root's forces were largely focused on intelligence gathering and various experiments, and their combat readiness was already strained. This loss included high-level combat personnel. Useless. Suppressing the urge to kill these 7 people, Shimura Danzo revealed one eye, the white of which was covered with ferocious blood vessels. Danzo. Just then, the main door suddenly burst open with a loud bang, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, entered with a furious expression on his face. Behind him were Midokado Homura and Uchiha Kaharu, who also glared at Danzo with displeasure. Danzo, this time you'll get through. The 10 root ninjas, knowing better than to do anything, quickly retreated, simultaneously setting up soundproof barriers around the perimeter. Danzo, who gave you the audacity to ambush the Uchiha clan head? Do you know the enormous consequences of being exposed? First came the agonizing loss of his son, then the events at the Fire Temple, and now a sudden ambush by an Uchiha clan head. All of these events combined caused even Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, who possessed the demeanor of a true admiral, to roar in frustration. It would have been better if the third Hokage hadn't lashed out. That yell only provoked Danzo's anger. He was also resentful. Who was he doing all this for? Wasn't it all for the village? As a result of all the effort and dedication I put into the village, and the immense losses I've suffered, no one has complained, yet you come through the door and start spewing insults. You're being incredibly disrespectful. Sarutobi, how much more weakness do you want to show? It's all because of your indulgence that you don't even know that the Uchiha have already produced a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. If you continue like this, do you want the village to experience the Nine-Tails Night again? Having been discovered, Shimura Danzu was furious. He glared and immediately revealed the combat power level his subordinates had just displayed, returning the attack with immense resentment. Mangekyo Sharingan. When the ferocious Mangekyo Sharingan eyes were revealed in the test tube, Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Homura's expressions immediately changed, and their dissatisfaction with Danzo that had begun upon entering the room vanished in an instant. Even when the two of them looked at the Mangekyo Sharingan, the suffocating images they had once seen flashed through their minds, and fear gradually welled up in their hearts. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was terrified as he looked at the test tube in Gunbai's hand, while Danzo, at this moment, was even more excited, his face pale as he looked at the 3 of them. I warned you long ago that the Uchiha clan had no good intentions. If it weren't for this ambush, and if these Mangekyo Sharingan were still hidden within the Uchiha clan, who knows? One night the Ninetales might have appeared again. This time, all the battle reports are here. Do I even need to tell you how terrifying the Mangekyo Sharingan is? Shimura Danzo, with a grim expression, threw the battle report that his subordinate had just brought to Sarutobi. Since the Mangekyo Sharingan has been revealed, it's only natural that Root's losses should be made known. Danzo, you've been too reckless this time. It's clear that the Uchiha clan's hidden Mangekyo Sharingan stimulated their long-dormant fear, potentially calming their anger towards Danzo. Careless. Looking at the third Hokage, who was still reprimanding him, Shimura Danzo's expression turned grim as he said coldly, "What I regret now is my carelessness, which has caused Root such great losses. The Mangekyo Sharingan exists. I don't think it's necessary to remind you." At this moment, Shimura Danzo revealed an eye filled with vicious malice and apprehension. Now the Uchiha clan still has one Mangekyo Sharingan, which means the Uchiha have the ability to once again unleash the Ninetales rebellion. As for Shimura Danzo's sensationalist remarks, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utatane Kaharu, and Mitokado Homura, all three of them being from that era, naturally understood the serious consequences. Give the order, increase the Ninetales Jinchuriki's guards. If any Uchiha clan member approaches the Jinchuriki, execute them first and report later. Clearly, the Mangekyo Sharingan's fear caused the usually composed Sarutobi Hiruzen to immediately drop his punishment for Danzo, step outside the door, and shout in a low voice to the Anbu members outside the barrier. Despite the barrier, the secret code, along with the third Hokage's trembling finger giving a signal, caused the Anbu members outside to nod solemnly in acknowledgement. The Uchiha clan. In this desolate place, the Uchiha clan hoisted their white sails, their entire clan displaying anger and sorrow. The Uchiha clan head was ambushed and killed on his way back home. This sudden, unexpected event shocked the entire clan. The head of the Uchiha clan paid his respects, and other Uchiha members came to pay their respects. In addition, representatives from other major clans and jonin from the village also arrived. After all, the death of the head of a clan was a shock to Konoha. As night fell, the room was filled with the flickering candlelight, and the courtyard was now crowded with people. Each person was dressed in black, wearing the Uchiha clan crest, their cold expressions revealing sorrow and anger. This was where all the elite members of the Uchiha clan in the village were gathered. Everyone's eyes were fixed on a white-haired old man who exuded an aura of authority without anger. It was Elder Shanna. In an instant, the elder walked to the altar, accompanied by Uchiha Mikoto, dressed in black and with a sorrowful expression, and the younger Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. Sit! With a single gesture, in an instant, from inside the house to outside the courtyard, all the elite members of the Uchiha clan simultaneously sat down cross-legged. It must be said that the Uchiha clan is different from other clans. Because of their control over the police force, they almost all possess the qualities of a military corps. At this moment, the Uchiha clan elder, his gaze filled with unwavering authority, looked at everyone, suppressing the grief and anger in his heart, and hoarsely raised his hand. Let's not dwell on the temporary loss of the clan head this time, but the village is no different. Given the current predicament of the Uchiha clan, there must be a head who can command the respect and trust of the entire clan and shoulder the burden of the Uchiha clan. As the voice of the elder echoed downwards, most people showed solemn expressions as they looked towards the few people at the front. The position of clan leader was out of their reach. Only the strongest few in the clan were qualified. However, the Uchiha clan elder glanced at everyone and said in a low voice, the former clan head, Uchiha Fugaku, before his death, entrusted the clan with the task of appointing Uchiha Yoru, and even introduced Uchiha Yoru to become the new clan head. As the elder's voice echoed downwards, everyone instantly showed expressions of shock. Uchiha Yoru. Like a mere 18-year-old, a disciple of Sanden Orochimaru, although the most outstanding genius of this period and the strongest in the clan, he doesn't necessarily inspire complete confidence in everyone. Age alone is not enough to convince everyone. Another reason is that the clan also has other options. There aren't many people of sufficient age and experience, and while there aren't many powerful elite jonin, there are still a few. Uchiha Yoru, advance. The aged man, yet with a voice full of vigor, lowered his head. Uchiha Yoru, clad entirely in black, stood up expressionlessly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he slowly walked to the elder's side, then turned and ordered everyone to kneel. Elder, although Uchiha Yoru is the strongest genius in the clan, his experience is perhaps too shallow. The Uchiha clan has always been proud. They naturally don't hide anything. They admire the strong, and similarly, they will speak their minds when they have problems. As soon as someone spoke, everyone turned to stare intently, and some even showed expressions of disapproval. Uchiha Fugaku passed away, and the clan head's son, Uchiha Itachi, was only 9 years old, completely incapable of inheriting the clan head position. Therefore, the position of clan head needed to be filled through another selection process. Before his death, the head of the household entrusted his affairs to Lord Yoru. We recommend Lord Yoru. At this moment, the 4 elite Uchiha guards, acting as clan leaders, directly raised their arms to indicate their agreement. After all, they had witnessed everything and were completely convinced by Uchiha Yoru. Lord Yoru is the most talented ninja in the clan, with immense potential. I agree. I agree too. One by one, the Uchiha clan members raised their hands, and in a short time, about a third of them agreed. It's undeniable that Uchiha Yoru's reputation now is immense. At his age and in such a difficult situation, he still has so many people supporting him. The similarity also reveals the Uchiha clan's reverence for powerful individuals. Looking around at everyone in the clan, Uchiha Yoru's expression showed not a hint of emotion. This scene was secretly observed by the elders standing nearby, who nodded in approval. A clan leader requires not only strength, but more importantly, character. Uchiha Yoru, during his time as Orochimaru's assistant, proved his competence in official duties, and what he possesses now is a temperament unlike that of a typical impulsive youth. What a show of respect! At that moment, the elder's lips curled into a mocking smile as he glanced at everyone. When did the Uchiha clan ever need to check seniority? Uchiha Yoru joined the Sannin Orochimaru sect at the age of 14, and from the age of 14, he continuously handled the affairs of the frontline ninja corps, numbering over 1,000 men. After returning to the village, he was in charge of the 7th Police Division and Orochimaru's affairs, handling matters efficiently and clearly. Following the charge to the front lines, Uzuno Kuni, the commander of the frontline battlefield, was also the youngest commander Konoha had ever had. He commanded over 1,000 ninja troops in several battles against the Hidden Mist Village ninjas without falling into a disadvantageous position, and even directly defeated the Hidden Mist Village ninja Sukazen Fuguki. At this point, the elder suddenly sneered, looking at everyone and saying in a low voice, "Does Sukazen Fuguki have enough experience? Once was luck, twice, 3 times, a full year maintaining dominance on the front lines." Although it wasn't explicitly stated, everyone understood that there were only a few people in the clan who could compete with someone like Sukazen Fuguki in terms of experience. Even the former clan leader probably wouldn't be sure of winning, and that was assuming his Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't revealed. I support Lord Yoru. I agree. Following the elder's decisive move, among the hesitant crowd, a portion raised their hands in agreement. At this moment, almost half of the clan members had expressed their approval. With the dying clan leader's recommendation and the clan elder's unanimous approval, Uchiha Yoru's appointment as Uchiha clan leader was virtually without any doubt. At this moment, everyone's eyes were drawn to this 18-year-old boy, the most dazzling genius of the Uchiha clan, who had suddenly risen to become the head of the clan. At that moment, the elder respectfully bowed and slowly retreated from his seat. Uchiha Yoru naturally understood that this elder was giving him an opportunity to showcase himself. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Uchiha Yoru slowly rose to his feet, first bowing slightly to everyone as a sign of gratitude. All the Uchiha elites nodded in agreement, indicating their acceptance. Although some remained unconvinced and hesitant, the situation was now decided, and they could only nod in acceptance. Following that, Uchiha Yoru turned around and bowed to the deceased Uchiha Mikoto. Uchiha Mikoto, in turn, returned the gesture with a sorrowful bow. After Uchiha Fugaku's death, she knew what was going to happen, and now all she wanted was to protect the 2 children. With the new clan leader succeeding, the previous clan leader's youngest son is a potential threat, and the previous clan leader's son, upon reaching adulthood, has the right to inherit the position of clan leader in the next generation. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku's dying wish also stemmed from the fact that Uchiha Yoru was Itachi's teacher. Similarly, this is also the reason why Uchiha Mikoto has almost no objections. Now, within the clan, it's likely that only Uchiha Yoru has the slightest chance of laying a hand on her two children. Of course, this is just a comparison. There is nothing a ruler will stand idly by while a potential threat exists. Finally, Uchiha Yoru nodded slightly to the elder. It wasn't that he didn't understand the rules. Now that he was the clan head, a nod to the elder was sufficient courtesy. He recently performed two major ceremonies, one for everyone to maintain their status, and the other for the clan chief's wife. He followed all the proper etiquette and rules in both. In one final, solemn ceremony, Uchiha Yoru turned around and bowed 90 degrees directly to the funeral hall behind him. Turning around, Uchiha Yoru sat neatly in the main seat without hesitation, glancing at everyone. "Greetings, clan leader." As the voice boomed down, all the Uchiha clan members bowed in reverence to the new clan head. Even the elder standing beside him, Uchiha Mikoto, Sasuke, and Itachi all bowed in gratitude. Facing everyone prostrate at his feet, Uchiha Yoru felt an indescribable, complex emotion of feeling of lightness, yet also a heavy, oppressive pressure. This is different because, unlike his previous position as the commander of the 7th Squad and the frontline commander, which was just an official title, becoming the head of a clan means holding the absolute power of life and death over the entire clan. In other words, he is the one who decides everything within the clan. Even murder doesn't require the Hokage's approval. Below one person, above 10,000. Although there weren't 10,000 people, the feeling was the same. As everyone looked up in unison, Uchiha Yoru naturally noticed the worrying in some people's eyes. After all, his age was a critical factor, and it was normal for some to worry about the future of the clan, especially since the clan situation in the village wasn't good right now. There was also a small group of people who were clearly somewhat unconvinced. After all, although Uchiha Yoru had gained considerable fame in recent years, how could the strongest members of the Uchiha clan not be strong? Gentlemen, facing a group of powerful ninjas staring intently, Uchiha Night God calmly looked at everyone, directly revealing his demeanor of a great general who could remain unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. The Uchiha clan has suffered this calamity, and now you all understand the situation of the clan in the village better than I, someone who has spent years on the front lines. This statement directly shifts the focus to the safety of the family, while also emphatically highlighting a crucial point, having spent years on the front lines. His subconscious dictates that everything he has achieved is earned through fighting. The Uchiha clan is in turmoil in the village. I, Uchiha Yoru, have become the clan head, and it is my mission to restore the clan's glory, therefore. At this point, Uchiha Yoru's three-tamo Sharingan slowly appeared in his eye sockets as he looked at everyone, his face gradually revealing an unyielding, cold, and domineering aura. Therefore, my rules are the rules of the Uchiha clan. No provocation allowed. No questioning allowed. No breaking them allowed. Uchiha Yoru may have been the clan head, but that's only because he had the qualifications. His greatest advantage was the support of the elders and the backing of the forces under the former clan head, Fugaku, which allowed things to go so smoothly. But the result was that Uchiha Yoru's arrogant and domineering tone of command angered and displeased many members of the traditionally proud Uchiha clan. Ultimately, the current Uchiha Yoru has yet to fully establish his prestige. But then, in an instant, everyone present was an elite member of their respective families, and at that moment, they all showed expressions of shock. All that could be seen was Uchiha Yoru's three-tamo Sharingan rotating downwards, slowly merging into a single, bizarre pattern. When one Ichire, Mangekyo Sharingan. How is that possible? It was clear that several people in the front row knew about the existence of the Mangekyo Sharingan. As soon as the words Mangekyo Sharingan were uttered, expressions of shock instantly appeared among the crowd. Although most of them didn't recognize the Mangekyo Sharingan, having reached this position, how could they not understand their clan's history? After all, it had only been a few years, and they had all heard of the legend of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Some people, not believing in evil spirits, eagerly activated their three-tamo Sharingan, but after activating it, they were even more terrified. With their bloodlines suppressed, the three-tamo Sharingan in front of them caused them to instinctively feel submission and fear, much like the fear animals feel towards their king. Currently, but there are objections. Uchiha Yoru's cold voice echoed, and at that moment, Everyone fell silent. The elder beside him, upon seeing those eyes, could hardly conceal the tremor within his own eyes. They've appeared. The Uchiha clan has finally reappeared with their legendary Sharingan. Greetings, clan leader. The elder, visibly moved, immediately bowed to the young Uchiha Yoru. He never imagined that at such a young age he would once again see the hope of his clan's resurgence. For someone who had witnessed the terrifying power of these eyes, the elder understood their meaning perfectly. Greetings, clan leader. This time, the oppressive aura emanating from the bloodline completely overwhelmed everyone, making them feel the terrifying pressure of death. The doubt and defiance in everyone's eyes vanished entirely. The Uchiha clan is a cult of strength, a belief rooted in their very being, and since Uchiha Yoru is a member of their clan, it naturally fuels their fervent devotion. The Sharingan possesses unparalleled power. In legend, the Mangekyo Sharingan is said to exist. With Mangekyo Sharingan looking down, everyone chose to submit. Only those with the Sharingan could sense the changes occurring within the village. Among them, the strong individuals who were confident in their own strength felt the intense oppressive aura at this moment and instantly understood everything. Why would the clan leader entrust his future to someone before his death? Why would the Council of Elders remain so steadfast, refusing to change their allegiance to the other side, even to the point where almost all of the clan's forces submitted before the clan leader? Leaving aside other factors, sheer power alone was enough to make Uchiha Yoru the clan head of this clan that worshipped the power of the Sharingan. Uchiha Yoru knew that the village's apprehension towards the Uchiha clan could not be resolved through mere forbearance, so he directly chose to reveal his Mangekyo Sharingan, thereby binding the entire clan together as a single rope and threatening all those who harbored ill will towards him. Chief, Elder Shatna suppressed his excitement in his heart. He also agreed with Uchiha Yoru's decision to directly reveal the Mangekyo Sharingan. The appearance of the Mangekyo Sharingan could instantly unite the hearts of the entire clan, achieving both exhilaration and intimidation. Before the clan leader's death, he entrusted the clan and his family to him. The moment the elder's words fell, Uchiha Mikoto, standing beside him, gestured to the two children to bow, and the three of them prostrated themselves together. Greetings, clan leader. This time, Uchiha Yoru's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. He faced the pleading look in the eyes of the elders and the complex emotions in the crowd, but these gazes were directed at Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke. When a new king ascends the throne, the old royal bloodline becomes a threat. This is true in any era, any family, and even among wild animals. It's a natural law of survival. However, Uchiha Yoru looked at everyone with disdain, nodded directly, and said, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke are my disciples from today onwards, and will enjoy the treatment of a young clan head. Seeing Uchiha Yoru's disdainful expression towards the former clan head's bloodline immediately stirred up positive feelings among all the Uchiha clan members. This positive feeling wasn't one of kindness, but rather pride. The Uchiha clan's arrogance at this moment seemed to be perfectly displayed in the person of Uchiha Yoru, the new clan head. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi seemed to have known everything already. When he looked up at his teacher, his eyes were filled with gratitude. He knew that, given his teacher's pride, what he said must be true. But Uchiha Sasuke was still naive at that time and didn't understand any of this. Among the crowd, Uchiha Mikoto and her father, the elder of the instantaneous movement, exchanged glances and both nodded slightly. In large clans, women are inherently dependent on rank, unless you can reach the cage level, using your strength to overcome 10 opponents and change your status then. There's nothing more to discuss. Uchiha Yoru coldly pointed out four names, and all four bowed their heads and said in low voices, Clan head, you four have acted unfavorably in front of the clan leader. You are immediately dismissed from all your positions in the police department and ordered to go to Naka no Jinja. The cold voice echoed down, and everyone who heard it was stunned, followed by a warm feeling welling up in their hearts. Logically speaking, regardless of the reason, all four of them, as bodyguards, deserved punishment. The fact that they were punished and sent to Naka no Jinja is, frankly, a lenient punishment. Obey the chieftain's orders. The four people were deeply moved by the grand ceremony. From the moment Uchiha Yoru's Mangekyo Sharingan awakened, His arrogant and domineering style was indeed very similar to their Uchiha clan. They initially thought this was an attempt to establish authority, but it turned out to be a merciful tactic. It was precisely this combination of benevolence and authority that gradually caused people to become indifferent towards this young clan leader. Being demoted to Nako no Jinjo, although they held no official position, it similarly compelled the four to focus on their training, waiting to regain their former power and begin using it again. Regarding Uchiha Yoru's tactics, the elder secretly nodded in approval. His methods were even more ruthless and decisive than Fugaku's. Now that the clan's situation in Konoha was fraught with danger, and the four of them possessed rare strength, this was the best and most effective way to handle the situation. Ultimately, as a bodyguard, it is indeed wrong to act in a way that puts the family at a disadvantage, and punishment is unavoidable. However, given the current situation, preserving as much of the family's strength as possible is the most important thing. Following that, Uchiha Yoru looked at everyone and once again opened his mouth to announce his appointment and the subsequent orders. This time, intelligence revealed that the clan suffered heavy losses. At this point, Uchiha Yoru slowly turned his head to look at the elder and said in a low voice, "Elder, please make a trip to the Hokage's office later. The Uchiha clan needs to deploy at least 70% of its elite frontline troops and mission members." "I understand." The second order startled the elder even more, and he immediately showed a joyful expression, displaying decisiveness and a complete lack of hesitation. If Fugaku were to handle this, he would probably have to think things through very carefully. But Uchiha Yoru seized this opportunity to rise up directly. "Our Uchiha clan suffered heavy losses and must bring back elite forces. Even you, the Hokage, have no way to deal with this." If the first order was about stabilizing the Uchiha clan, then the second order was about tactics against Konoha. Withdraw your forces? Moreover, the excuse is perfectly reasonable. Even the third Hokage couldn't refute it. The clan leader is dead. Who would dare say the losses weren't devastating? Moreover, wasn't this specifically targeting the Uchiha clan? Recalling the majority of dispersed forces is perfectly reasonable and logical. The Uchiha clan has suffered a great loss. From today onwards, the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th divisions of the police department will recruit elite ninja from the village to join their ranks. Boom! This is a serious matter. The police force is actually the Uchiha clan's private armed force. Everyone knows that. It's not that the Uchiha don't want to recruit outsiders, but rather that they don't dare. You've summoned so many people to join you. What do you intend to do? The police department, with its 9 major divisions, directly deployed 4 divisions to recruit elite ninjas from within the village. This, to put it bluntly, is a military expansion. But the reason is quite obvious. The Uchiha clan suffered heavy losses, and the clan leader is dead. A few ambitious individuals, or rather, those from the combat-oriented martial arts faction, immediately revealed eyes burning with excitement upon hearing this order. Obey the chieftain's orders. At this moment, the majority of the crowd showed fervent eyes and shouted loudly, indicating that under the village's pressure, the Uchiha clan's martial arts faction was gradually gaining the upper hand. Uchiha Yoru's single move directly revealed his own philosophy and direction. It was entirely a fighting-oriented martial arts style. However, Uchiha Yoru, despite the worried look in the elder's eyes, showed no emotion whatsoever in his own. The Uchiha clan has lost a clan leader, and a Mangekyou-level warrior at that. If they don't seize this opportunity to fight to the death, it would be a complete waste. To put it bluntly, they're exploiting the death of someone to vent their frustrations. Our clan has suffered heavy losses. Who dares say the damage wasn't severe? Now that the police force has suffered heavy losses, they absolutely must recruit personnel. Even those who were originally personnel can be easily transferred to form small task forces. Knowing the village's perspective on the Uchiha clan, and seizing the opportunity to withdraw troops without doing so, they are called wooden mallets. From this day forward, the Uchiha clan declares an alliance with the Hyuga clan. The two clans, though of equal standing, will advance and retreat together through marriage. When Uchiha Yoru's third command was issued, the entire Uchiha clan was stunned. An alliance? Did the Uchiha clan even have allies? For many years now, the entire village has been deeply ingrained in their hearts as an ostracism of the Uchiha clan. Allies? They themselves have no hope. The current outcome is clear. The Hyuga clan remains the ally. Everyone knew that this so-called Hyuga clan was a split, but did they care? The Hyuga Byakugan, the second-ranked bloodline jutsu, was also the second-ranked clan in Konoha. Although it was now split and not as powerful as before, it was still second only to the Sharingan. In terms of power, the Byakugan is enough to make the Uchiha clan treat each other as equals. Is this chieftain being truthful? Even the elder was momentarily moved. Uchiha Yori's youthful face showed absolutely no emotion, and a terrifying thought arose in his mind. Such a major undertaking couldn't possibly be accomplished in a day or two. From the very beginning, Uchiha Yoru and the Hyuga clan were allies, so there's only one possibility. The Hyuga clan was split, and Orochimaru, acting as a bystander, took over this power base, which is now Uchiha Yoru's wedding dress. It wasn't just the elder who thought of this. The rest of them also considered this point, and in an instant, everyone's gaze towards Uchiha Yoru changed. Respect and reverence are all important. Even if the opponent doesn't rely on the Uchiha clan, they still hold power. Now it's simply a matter of integrating their own power with the clan's power. Thinking this through, the elder's expression instantly became excited. Great! With the Hyuga clan splitting off and joining, the Uchiha clan's strength hasn't diminished. On the contrary, it has increased, especially with a clear light under these circumstances. Perhaps Uchiha Yoru, this young clan leader who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, is truly the one who led the clan out of the mire. With 3 consecutive decrees, the first was a combination of benevolence and authority to win over people's hearts. The second was to outwardly reveal his true power, winning over all the loyal followers of the martial arts factions. The third was to gain a new ally for the family, further boosting his prestige, and from that day forward, he had firmly established an unshakable position within the family. Hyuga unleashed enough energy to provoke agitated reactions from the peace faction. They weren't outright opposed to the war faction. They simply believed that as a single village, they shouldn't fight to the death, otherwise, they would have a hard time backing down. At the same time, the Hyuga clan split and their allies joined, making it clear to the peace faction that they still wanted to prove their direction was correct. A truly promising start. Attracting many allies, then when everyone is together in harmony, it's great to discuss things in a way that generates prosperity. Isn't this the idea of the peace faction? This time, the peace faction of ninjas excitedly showed expressions of agitation. They secretly encouraged each other, vowing that this time they must thoroughly cultivate a good relationship with the Hyuga, even after their separation, and establish a genuine friendship. Uchiha Yoru's appointment as the 3-headed clan leader directly solidified the clan's stability, completely eliminating any possibility of upheaval, while also sending a signal to the outside world. I'm young and not one of Fugaku's old-school conservatives. I have my own unique style. Elder, the 3rd Hokage, and the clan leaders have arrived. Just then, an Uchiha ninja returned to report, and everyone in the courtyard and the rooms simultaneously looked up towards their new clan leader. Even the elders trembled at this sight, secretly terrified. In just 3 short moments, this young man had almost won over the hearts of the people and stabilized the clan. This kid was truly terrifying. No wonder Orochimaru valued him so highly. Konoha, the Uchiha clan's territory. When the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other clan leaders entered the inner courtyard, everyone's eyes showed a look of solemnity, and many members of smaller clans even displayed fear. Looking around, from inside the house to the gardens on both sides, everything was neatly arranged with Uchiha clan ninjas wearing black uniforms. Looking down at each face, everyone could clearly see that they were all elite members of the clan. The homeowner's death was a normal occurrence for these people, but the unwavering determination in their eyes, even the raw, oppressive feeling they exuded, was unsettling. The new clan head had just been removed from office, and while the Uchiha clan's morale wasn't exactly shaken, at least there should have been some degree of unrest, right? For example, a struggle for the clan head, or a chaotic atmosphere. But how is it that they now find these elite Uchiha are still as wolves in sheep's clothing? Inappropriate. Along with them were the Konoha F for high-ranking officials. After all, something had happened to the Uchiha clan head, so they naturally had to come. However, Danzo, sensing something amiss, narrowed his single eye, revealing a sinister glint. The more subtly Sarutobi signaled, the more the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remained motionless and showed not the slightest hesitation. his face contorted with sorrow as he slowly entered the room. Lord Third Hawkage. As they entered the room for a moment, everyone's expressions changed. The Konoha F for high-ranking members, including Ino Shikacho and the heads of the major clans, all showed serious expressions. All they could see was the room within the ancestral hall, the positions of Uchiha Yoru and Elder Uchiha Shizuna, and the changing expressions of all the Uchiha outside the room. At this moment, they all understood one thing. The Uchiha had chosen their own clan head. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, but deep in Shimura Danzu's eyes, a hint of regret emerged. He should have created some panic earlier, at least to stir up some internal conflict among the Uchiha clan. After entering, everyone used this to pay respects to the deceased Uchiha clan head, then turned their heads and nodded to their family members and the new Uchiha clan head. Regarding Fugaku's situation, I feel deeply ashamed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, befitting someone who had held the Konoha government for so many years, displayed a sorrowful expression that betrayed not the slightest hint of weakness. Before the assassination of our clan head, the Third Hawkage still needs to give us Uchiha clan an answer. Suddenly, Uchiha Yoru first nodded to the Third Hawkage, showing respect for his status, but then uttered a thunderous statement. In Konoha, apart from himself, who could possibly be as arrogant as Sarutobi? And who else would dare to do such a thing? Shimura Danzu instantly revealed his sinister, venomous eyes and angrily shouted insults. How dare you, Uchiha Yoru? You're too arrogant. In an instant, dozens of elite Uchiha warriors in the room simultaneously revealed serious expressions. Under the terrified gazes of the great clans, a room filled with blood-red Three-Tamo Sharingan eyes circled around. Gulp! Some people were secretly terrified by this scene, swallowing hard. They already knew the Uchiha clan was arrogant, but this was just too damn arrogant. The pressure from more than 10 pairs of Sharingan with Three-Tamo was truly unprecedented. Facing such pressure, Shimura Danzu's eyes became even more vicious and sinister, as if to say, let's see, the Uchiha clan has finally revealed their true fangs. I have sent people to investigate the murder of Fugaku, but the intelligence hasn't come back yet. The Third Hawkage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, showed not the slightest change in expression. The sorrow on his face remained unchanged. He seemed oblivious to everything around him, instead speaking heavily to Uchiha Yoru. He seemed to be grieving over the sudden loss of such a powerful fighting force from the village. It must be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen truly lives up to his reputation as the oldest Hawkage, capable of suppressing countless geniuses and holding Konoha's reins for decades. The fact that he remained unfazed even when faced with the collapse of Mount Tai speaks volumes. However, Uchiha Yoru had already prepared himself similarly, calmly looking at the short old man Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him. The two stared at each other, and at this moment, it seemed as if they were trying to see through each other's thoughts. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was sorrowful, but inwardly he was breaking out in a cold sweat. This Danzo wouldn't leave any weaknesses behind, would he? Damn it, you shouldn't have messed things up at this time. Once you anger the Uchiha clan, Konoha will be in turmoil. Third Hawkage Shama, the route Fugaku took back was leaked, and there was also betrayal. It would be very difficult for an outsider to accomplish this. Judging by Uchiha Yoru's calm explanation, each of the clan leaders was very curious to know what exactly had happened this time. This root minister Shimura Danzu, everyone knows your opinion of the Uchiha. You don't need to look at me with such a threatening gaze. Suddenly, Uchiha's words took a turn in the night, directly looking towards Shimura Danzu, whose eyes were filled with resentment as he glared at him. However, the next moment, his words caught everyone completely off guard. Chief Aburame, please wait a moment. Uchiha Yoru's words left everyone somewhat bewildered, but Aburame Shibi, who seemed to have the least presence in the crowd, simply nodded slightly upon hearing them, saying nothing. Not even a hint of emotion. His dark sunglasses and high collar covered half his face, making it impossible to discern his expression. Wherever someone comes, bring them along. Uchiha Yoru suddenly gave a soft command, and immediately 3 Konoha ninjas were subdued, a scene that astonished everyone. They are, in order, the son of the Uchiha clan head leading the Jonin team, along with 2 Genin teammates. Yes, this Jonin's surname is Sarutobi. Uchiha Yoru's tone calmed down. Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't said anything yet, but Shimura Danzu was furious. He had always hated this race, and now they were acting so arrogantly, he naturally couldn't tolerate it. Uchiha Yoru, you personally hunted down a fellow villager and even abused your villager with torture techniques. Who gave you the audacity? Who gave your Uchiha clan the courage? Shimura Danzu, Midokado Homura, and Utatane Kaharu, having been high-ranking figures for so many years, had long been accustomed to this feeling of dominating everyone else. Suddenly, their authority was challenged, and after Danzo's outburst, the others all frowned. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, but Shimura Danzu seized the opportunity to assert his authority and pressure the other party. This was both reasonable and logical, causing the heads of the major clans to frown and show signs of dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, all the Uchiha elites in the room frowned in unison. They were mostly worried because these three looked mentally exhausted and as if they were about to faint at any moment, clearly indicating they had undergone mental torture. Who gave me the courage? Who gave us, the Uchiha clan, the bravery? Facing this situation, Uchiha Yoru slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally settling on the short-statured third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, directly revealing his arrogant eyes. The second Hokage himself issued the order, witnessed by the first Hokage. The Uchiha clan established a police department responsible for managing all security and order issues within Konoha, with powers including manhunts, investigations, mission execution, interrogation, and military training. Uchiha Yoru, with an unstoppable, overwhelming aura in his eyes, looked at the third Hokage and spoke, though it was clearly Shimura Danzu who was reprimanding him. This blatant disregard for the situation caused Shimura Danzu's expression to turn grim and terrifying. Which of the Konoha clan leaders would dare to act so recklessly? It seemed that the constant reverence shown to the Konoha high-ranking officials made them believe their status surpassed that of the great clans, allowing them to comfortably enjoy all the privileges that came with it. Although the police department is one of Konoha's 6 departments, its power is comparable only to that of Root and Anbu. Who would even give me my liver? At this point, Uchiha Yoru's lips slowly curled into a mocking smile, his eyes sweeping over the surrounding elite members of the clan, his face gradually becoming resolute and solemn as he shouted. Konoha was founded by the combined efforts of the Senju and Uchiha clans to quell the chaos of the era. It was the Uchiha clan that gave me the courage. The powerful, resounding sound echoed as it fell to the ground, the reverberation lingering in everyone's ears, causing their expressions to change drastically. This event, how many years has it been since anyone mentioned it? So long that even the Uchiha clan themselves have almost forgotten their identity as the masters of this village, so long that they have even begun to fear the Hokage's power. Meanwhile, the Konoha clans were all feeling a chill run down their spines, exchanging uneasy glances. They knew they were in trouble. This time, the Uchiha clan had produced a pack of wolf cubs, and they were simply not someone they could easily subdue. Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with a cold glint, but his hoarse cough instantly shattered the atmosphere. In an instant, Uchiha Yoru's presence vanished, leaving no trace of tension. With just a cough, everyone's attention was drawn to the third Hokage. It's undeniable that when masters spar, every move is deadly. Uchiha Neidhart was secretly becoming increasingly nervous. He didn't dare to relax even for a moment when fighting this old fox. These 3 individuals require me to dispatch Anbu to cooperate in the investigation. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, still with that same expression of profound grief, directly and implicitly acknowledged that the police department had the right to do these things. Every department in Konoha pledges its full support to the Public Security Bureau in investigating this incident. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tactics were already at the peak of their skill, but this time the 2 sides were not competing on a fair platform. The disparity in information decided everything. Uchiha Yoruichi, with a serious expression, stared intently at the third Hokage, slowly taking a scroll from her chest. These 3 individuals had their memories extracted and copied. The intelligence we, the Uchiha clan, obtained came from them. Furthermore, when our clan leader was betrayed and assassinated, although they were all suicide fighters, their bodies still bear witness to everything. Following Uchiha Yoru's signal, several Uchiha ninjas slowly brought out stretchers and laid them out in front of everyone. When the white cloths were lifted, incomplete corpses were revealed. It wasn't a matter of the head being directly severed. Instead, the heart was pierced through, or even cut in half horizontally, and then properly treated to prevent decomposition. When everyone saw this scene, they frowned in unison. Uchiha Yoru said in a cold voice, "These people all have seals on their bodies. The moment they lose their life force, the seals will be activated. They have poison hidden in their teeth and forbidden spells in their minds." At this point, Uchiha Yoru bowed slightly and respectfully to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, "At that time, we used lightning release ninjutsu to break the paralyzing sealing jutsu, thus preserving this evidence. However, our Uchiha clan is not skilled in sealing jutsu, so I humbly request your assistance, Hokage-sama. You Uchiha aren't familiar with sealing techniques, so you can only use sealing jutsu." However, at this moment, Shimura Danzu's expression was gloomy. Fortunately, his face was already unpleasant to begin with, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also frowned slightly. "Yes, we've discovered a clue. This time, the forces that ambushed Clan Chief Fugaku seem to be the same group as those who attacked Lord Shinosuke. An open conspiracy. A blatant, open conspiracy. Shinosuke was involved in the matter himself, and he was capable of leaving even the slightest trace on these corpses." Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed. He gazed intently at the young man, seemingly doubting the truthfulness of his words. Shimura Danzu's expression was grim and terrifying. His heart was filled with resentment. He was the one who did the Uchiha thing, but Shinosuke was definitely not him. But time and again, the other party said the same thing, as if trying to find out something. More importantly, he had indeed initially considered Shinosuke's intentions, and had truly employed some tactics around Shinosuke. Damn it! This is the agony of losing a child. No matter how good Sarutobi Hiruzen's relationship with him was, this would still cause a rift. "I will immediately order the sealing operation to be completed, and the Anbu and the police force will investigate this matter." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice resonated with powerful determination as he shouted, his tone at that moment seemingly embodying the solemnity and righteousness of the cause. "Suppress your grief." This was Uchiha Yoru's first direct confrontation with Konoha's high-ranking officials at the reception desk. He took the initiative in the first round, gaining the upper hand. This scene caused even the elders standing nearby to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. This young man's methods were truly beyond what one would expect from someone his age. Similarly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, while passively retreating, also displayed an impenetrable defense. The great clans of Konoha also witnessed the downfall of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan head. They saw that this new clan head was decisive, and, being the same age, was a young clan head full of energy and determination. Everyone murmured a moment of silence for their family members, then turned and prepared to slowly leave. However, just as Sarutobi and the others were about to step out of the room, the voice of the young Uchiha clan head echoed from behind them once again. "Third Hokage-sama, the Uchiha clan has suffered heavy casualties, but to protect the village's safety and the glory of the police department, from today onwards, the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th squads of the police department are recruiting elite ninja from the village to join the community in protecting the village's safety." While simultaneously recalling the elite Uchiha units from the front lines, Konoha absolutely cannot allow another Sarutobi Shinosuke and Fugaku clan leader incident to happen again. Boom! Uchiha Yoru, using this topic to his advantage, was essentially openly expanding his military force while simultaneously shrinking it. Furthermore, they are supposedly fighting bravely and honorably, and their duty as police officers is to ensure the stability of Konoha. Now, two major incidents have occurred within the borders of Konoha in the Land of Fire. Doesn't that mean they have failed in their duty? Therefore, strengthening our forces is a reasonable and logical move. From our perspective, the Uchiha clan already has a clan head who hasn't caused any trouble, which is enough. What more do you want? Moreover, your son is also involved, and it seems they're both implicated. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzu nearly exploded with anger. This little brat had seized the opportunity. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly and gently raised his hand, stopping Danzo's rage. But then, looking back, a pair of bright red Sharingan eyes appeared in everyone's sight, instantly bringing back terrifying memories that had been buried in dust in everyone's minds. And a collective gasp of cold air rang out. Mangekyo Sharingan. In an instant, the clan leaders of the great clans, along with the third Hokage and members of Konoha's F4, all showed expressions of fear. The person whose name is associated with the tree's shadow, a member of F for that year, was fortunate enough to witness the true terror of this bloodline level. And the remaining middle-aged clan leader also knew about the related records. The Uchiha clan has gone through decades, yet once again they possess such eyes. Chief. Seeing the Mangekyo Sharingan descend, all the elite Uchiha members in the room showed expressions of fervor. And a single loud shout caused the clan members outside the room to join in the cheers as well. The overwhelming power of the Uchiha clan was now not only unshaken by the clan leader's death in battle, but instead, it had a profound and unprecedented unity of purpose stemming from a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. With his Mangekyo Sharingan activated, Uchiha Yoru calmly stared directly at the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if everyone else were being looked down upon. This arrogance perfectly showcased the Uchiha's pride. The assassination of clan head Fugaku has plunged the clan into shock. As a member of the Uchiha clan, under the dark pressure of the clan, I awakened the strongest bloodline ability of our Uchiha clan, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Yoru calmly looked at the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and spoke softly, as if he were saying something extremely easy. I hereby report this to the third Hokage. The final words were filled with overwhelming confidence. At this moment, in the eyes of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the clan heads of the great clans were insignificant. Only the village's Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had the right to face him and sit as his equal. With that arrogant and haughty attitude subsided, the Uchiha clan's inherent pride, which had been present before, caused all the clan members to show excited expressions, while the heads of the major clans all displayed a matter-of-fact demeanor. Arrogance and recklessness are synonymous with the Uchiha clan, aren't they? For someone so young to reach this point, and being an Uchiha, it's understandable. However, this scene was extremely glaring in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. His Hokage authority was challenged, or rather, the stable authority of Konoha felt threatened. I understand clearly. The Uchiha clan had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and I have been thoroughly informed about this throughout the shinobi world. Uchiha Yoru dared to openly reveal his intentions, both to intimidate others and to conceal the humiliation of the previous clan head's assassination. Ultimately, the assassination of the clan leader was a great loss of face throughout the shinobi world. But the new clan leader's awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan made all the difference. Everyone's attention would be focused on him, thus masking the previous humiliation. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally understood this point, and everyone else understood it as well, but this was very typical of the Uchiha. For a prestigious clan, honor outweighed everything else. After the third Hokage and his group left, the ancestral hall once again returned to silence. At this moment, the elder's face clouded over slightly, and he shook his head and sighed, saying, "Clan head." Wouldn't such ostentatious display of the Mangekyo Sharingan attract the attention of those with ulterior motives? A taboo. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. His eyes swept over all the Uchiha elites inside and outside the room, and his single sentence instantly made everyone look arrogant. When has the Uchiha clan ever been free from any kind of taboo? With just that one sentence, the arrogant Uchiha clan members all showed signs of excitement. Even the peace-loving clan members, whose pride was ingrained in their bones, were awakened, and moreover, the Uchiha clan had a blind reverence for the Mangekyo Sharingan. The pacifist faction strives for peace, but the Mangekyo Sharingan is ingrained in their very bones as an invincible force. So, is the Mangekyo Sharingan itself equivalent to peace? Uchiha Yoru saw all of this, and his heart was also with Rui. There was nothing he could do, since the Mangekyo Sharingan had been exposed. He wanted to squeeze every last drop of benefit out of it, otherwise, simply increasing his power would be a waste. Elder Shanna. With a soft call and under the elder's questioning gaze, Uchiha Yoru coldly said, "Concealing the Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed a deadly technique, but the Uchiha clan is now in grave danger. Too much time has passed, so long that some people have begun to forget the terrifying memories. Some clowns think the Uchiha are already a thick lump of fat. And what the Uchiha need after this is a deterrent force." At this point, Uchiha Yoru subtly glanced around at the surrounding clan members and softly said, "Elder Shura, don't you think that at this time, the Uchiha clan's top priority is stability? To eliminate external threats, we must first secure internal stability. To eliminate external threats, one must first secure internal stability." The elderly elder muttered this saying, finding it extremely reasonable. He had lived for so many years, witnessing the rise and fall of countless families. Looking back now, it seems that the vast majority of families either suffered significant losses due to internal issues that their enemies exploited, or were directly dissolved due to internal conflicts. In the original story, the Uchiha clan's demise wasn't solely due to internal problems within the clan itself. The Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, internally, has the greatest effect of calming people's minds, completely stabilizing panicked hearts. Externally, it is a force of intimidation. Aburame Shibi, the clan chief. After the outsiders left, Uchiha Yoro turned his head to look at the Aburame clan chief whom he had left behind. With a high collar covering almost half of his face below his nose, and further accentuated by a pair of dark sunglasses, he was clearly the strongest ninja in the shinobi world. Yet he gave off an aura of complete invisibility. What can I ask of the Uchiha clan head? Facing himself alone, Aburame Shibi was constantly speculating in his heart, but even today he still didn't understand what the other party was planning. However, Uchiha Yoro merely nodded indifferently, gesturing with his eyes, and immediately the two headed towards a room in the back hall. In the room, a cloth seal surrounded the mummy. Upon seeing this, Aburame Shibi's expression froze slightly, but he still couldn't figure out what the other party meant. Seal release. But then, in an instant, Uchiha Yoro coldly extended his finger and formed a hand seal. In a flash, the seal slowly crumbled, revealing a figure inside the remains of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan head. Although Aburame Shibi's dark glasses concealed his expression, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his temple betrayed everything when he witnessed this scene. Clan leader Aburame, this nano-level poisonous insect seems to be unique to the Aburame clan. Shouldn't we give the Uchiha an explanation? Facing Uchiha Yoro's calm yet threatening tone, Aburame Shibi slowly advanced with a serious expression. Small black insects slowly crawled out from his body, and as they approached Uchiha Fugaku's remains, especially upon touching the purple skin, the insects instantly began to die in a continuous stream. At that moment, Aburame Shibi's pupils, clad in dark glasses, contracted. He finally understood what this Uchiha clan had meant. Clan leader Aburame, the previous Uchiha clan leader, died under rather mysterious circumstances. Just then, the elder slowly entered the back hall, his hoarse voice echoing, clearly filled with a sense of menace. Nano-level venomous insects, now only Aburame Black and Aburame Tauren, father and son, control them within the Aburame clan. Black unfortunately died in battle at the Ninetales Night, and his roots have been absorbed into root. Aburame Shibi, usually calm, opened his mouth, his throat dry, and slowly spoke out that he knew everything. But it was clear that these things were meaningless to the Uchiha of yesterday. Uchiha Yoro's calm gaze made it impossible to discern his thoughts, but it was precisely this calmness that instilled a sense of apprehension in those who saw him. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, in particular, rendered this Aburame clan chief utterly incapable of any resistance. With Uchiha Fugaku's remains instantly transformed into nano-level poisonous insects, the Uchiha clan could completely wage war against the Aburame clan. And openly at that, even the Hokage wouldn't have a reason to stop them. Gulp! His throat dry and constricted, Aburame Shibi took a deep breath. At this moment, he was filled with intense hatred for the old man Root, but today was a matter of life and death for his family. May I ask, clan leader, what do you Uchiha clan members intend to do? Although the Aburame clan is now on the brink of collapse, he still wants to understand the other party's calculations clearly, otherwise, being left in the dark would be too unfair. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Yoro's lips slowly curved into a smile, followed by a trace of sadness on his face. He let out a weak sigh and said, Konoha now, but it's still the Konoha of the past. That single sentence stirred Aburame Shibi's heart. But Uchiha Yoro calmly walked to the window, gazing vaguely in the distance towards the direction of Hokage Rock. Konoha is like the third Hokage, Danzo and the others are old and decaying. Konoha was founded by the Uchiha clan, so this is the Uchiha home. You don't need to worry. Now, although the borders of the Land of Fire are still turbulent, there's no need to worry. Konoha is in a position to select a young man with the potential to become Hokage. Upon hearing this, Aburame Shibi's expression stiffened, and he said in a low voice, Does the Night Clan leader intend to participate in the Hokage selection? Although it was a question, he seemed to have guessed the purpose, and even the elder beside him showed excitement. Hokage! Once the Uchiha clan could produce a Hokage, all problems would be easily solved. However, Uchiha Yura scoffed and shook his head disdainfully. How could those corrupt, power-hungry people willingly give up the power they've already gained? If they truly had that kind of resolve, the fourth Hokage wouldn't have sacrificed himself back then. Well done, Uchiha Yura is now seizing the opportunity to badmouth the country, regardless of whether the other party believes him or not, and goes on to state his purpose. The White Fang, Orochimaru, and the Hyuga clan. All these events completely prove one thing: the village's high-ranking officials do not allow the emergence of forces they consider uncontrollable. Now, the Uchiha situation is being witnessed by all of Konoha, so what the Uchiha clan needs right now is self-preservation. Protect yourself. Seeing Aburame Shibi's hesitant expression, Uchiha Yura directly and decisively stated, after the Ninetales Rebellion, the Aburame clan also divided their territory again. Similarly, on the outskirts of Konoha, not far from the Uchiha clan's territory, and I heard that the Aburame clan used this for dispersed settlement. Since the Uchiha clan occupies the most lush and fertile forest in Konoha, if the Aburame clan is willing to relocate to the Uchiha clan's territory, the Uchiha clan would welcome them with open arms. We share the same opinion. Uchiha Yura's tone calmed down as he stated his intentions, causing Aburame Shibi to involuntarily take a deep breath upon hearing it. Taken aback, Aburame Shibi tried to suppress the unease in his heart. Although he was a seasoned veteran, he had never seen a situation like this before. It was utterly threatening. The clan leader, this is a matter of great importance. Moreover, the clan's territory is divided among the high-ranking officials of the Hokage village. Aburame Shibi wasn't exactly a stingy person either. Even though they were in the wrong, he still managed to shift the blame to the third Hokage's high-ranking faction as an excuse. If it were Uchiha Fugaku, he might have noticed. This isn't a matter of ability, but rather a difference in information. From the very beginning, Uchiha Yura knew the determination of the Konoha high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan to perish, while Uchiha Fugaku harbored a glimmer of hope, or rather, no one had ever imagined the village would be so ruthless. At most, they thought it would be a beating, or a powerful blow to weaken it. Therefore, the biggest difference between Uchiha Yura's attitude towards the higher echelons and Fugaku's is that he understands their intentions. So he has always been domineering and completely disregarded their feelings. Since you all have the intention of destroying the Uchiha clan, he doesn't care about morality or anything like that. He'll naturally use any means without restraint. Elder Shanna, send someone to deliver the evidence of the nano-level poisonous insects on clan head Fugaku's body to the Hokage's office. Tonight, summon all Chunin and above ninjas in the clan. Faced with Aburame Shibi's devious tactics of trying to manipulate the Konoha high-ranking officials, Uchiha Yura calmly turned around and stated his intentions directly to the Elder. The Elder, being a cunning old fox, instantly understood everything. His cloudy pupils immediately narrowed, revealing a glint of light. He raised his hand, and the next Uchiha elite ninja stepped forward, carefully putting on the gloves he had previously used to retrieve a portion of the nano-level poisonous insect evidence from the clan head's remains. Aburame Shibi watched all of this, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Looking at this young, calm, and composed new Uchiha clan head, he thought, this guy, the Uchiha clan is crazy. To let such a young person be the clan head, doesn't he know the principle of youthful arrogance? How dare he gamble? Uchiha Yura's words were essentially an ultimatum to his Aburame clan. If they didn't respond tonight, the Uchiha clan would take revenge on the Aburame clan. Clan leader, this is a matter of great importance. I must return and discuss it with my clan members. Aburame Shibi bowed his head and spoke in a low voice, while Uchiha Yura calmly and gently nodded. A difference in status and attitude seemed to have emerged between the two, not because of his arrogance, but because power dictated everything. Now that his Mangekyo Sharingan has been revealed, he's facing only the Konoha high-ranking officials and elders. As for the other races in the village, he has no patience for them. He'll simply show blatant contempt, using the Mangekyo Sharingan to intimidate everyone. Anyone who dares to get involved must be prepared to face the consequences of the Uchiha clan's wrath. Aburame Shibi, looking hurried, left the Uchiha clan territory and headed straight towards the clan's compound. Watching the Aburame clan chief leave, the elder, in a rare moment of satisfaction, shook his head and said with relief, "Chief, your threat certainly frightened the Aburang clan. A threat? Looking at the elder for a moment, Uchiha Yoru showed a hint of disappointment, shaking his head and sighing. It seemed that none of the Uchiha clan, from top to bottom, had seen through the Konoha high-ranking officials' intention to abandon the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan clung to a glimmer of hope, hoping for a stroke of luck, while the high-ranking members' attitude, ever since the Nine Tails, remained clear. They were wary and cautious of the Uchiha, and once an opportunity arose, they would completely eradicate the potential threat. In the outskirts of Konoha, in an area where insects are even more densely concentrated than in other areas, 3 towering buildings stand tall. This is the Aburang clan's residence. As a clan practicing insect cultivation techniques, they needed a large area to breed their insects. Naturally, scattering them in small groups of 5 or 3 yielded the best results, especially since they were within the hidden Leaf Village, where safety was still guaranteed. On this particular day, almost the entire Aburang clan in Jonin Village gathered together, though their numbers weren't large, only a little over 10. He's incredibly arrogant and conceited. The Uchiha clan is too presumptuous. Indeed, we don't need to pay attention to them. I simply don't believe the Uchiha clan would actually dare to do that. Reporting to the third Hokage, we would like to see just how much courage the Uchiha clan possesses. Upon returning, Aburang Shibi summoned all the Jonin in his clan and recounted everything that had happened that day. However, the Jonin were naturally unconvinced and glared at him with wide eyes. Ultimately, the Uchiha clan's attitude was too arrogant. It was clearly a threat to their alliance with the Uchiha clan, but who knew this was actually a way to force the Aburang clan to submit? Most people were unconvinced and didn't believe the Uchiha clan would dare to do such a thing. Aburang Shibi, however, frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "The third Hokage is old, and Uchiha Yoru, at only 18 years old, has already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if the 5th Hokage isn't around, the Uchiha clan are young enough to compete for the next generation." Aburang Shibi naturally didn't believe the other party would dare to do such a thing, but the further he thought about it, the more qualified the other party was to compete for the 5th Hokage position after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if they didn't succeed, their age was enough to make it to the next round. Unless Konoha can find another 4th Hokage as young as Uchiha Yoru, it's clear. He counted carefully that currently only Jiraiya and Tsunade have the ability to become Hokage. And the problem is that neither of them are as old as Uchiha Yoru. The clan head is right. If the Uchiha clan ever produces a Hokage, things won't be easy for us. The Aburang clan members debated fiercely, finally reaching a conclusion. They absolutely had to give the Uchiha clan an answer. After all, the prestige of a large clan was paramount. Clan leader, grit your teeth. We'll just ignore it completely. With so much bloodshed, the fact that the Uchiha still won't let go is despicable. If the Uchiha clan truly have the ability, they should settle the score with Root. Aburang Shibi looked at everyone's agreement and nodded seriously. Good. Firstly, although the family will have to pay a huge price, we are in the wrong. Immediately send someone to deliver our Aburang clan's valuable gifts, and the attitude must be sincere. Yes. The Aburang clan ultimately decided that the best course of action was to offer a substantial benefit to end the matter, as they were in the wrong. The Hokage in his office. Now that the Konoha F4 were gathered in one room, Yutatane Kaharu and Midokado Homura both had grim expressions, their minds still replaying the scene they had just witnessed involving the Mangekyo Sharingan. HMPH, I said it long ago, the Uchiha clan is an evil race, and they shouldn't exist in this world at all. At this moment, Shimura Danzu gritted his teeth as he spoke, but it was clear that his one eye held more apprehension. While he spoke of exterminating his clan, his heart remained sincere. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan instilled fear in him, especially now that Root has suffered heavy losses and the Uchiha clan hadn't yet awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Coupled with the Uchiha clan's lingering illusions, they've become even more reckless, believing that the Uchiha clan is nothing special. But now, these evil members of the Uchiha clan, stimulated by a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, have completely unleashed the evil and excitement within them, transforming into a pack of wolf cubs. Facing such a powerful clan as the Uchiha, the 3 immediately turned their gazes to Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that moment, the 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeply, took a deep drag on his pipe, exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, and wearily tossed the scroll in his hand for everyone to see. The Uchiha clan has made everything clear, especially Uchiha Yoru. He's young and hot-headed, so you'd best not provoke him. The most crucial thing right now isn't the Uchiha, but Aburame and you, Danzo, Root. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen, even more uncharacteristically aggressive, glared at Shimura Danzu. Upon reading the contents of the scroll, Shimura Danzu's expression also turned grim, but he seemed somewhat at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally said hoarsely, "I never imagined that this wicked little brat would awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan under the pressure of the clan." At this moment, they all felt a little nostalgic for Uchiha Fugaku as clan head. After all, he was a mature middle-aged man with a family, thoughtful and considerate, unlike this young Uchiha Yoru. It was immediately apparent that the Mangekyo Sharingan had been activated, and they were well aware that the activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan would have a long-lasting effect. During this time, even the slightest abnormality could potentially ignite this explosive device. "Sarutobi, what should we do now?" Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Homura were also having a headache. They had truly angered Uchiha Yoru, and once a conflict erupted, neither of them wanted to see it happen. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, slowly taking a puff of his cigarette, then raised his head and stared intently at Shimura Danzu, saying in a low voice, "Hand over the Root Aburame ninja to the Uchiha clan, and make it clear that all of this has nothing to do with Root. It's an insidious provocation by enemy forces operating in the shadows." As for Sarutobi Hiruzen's strategy of maintaining stability, Shimura Danzu, despite his reclusive nature, felt somewhat powerless considering the significant losses Root had suffered this time. Ultimately, a slight oversight led to a civil war in Konoha, a major event that shattered his dream of becoming Hokage. In the end, Shimura Danzu reluctantly nodded in agreement. "I know." Seeing that Danzo wasn't being overly calculating this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. At least his own side wouldn't have to worry too much. "Hiruzen, how should we deal with the Aburame clan now? The Uchiha's attitude is so clear." Midokado Homura frowned slightly in response to this statement, but Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, "The Aburame clan has always been cautious. They won't provoke us this time. I trust they will handle everything. The most troublesome thing right now is the turmoil within the Land of Fire and the assassination attempt on Fugaku." At that moment, all three men turned their gazes towards him. Being stared at like that, Shimura Danzu's face turned grim, his expression a mixture of anger and resentment. He said, "The Fire Temple incident has absolutely no connection to Root. At most, the 12 guards of the daimyo's mansion might have some connection to Root." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost cursed loudly, but he still maintained a cold expression and said, "Danzo, with such a huge disturbance at the Fire Temple this time, I'm afraid your Root's traces in the daimyo's mansion will be suspected, and so will the Fire Temple." Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's head felt like it was going to explode. He rubbed his eyebrows and sighed, saying, "The Fire Temple has worked so hard to align itself with Konoha, but now, with such a major upheaval and the support of the daimyo's mansion, the Fire Temple will likely be completely loyal to the daimyo's mansion." Midokado Homura, Uchiha Kaharu, and Shimura Danzu were all clearly aware of the seriousness of their mistake, but they were too oblivious to the fact that things were all happening at once. It happened like this, time and time again. "Lord Hokage!" At that moment, an Anbu member respectfully appeared, holding up a scroll with both hands, and reported, through that interrogation, "We obtained specific intelligence from the 3 people brought in by the Uchiha clan." The information about Uchiha clan head Fugaku was indeed leaked from this small squad. This time, the Uchiha clan's tactics were completely different from before. They practically let go of all restraints and indulged in whatever pleasures they could. These movements were interpreted by them as a reaction from the Uchiha clan members being provoked by the assassination of their clan leader. After reviewing the intelligence report, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, signaling the Anbu to step back. He opened the interrogation log and, upon seeing all the intelligence, immediately gasped in shock, followed by intense anger. "Danzo!" Sarutobi Hiruzen met the other's gaze, and Shimura Danzu, knowing he was in the wrong, remained silent, his expression turning grim, completely revealing his own incompetence. Midokado Homura and Uchiha Kaharu also rushed forward to investigate, trying to figure out what kind of intelligence could have caused the usually calm Hiruzen to become so angry. After reading it, the two immediately showed expressions of shock and anger, and Sarutobi Hiruzen even ferociously threw the scroll at Shimura Danzo's face. "Danzo, look at the mess you've made." Hating that he couldn't lower his gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen, his rage soaring, stood up and pointed his finger at Shimura Danzo's nose, angrily shouting, "Danzo, it's one thing that your route ambush Fugaki didn't report it to me in advance, but you even used the intelligence from the Network Intelligence Department yourself. Do you know the consequences of that? Root is easier to deal with. After all, they're all ninjas whose identities are completely unknown and who even have countless seals all over their bodies, so they don't fear leaking information. But the intelligence sector is different. The intelligence branch, known as Konoha's official structure, is also one of the 6 ministries, headed by Yamanaka Inoichi. Once intelligence is involved, its nature changes. It could easily be said that the Konoha high-ranking officials had set up an ambush against Uchiha Fugaku. Lord Hawkage, something terrible has happened. Something has occurred at the Uchiha clan's territory. At that moment, the Anbu suddenly charged forward again. Sarutobi Hiruzen's furious, man-eating gaze frightened even the Anbu, but he still quickly reported his urgent situation. Nothing happened. At this moment, the one who feared the opposite would happen was Shimura Danzo, because if this matter were exposed and he were implicated, his life as Hawkage would be over. The Uchiha clan mobilized all their fighting force from Chunin upwards and began sending war supplies. Their momentum surged, and they launched a campaign to avenge their former clan leader. Upon receiving the Anbu report, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sudden dizziness, clutching his forehead under the worried gazes of Midokado Homura and Yutane Kaharu. He nearly lost his breath. "Hiruzen, are you all right?" Seeing the concerned faces of his 2 old friends, Sarutobi Hiruzen, suppressing his weariness, gritted his teeth and said, Quickly investigate everything thoroughly. Why did the Uchiha clan, which was perfectly fine, end up like this? What exactly happened?" Yes. After the Anbu left, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if all the energy had been drained from his body, and he slumped into a chair. Midokado Homura anxiously said, "Hiruzen, you must calm down. There's no need to get angry." "That's right, Hiruzen, you are Konoha's cage, and the whole of Konoha still needs you now." With the concern of his 2 old friends, Midokado Homura and Yutane Kaharu, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had always been full of confident smiles, felt weary and powerless for the first time this time. Since the night of the Ninetales, it seems he hasn't had a single moment of peace. Indeed, ever since he emerged from seclusion, Konoha has been plagued by numerous calamities. First, the Orochimaru incident directly shook the border region. Following that, something happened to his own son, causing him immeasurable grief. And then the Fire Temple suffered a similar fate. For the time being, he was physically and mentally exhausted. The turmoil on the border required his attention, and the affairs within the Fire Kingdom also demanded his attention. As a 60-year-old man who had just experienced the pain of losing a son, such strenuous work meant that not dying suddenly was a testament to his robust health. As a result, even members of the same clan were holding each other back. Danzo ambushed the Uchiha clan head, causing immense losses to Root, and Root was repeatedly exploited for its weaknesses. Not only did the Uchiha not show any signs of wavering, but under the pressure of this upheaval, they even developed a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the entire world was filled with malice. He glared at Danzo with a mixture of anger and resentment, his hands trembling as he furiously shouted, "Danzo, from now on, Root will obey my orders. Anyone who acts rashly without my permission will be killed without mercy." Danzo was utterly devastated at this moment. He had painstakingly planned so much, caused heavy losses to Root, finally eliminated a major threat to the village, and even obtained a Mangekyo Sharingan. But before he could even enjoy his success for long, something terrible happened. The Uchiha clan surprisingly benefited from misfortune, giving birth to a new Mangekyo Sharingan user, a young new clan leader, and one with formidable power. Hiruzen me. Shimura Danzo was speechless, not knowing what to say, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen with a headache. The daimyo's mansion, the Fire Temple, the protection of the 12 ninjas, and the turbulent border situation all required his attention. He was only in his 60s and had just gone through the pain of losing his son. Even someone made of iron couldn't withstand that. Uchiha clan territory. At this moment, every Uchiha clan member closed their front doors, and ordinary people peered through the windows in horror at everything happening inside the clan grounds. Today was too surreal for them. The clan head was gone, and suddenly a new one appeared, still the genius Uchiha Yoru. That wasn't the big deal, but after the news spread about the final evolution of the Sharingan, the Mangekyo, countless people were stunned. Then came the news of the Mangekyo's terrifying abilities, and in an instant, the hearts of the clan members were united like never before. In an instant, the entire clan territory was placed under martial law. All Uchiha ninjas in the main streets and alleys were summoned, all genin were deployed to maintain order on the streets, and shadowy figures flickered in and out of the buildings. It was very much in the style of ancient times, with rain rising and the wind filling the tower, dark clouds pressing down on the city, threatening to break through the oppressive feeling. Everyone, highest combat readiness level, all genin, fully equipped and ready to depart. Prepare for battle within the clan territory. And each genin will receive 50 explosive tags. Chunin, Jonin, the entire combat corps, form battle formation, ready to await the clan leader's orders at any time. In a short time, the Uchiha clan's ninja army system emerged, and compared to each other, the Uchiha clan's year-round command structure made them more adept at course combat. At this moment, in the ancestral hall, the Aburame clan's messenger showed a look of fear. Looking at the neatly dressed and ready to depart Uchiha elites, his hands and feet turned cold. He was truly terrified. Even the elders showed a grave expression, while the remaining younger clan members were mostly blindly and fanatically devoted to the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan power. Clan leader, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? The Aburame clan's envoy, being a Jonin after all, had seen his fair share of storms and survived 3 major wars. However, the sight of the entire Uchiha clan armed and moving filled him with fear, forcing him to smile and speak to the Uchiha clan leader. However, at this moment, Uchiha Yoru calmly handed the Aburame clan's apology gift slowly back to the other party. At this moment, the Aburame envoy couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation in his scalp and nervously said, "The Aburame clan will deliver all the apology gifts as quickly as possible. If the clan leader is not satisfied, we can still discuss it further. No need to say anything." Uchiha Yoru immediately rejected the order without hesitation, then glanced back at Elder Shuna and said, "Elder Shuna, please issue the order, the highest state of war alert in the Uchiha clan territory. Once the signal is given, all genin must quickly escort all clan members into the underground shelter. All chunin and above, I must be ready to participate in battles at any time." Uchiha Yoru's calm tone not only intimidated the Aburame clan's envoy, but even the elder felt a chill run down his spine. However, because there were outsiders present, he couldn't ask any questions and could only nod firmly, playing the role of the puppet master. Wherever you go, escort the Aburame envoy out of the tribal territory. With a cold, disdainful gaze, as if dealing with a dead man, Aburame, the messenger who was being driven away, not only didn't get angry, but instead showed a panicked look in his eyes and repeatedly waved his hands. "Elder, let's talk things over properly. It's a misunderstanding. All of this is just a misunderstanding. No, I'll go myself, Night Clan leader. I'll also temporarily grant you the power of the Thunder Flame Breath. I'll return then. The Aburame clan's sincerity will surely show you, Night Clan leader." This Aburame clan messenger no longer possessed even a hint of Jonin aura. He was completely a terrified, distraught ordinary person. It wasn't that he was incompetent, but rather that this matter concerned the life and death of his entire clan. You're saying the Uchiha clan's massive conflict was just a threat? Nonsense! Given the Uchiha clan's temperament, they probably meant it. Otherwise, if the entire clan knew their new clan leader was a cowardly and timid individual, the morale they had just built would collapse instantly. Would the Uchiha clan head risk his own reputation by making a joke out of sheer audacity? After the Aburame clan's messenger departed, the elder could no longer restrain himself and lowered his voice, revealing a worried expression as he inquired about the situation. "Clan leader, I understand you've just ascended to power and need to establish your authority. But you must learn to control your emotions and absolutely not let the Mangekyo Sharingan influence you. Even the Uchiha clan elder thought that Uchiha Yoro had just awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and was mentally affected by it. After all, the clan records clearly stated that, let alone awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, even awakening a normal Sharingan would have certain after effects. To put it bluntly, it's about the mind being stimulated repeatedly. The Uchiha, being able to broaden their horizons through such stimulation, can lead to even more extreme individuals suddenly possessing immense power, often resulting in great disaster due to impulsive actions. Is Mangekyo's influence present? Looking at Elder Shura, Uchiha Yoro revealed a confident smile and slowly shook his head. Elder Shura, you're right about establishing authority, but it's not what you think it should be. Spread the news of the Uchiha clan's betrayal and assassination attempt on clan head Fugaku. Uchiha Yoro's confident smile faded, and the shrewd old elder, upon hearing this, was instantly stunned. Then, as if remembering something, he immediately said in a panicked voice, "You brat, your target isn't the Aburang clan at all, but the village." Seeing the elder's momentary realization, Uchiha Yoro chuckled softly and said, "It's just the Aburang clan. If we really wanted to deal with them, there's no need to mobilize so much manpower. We could just summon the clan's elite and charge towards the Aburang clan's territory. What difference would it make if the third Hokage knew? The Aburang clan participated in the assassination attempt. The strong prevail over the weak. This is the law of survival." This time, the Uchiha clan mobilized their forces like this for 3 reasons. Firstly, to establish their authority. Secondly, to thoroughly unite the hearts of the clan members. And thirdly, at this point, Uchiha Yoro's smile slowly faded, revealing a bloodthirsty expression. Since the Night of the Nine Tails, the Uchiha have suffered such great injustice that everyone wants to kick them in the back. Do they really think the Uchiha have no fighting spirit? This time, I want those old geezers in Konoha to know that anyone who wants to bite the Uchiha should be prepared to be shot in the face with blood. Elder Shanna, after spreading the news, simultaneously ordered the clan's elite to completely eliminate all root and ambush spies monitoring the clan's perimeter. It's time for the Uchiha to prove with blood that they still have fangs. Uchiha Yoro calmly lowered his head with a confident smile, causing the elder to take a deep breath in surprise. But after careful consideration, it seemed there was indeed some truth to it. What ultimately happened to that rice field? The Uchiha clan, being a Jonin clan, suddenly assassinated their clan leader, leaving him extremely suspicious and bewildered. Uchiha Yoro looked at the elder with suspicion, then sneered contemptuously. What else could it be? The Uchiha clan is no longer an impenetrable fortress. Human hearts are hard to fathom. Uchiha Fugaku's involvement in the Nine Tails rebellion conspiracy, or his preparation to overthrow Konoha, could all be used to mislead those Uchiha clan members who love Konoha and aspire to peace. A clan living within such a vicious cycle naturally has its share of dissenting opinions. Some even believe that a shakeup of the Uchiha clan could bring peace to the village, thus eliminating all danger. The elder instantly understood this principle, so he fell silent and finally sighed helplessly, saying, "It seems this time the Aburang clan is like hunting a rabbit with a straw hat. Since there's evidence regarding the incident at the rice paddy, this is indeed an opportunity for the Uchiha to retaliate." Evidence? Did I ever say I had evidence? Uchiha Yoro revealed a sinister smile, and under the astonished gaze of the elders, he casually waved his hand and said, "Some things don't need evidence. A mere suspicion is enough to make the other party feel guilty. This is just an excuse for the Uchiha to display their power and to spread it throughout the clan, making these hopeful clansmen fully recognize reality. Yes, remember to make it clear to them all that the clan is being monitored by the Ambu and Root. It's time for the Uchiha to abandon their unrealistic fantasies. Only after recognizing reality can the Uchiha clan unleash its greatest strength." Elder Shanna stared in astonishment at the young clan leader before him. He truly hadn't expected that the young man, having just ascended to power, would be so ruthless and decisive, clearly intending to expose the Uchiha and Konoha conflict openly. Their relationship was once one of deliberate suppression and concealment, with the Uchiha playing the role of the evasive one, and the Konoha high-ranking officials being the ones relentlessly pressing closer. But this time, they wanted to do the opposite, directly pulling down this curtain, exposing everything nakedly in the bright light. Aburang tribe. The tribal chief is not well. After the Aburang clan's envoy returned, horrified and distraught, and recounted everything he had witnessed. The faces of every jonin of the Aburame clan who had been shouting suddenly changed drastically, and the fear in their eyes could no longer be concealed. They previously assumed this place belonged to Konoha, but now these Uchiha are completely insane. Who would dare block their way? Not even the village's high-ranking officials. The problem with the Uchiha this time is that they've completely grasped the handle. If they really want to stab you in the face, they'll have a perfectly valid reason to do so. Chief, facing the anxious clan members, Aburame Shibi took a deep breath, raised his hand to signal everyone not to panic, and at the same time, he said in a low voice, "What did the Hokage village say?" Clan leader, the Uchiha clan is insane. They've ruthlessly and without hesitation withdrawn all the Anbu and root agents monitoring the clan's territory, and even publicly posted a notice claiming that enemy spies have infiltrated the clan. The village is now under observation by all the major clans. The third Hokage is currently sending personnel to the Uchiha clan to negotiate and investigate the cause. Upon hearing the clansman's report, Aburame Shibi's body trembled slightly. The Aburame clan, which had always been low-key, was now facing a matter of life and death. Taking a deep breath, Aburame Shibi calmly assessed the situation before him, and after a moment, he seemed to have made a decision. After Uchiha Yoro awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and with these additional tactics, the Uchiha clan's prestige was overwhelming, and no one could stop them. This time, they were establishing their authority and launching a war, giving them a pretext to do so. Even the third Hokage couldn't stop them. Furthermore, this person is still a disciple of Sannin Orochimaru, having taken over all of Orochimaru's organization members. Even if the fifth Hokage sees it as hopeless, regardless of which of the remaining Sannin ascends to power, Orochimaru will eventually return to Konoha, and then Uchiha Yoro will be powerless. In a brief moment, Aburame Shibi analyzed the absolute advantages and disadvantages, glancing at everyone before directly saying in a low voice, "Now that the clan has reached a life-or-death moment, I have decided to reveal the matter of the nano-poison insects to the major clans, and at the same time, the entire Aburame clan will relocate to the Uchiha clan territory. Do you all agree?" Everyone was stunned upon hearing this, but after the explanation, it seemed that the issue of Uchiha Yoro's identity was basically irrelevant. Although there was debate at the moment, the third Hokage was already quite powerful, and once the fifth Hokage took the stage, his identity as Orochimaru's disciple could resolve all the controversy. Conversely, only the Aburame clan was unlucky. For a moment, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. "Chief, do you mean to drag Root down with you?" Aburame Shibi, upon hearing this, showed little sign of anger. Nano-poison insects, if it wasn't Root, then who else could it be? Even if enemy ninjas captured nano-poison insects and intended to frame and provoke, the fact that they could infiltrate the Land of Fire so easily, who can say there's no problem? That one sentence left everyone speechless. Aburame Shibi also took a deep breath, rubbed his eyebrows, and sighed, saying, "With the power of the Mangekyo, the Aburame clan's conversion is not shameful." Now, what we are looking forward to is the fifth Hokage being chosen soon. Everyone believed that once Konoha calmed down, the fifth Hokage would be seen to be reviewing the selection rules. This was also the reason why the Aburame clan chose to defect to the Uchiha clan. Anyway, you, the third generation, are just a fading flower in the twilight of your life. Switching to the Uchiha clan would not only grant you powerful protection, but also allow you to be almost on par with the fifth Hokage, since the Sannin relationship is one of life and death. Over the years, the Ino Shikacho clans have been around for so long that it would be a lie to say no one envied them. These three small clans specializing in secret techniques have seen their status change drastically, possessing countless resources that have allowed them to become, in just a few decades, the successors to the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Sarutobi clans, the strongest clans. The Hokage in his office. Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly fainted upon seeing the intelligence report in his hand. His face turned pale, and he was filled with rage. Even Midokado Homura, who was usually the most good-natured, was displeased and turned to reprimand Danzo. "Danzo, tell me, what should I say to you? You've always been so careful in your work. How could you leave such a huge weakness behind?" Shimura Danzu's expression turned sour. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen so enraged, he felt a pang of frustration. "Sarutobi, listen to my explanation. I know that the Uchiha clan members are your people, but I made them do this beforehand. They understood the greater good and willingly did it for the peace of the village. Moreover, I also placed various restrictions on them. After hearing Danzo's explanation, Yujitain Kaharu angrily retorted, "Danzo, have you forgotten that Uchiha Yoru is Orochimaru's disciple? Orochimaru's methods, not to mention that he was previously the vice captain of Root. Do you think these restrictions of yours will be useful?" Danzo felt deeply wronged and resentful. You can say it lightly, but with so many restrictions at Root, how could they be changed so quickly? After the Orochimaru incident, he had already begun researching and inventing methods to change the restrictions, but the problem was that this wasn't a simple matter of changing them. This requires a large investment of financial resources, manpower, and materials. At the time, I didn't expect this little brat to suddenly return. According to the plan, we were supposed to have him assassinate the Sand Village ninja, Parakura, but unexpectedly, the information went wrong, causing this little brat to miss his target. At this moment, Danzo was also feeling wrong, because he had meticulously planned this ambush, deploying all the unstable elements he could, and yet this happened. Danzo! Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen, unable to contain his anger, roared. Danzo was a truly despicable person. Never before had he endured so much humiliation. The Uchiha clan's legacy, the inheritor of the Will of Fire, which I painstakingly unearthed over more than a decade, is being wasted by you. Not only that, but your weaknesses have been exploited and your intelligence network is compromised. Do you only feel satisfied when you've crippled my most trusted assistant? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was truly enraged. He had indulged Danzo countless times, partly because of their relationship and partly because Danzo was very useful. But these times, he felt that Root had been hiding too many things from him that he couldn't entangle. Danzo, you still haven't given up on the Hawkage position, have you? First, there was the intelligence agency, then the Uchiha clan's power base. Now tell me, how are you going to explain this to the Uchiha clan? If they really do expose it this time, the Konoha high-ranking officials' facade will be shattered. Of course, they have their reasons. The Night of the Nine Tails cannot be performed again. But this isn't the reason they could participate in assassinations or infiltrate a clan. This has been common knowledge in the shinobi world for many years. The Hidden Leaf Village has no right to interfere in the internal affairs of the clan. If Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the clan, was assassinated, and it is found that they were responsible, then it would violate the established rules. Konoha has many clans, both high and low, and internal strife is unacceptable at this time. Therefore, regarding the Nine Tails Night, the Konoha high-ranking officials could monitor, be wary of, suspect, and suppress the Uchiha clan. And although this matter could not be completely erased, it was absolutely forbidden from interfering in the clan's internal affairs, unless you actually find evidence. As night gradually fell, the Uchiha clan's compound was brightly lit with torches. The first thing that greeted them was a suffocating atmosphere. Most of the Uchiha genin were unclear about what was happening, only knowing that it was the clan head's order. But when the spy who was monitoring their clan was revealed, and the Uchiha clan members found out, they immediately showed expressions of anger and satisfaction. But the Jonin, who was sometimes visible and sometimes hidden, clearly knew something, seemingly connected to the village where the chieftain was assassinated. Otherwise, such a large-scale conflict wouldn't have arisen. Intertribal territory. Aburang Shibi brought the Jonin clan members with him to the Uchiha clan territory. The Aburang clan, with the recent Sarutobi Shinosuke incident and the Fire Temple massacre, has caused widespread panic within the Land of Fire. The Aburang clan is merely a small clan, and coincidentally, their territories are close together. Today, the Aburang clan, feeling contemptuous, seeks protection from the Uchiha clan. Although Aburang Shibi is usually quiet and reserved, lacking any sense of presence, he is still the leader of a clan, and his conversational skills are not as poor as one might imagine. This is the language of charm, directly mentioning the two events that have occurred within the Land of Fire. It's actually related to the assassination of Uchiha Fugaku. But this cannot be mentioned in front of the Uchiha clan. The meaning is very simple. The Aburang clan is no match for the Fire clan, much less the Uchiha, and even with the Hokage's eldest son meeting with misfortune. The people of the Aburang clan are terrified. Just then, the two neighboring clans, who were originally neighbors, and moreover, the Aburang clan, having cultivated their secret insect techniques, were already in a scattered state and unable to protect themselves. Therefore, they reluctantly considered settling in the Uchiha clan's territory. TSK. With those words, they didn't lose even a shred of face. And yet some people call the Aburang clan cowards. The Fire Temple's toughest bones were destroyed. The third Hokage's eldest son was killed. Who would dare speak of being tough anymore? The security of Konoha's territory and the potential for hidden dangers were originally the responsibility of the police department. Now that so many things have happened, it's our Uchiha clan's responsibility. The Aburang clan can just settle in. Uchiha Yura would say the same polite words as usual, and even in front of everyone, he would speak with such arrogance and pride. Just in time for the police department to reorganize, the Aburang clan ninjas can join the police department. The Uchiha and all Konoha ninjas are essentially one entity, because, as the saying goes, family members don't speak like they're from different families. Uchiha Yura turned around and solemnly addressed a member of the elite clan, Uchiha Iron Fire. You are personally responsible for arranging the Aburang clan settlement. Don't be careless. Let the Aburang clan feel the warmth of home when they come to our place. Yes. Without waiting for anyone's reaction, Uchiha Yura then gave another person a meaningful instruction. The police department has discovered some unknown ninja clues in the Aburang clan's territory. You are to lead a police squad to investigate personally. Absolutely no mistakes are allowed. Yes. Well done. Aburang Shibi's mouth twitched after hearing the latter half of the sentence, inwardly cursing the shamelessness. This was clearly an attempt to divide the Aburang clan's territory and claim it under his Uchiha name. Naturally, the Uchiha clan found this piece of land unsightly, but the problem was that the Aburang clan couldn't do it. They needed to raise insects, and that required them to rely on this densely forested area. The Uchiha clan intended to completely tie them to their war chariots. Despite having prepared in advance, Aburang Shibi couldn't help but be secretly terrified by the opponent's shameless tactics. The young man before him possessed such ruthlessness that he was no less cunning than the third Hokage. He was truly a seasoned politician. At the same time, a subtle sense of relief arose in his heart. Lord Orochimaru valued this disciple so highly and nurtured him in such a way, it was clearly all in preparation for becoming the next Hokage. Does this mean that Orochimaru initially did a good job of nurturing the next Hokage? If another Sannin were to take the position this time, then upon Orochimaru's return, using the Sannin's influence, the Uchiha would undoubtedly be the Hokage Sannin faction, and his Aburang clan could also benefit from the situation. After the Aburang clan's affairs were settled, the elders were all momentarily shocked. For so many years, the clan had been suppressed, and suddenly it seemed to be showing signs of turning things around. First came the Hyuga, followed closely by the Aburang clan. The Uchiha now had allies, unlike before when they were alone and powerless, with only their clan remains. All of this happened so quickly that Uchiha Yura naturally saw through the elder's illusion. He weakly said, "All schemes are built on power from above. Without power, even deep-seated infighting is nothing more than a game of chess governed by rules. Only when you possess the strength to turn the tables will your opponent consider you an equal adversary." Uchiha Yura's words this time held a profound meaning, causing even the elder to tremble, his aged, cloudy eyes seemingly revealing a flicker of sudden understanding. The positions of Uchiha and the high-ranking Hokage were once not equal. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan's power. Seeing the elder muttering to himself for a moment, Uchiha Yura shook his head. The people in this shinobi world were far too inferior to him. The Mangekyo Sharingan is similar to the deterrent power of nuclear weapons. When do nuclear weapons become the most threatening and terrifying? The answer is to clearly state to everyone that the nuclear weapons have been transported to release gas and are specifically aimed at a few people. Preparing to fire them beforehand to have the greatest possible threat. Concealing your threat level is like leaving something in a dusty warehouse. Similarly, your threat level is significantly reduced, and your enemies will constantly probe your bottom line. Conversely, directly loading your Mangekyo Sharingan, clearly revealing that you've been bullied and want revenge, will instantly intimidate your enemy because they don't want to die with you. Hokage office building inside. As night fell, the Konoha F4 received news from the Aburang clan, and the four members' expressions turned grim. This time, it wasn't that they were at a disadvantage. It was simply that everything came together: the border turmoil, the turmoil in the Great Ming Prefecture, and so on, all of which restrained them. Now that Konoha is in turmoil, they can't even imagine whether other ninja villages might take advantage of this to try and seize the opportunity. If it were them, they would definitely have similar thoughts. Sarutobi, Konoha can't withstand this upheaval right now. That's right, Danzo has taken over. They've enjoyed the benefits, so naturally they should also shoulder their responsibilities. Midokado Homura and Uchiha Kaharu continuously comforted the third Hokage, each offering words of encouragement, as they didn't want to see their old friend fall at this time. So many things weighed heavily on this 60-year-old man, and he had just experienced the pain of losing a son. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, unusually weary, rubbed his eyebrows and listlessly smoked his pipe. The Aino Shikacho clans enjoy the benefits that come with it, so it's only natural that they would take action when trouble arises. What I'm worried about now isn't the opinions of the Aino Shikacho clans, but the Uchiha clan's problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, his eyes filled with weariness. He had too many things to deal with. As for the opinions of the Aino, Shika, and Sho clans, no one is stupid. When problems arise, they naturally share the burden. Surely you don't just think about the benefits and run away when you have the chance to help. That's a great idea. Danzo shouldn't have been so hasty in attacking Fugaku. At this moment, Uchiha and Kaharu remembered Fugaku in his good times, and immediately a look of regret appeared on her face. Before, the Uchiha were so kind, they could often give them a displeased look, and the Uchiha clan didn't dare to speak up, only able to silently endure it. But now, Fugaku has been assassinated, which is equivalent to someone directly slapping the Uchiha clan. They're instantly enraged, glaring at everyone with their eyes wide open, and will inevitably seek out the person who slapped them in the face to vent their anger. To put it bluntly, at that time, Fugaku was like a frog being boiled in warm water. The sudden assassination attempt was like someone pouring a small bucket of boiling water on the frog naturally. The frog would jump up from the boiling water. At this point, it's not about investigating Danzo's mistakes, and besides, Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan is too well hidden. Danzo's suspicion and subsequent actions are understandable. Midokado Homura disagreed, believing Danzo's actions were correct, only the timing wasn't ideal. If Konoha had been peaceful, what difference would it have made? It would have actually eliminated a major threat. Looking at the two of them, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a thick puff of smoke and said hoarsely, Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Danzo intervened, otherwise, if it had come to a crucial moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Sarutobi Hiruzen also made it clear that this crucial moment, when the conflict between the village and the Uchiha was at its most intense, would be the moment when Fugaku revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan, and that would be the moment of utter chaos. For them, concealing the Mangekyo Sharingan was an unsettling factor. Conversely, revealing it, while intimidating, also prepared them mentally. It's similar to this. If you don't have a Mangekyo small knife, I dare go to your door and throw a huge pile of excrement and curse you out. But if you suddenly tell everyone you have a Mangekyo weapon, then naturally, at most, people will just go to your door and curse you out. They wouldn't dare throw a huge pile of excrement, because what if it turns into a fight? This is the distinction between revealing and concealing weapons. Naturally, there are advantages and disadvantages. The downside is, once they actually make a move, it's not entirely certain they'll succeed, but they'll definitely be prepared for the Mangekyo Sharingan. And it won't be a surprise attack that turns the tables. Sarutobi, first and foremost, you need to calm down the Uchiha clan. The village cannot afford any major disturbances. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even lift his head, his voice hoarse and weak. The Uchiha clan spies have temporarily withdrawn. Right now, the most important thing is to stabilize the border unrest and deal with matters concerning the daimyo's mansion. As soon as the daimyo's mansion was mentioned, Midokado Homura frowned and shook his head, saying, the Fire Temple incident and the 12 ninja divisions have caused immense dissatisfaction within the daimyo's mansion. These upheavals have led to even greater discontent among the daimyo. The daimyo used this as an excuse to withdraw 2/3 of the funds for rebuilding the Fire Temple, which led to the Fire Temple's entire budget being diverted to the daimyo prefecture. They were also having a headache. The Temple of Fire was definitely a powerful and important force. They had worked so hard to gather a group of people, and now the Temple of Fire had been destroyed. The first Great Lord was initially furious upon seeing this news, but then a hint of joy appeared on his face. The Fire Temple has been destroyed, but its forces remain. After all, even the most resilient monks need to carry out their duties. The Guardian still has to obey the orders of the Grand Prefect to guard various temples and shrines. To put it bluntly, it's still a force, only its stronghold has been raided. But the Fire Temple's forces are currently facing a problem. The problem of revitalizing the Fire Temple. Where will the money come from? Where will the name come from? In short, your fire sect was so easily destroyed that the Great Lord questioned it. If you want to rely on the Great Lord to rebuild the Great Lord's mansion, you need to submit a formal petition. Two-facedness is definitely not allowed. The Great Lord was not a fool. He used his wealth and resources to nurture a group of ungrateful people. As a result, this time, everyone in the fire sect had no choice but to reluctantly side with the Great Lord, completely aligning themselves with him. The Grand Prefecture benefited from this misfortune, gaining complete control over such an important force as the fire element. Let Asuma get back first, and at the same time, have Root temporarily go into hiding. Sarutobi Hiruzen analyzed the pros and cons, his voice hoarse as he spoke, and Midokado Homura nodded in agreement. Not bad. The 12 divergent signals have affected quite a few people, but they've also revealed the truth. The daimyo is now dissatisfied with Konoha, and this is definitely not the time to step down. Danzo Root was carrying out a plan targeting the daimyo's mansion. They knew about it, and even strongly agreed with it. After all, when it came to causing trouble, their role was merely to instigate and fan the flames. But in these turbulent times, they are now battered and bruised. But at that very moment, an ANBO member relayed some intelligence back, causing Sarutobi Hiruzen to fall silent. It seemed that having experienced so much, his ability to accept things had greatly increased. The 12 ninja guards of the daimyo's mansion have now split into two factions due to internal conflicts. Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Midokado Homura couldn't help but frown, then shook his head and said, "Summon Asuma, cut off all of Root's henchmen, and hide them. We shouldn't anger the daimyo's mansion at this time." Not bad. First, stabilize the border situation. Wait until the village is completely stable again. Then we can slowly plan our next move. Uchiha Koharu also agreed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement, though his expression was somewhat grim. Looking up at the two of them, he hoarsely uttered the words he had been holding back deep in his heart. Shinizuki's situation, it seems, has absolutely nothing to do with Root. With that one sentence, the expressions of Uchiha Koharu and Midokado Homura instantly changed. They had deliberately avoided discussing this matter, but they didn't expect it to still be brought up. At this moment, the two fell silent. From childhood to the present, the four of them had endured countless hardships, and it was this kind of trust and understanding that had allowed Konoha to develop to its current state. But now, the greatest crisis of trust had emerged. Danzo's persistent pursuit of the Hokage position stems from this motive. No matter what, Shinizuki was still his own son. Sarutobi Hiruzen, though a tyrannical ninja, wouldn't eat his own cubs, and how could he not feel heartbroken for his own son? Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen said something so objective, Danzo had this motive, and this was something both Uchiha Koharu and Midokado Homura clearly knew. Sarutobi. Uchiha Koharu's throat felt dry at the mention of this, but he still managed to suppress his inner turmoil, not wanting their relationship to fall apart. Without waiting for Uchiha Koharu to say anything, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, sighed, and waved his hand, saying, "No need to say anything. Shinizuki has left. Now the village needs to be stable." Renshang truly lives up to his name, for the sake of the village, and even more so for his own will of fire. He can temporarily suppress all factors affecting the village's stability, even if it involves his own child. However, the seeds have already been planted. Under the cover of night, the Hokage's office building was brightly lit. All members of the Anbu and Root forces had prepared for the worst-case scenario, and all the Jonin of Konoha had also received orders. The Konoha high-ranking officials had also prepared for the worst-case scenario. But similarly, as long as there is still room for maneuver, no one wants to stand idly by and watch a terrible event unfold. The Konoha high-ranking officials don't want that, and neither does the Uchiha clan. Those who destroy their own homes are a minority of warmongers. In the Hokage's office, Saratobi Hiruzen, Mitokado Homura, and Utatane Kaharu, the three of them had weathered many storms, and at this moment, all three were patiently waiting. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, Dando was presiding over this conference, with only the Aino, Shika, and Sho clan leaders present. Uchiha Itachi, a member of the squad, leaked intelligence, and there's also the Uchiha clan's farm. Although all of this was done for the sake of the village's peace, the intelligence was transmitted through the village's intelligence agency. Shimura Danzu had no regrets about everything he had done. If he had any regrets, it was his excessive underestimation of Uchiha Yoru, this little brat. He never imagined that this kid had the potential to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. If he had known, he would have attacked both of them together, and there wouldn't have been so much trouble. At this moment, Shimura Danzu revealed only one cold eye, staring at the three clan leaders of the Uchiha clans. The Uchiha, as the most prestigious clan in Konoha and even the shinobi world, absolutely cannot tolerate such humiliation. This accidental leak of intelligence is also the source of their anger. Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Chusa exchanged uneasy glances. Then Shimura Danzu slowly stood up, leaving behind a single sentence before heading towards the door. "I'll be waiting for your answer in the Hokage's office." As the sound of the meeting room door closing echoed, Aino, Shika, and Cho finally couldn't contain their emotions. Yamanaka Inoichi, with an even more intense and resentful expression, slammed his fist on the floor and angrily said, "Damn it, it's obvious that Root used intelligence channels. And now they want us to take the blame." The chubby Akimichi Chuzo also had a worried expression on his face. This was the first time in many years that their three clans had encountered such a difficult problem to solve. "Shikaku, do you have any solutions?" Nara Shikaku, the renowned strategist and advisor to the Hokage, looked at the two with a melancholic expression, shaking his head dejectedly and saying, "Once the Uchiha seized the opportunity, there was no turning back. Uchiha Yoru, the newly appointed clan head, has just taken office. This action not only unites the Uchiha clan but also shows them hope under his leadership. Therefore, the Uchiha will not give up." Regarding this Uchiha tactic, Nara Shikaku also rubbed his eyebrows in frustration. After the Uchiha were isolated, internal debates have persisted. Some hoped for a peaceful resolution, while others wanted to use force to negotiate with the village's high-ranking officials. But Fugaku's death has been seized upon as an opportunity, a chance to unify the entire clans thinking towards the outside world. Once successful, the Uchiha would see a glimmer of hope for a counterattack, shifting all internal conflicts to the outside. Uchiha Yoru, the new clan head, with his leadership abilities and the Mangekyo Sharingan, would leave no room for error. Even more crucial is timing. Right now, the Uchiha clan has the best opportunity. Nara Shikaku shook his head at this point. The Uchiha had seized all the advantages of timing, location, and human resources. The border region was shaken, causing widespread panic. The daimyo's 12 guardians, along with the fire temple, were all crowded together. If this had happened a month earlier, the Uchiha wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. To put it bluntly, the Uchiha clan also saw the opportunity. You don't want the village to be further shaken, and neither do I. But you have always oppressed the Uchiha clan. Now that we have seized the opportunity to retaliate, you should at least give us an explanation." Finally, Yamanaka Inoichi, with a forced, bewildered smile, looked at the two men and said, "As the Minister of Intelligence, I am responsible for all of this and will not involve our three clans." "Inoichi, you!" Akimichi Chusa said anxiously, but Nara Shikaku, unusually, fell silent. The three of them were indeed sworn brothers, but at the same time, they bore the responsibility for the family's rise and fall. The pressure on them was immense, so great that in this situation, where the family's fortunes depended on it, they couldn't act according to their own temperaments. Without knowing what he was thinking, Yamanaka Inoichi took a deep breath, concealing all his emotions, and instead revealed a carefree smile as he looked at the two people, his golden ponytail fluttering in the wind. "I'm leaving now. I'll go home first. You don't need to worry about the rest." As the Minister of Intelligence, Yamanaka Inoichi was the top-ranking person in charge, and their bond of life and death was quite strong. In their youth, they could impulsively sacrifice their lives for each other, but now, it was clear that such a sacrifice was unnecessary. Moreover, and more importantly, they not only have their own clans, but also their own families. Narishikaku has his own young son, and Akimichi Chuse is the same. Everyone has their own selfish motives at the last moment. Inside the Hokage's office building, 4 pairs of eyes peered through the windows, watching the figure of the blonde-haired man walking away in a dazed state. All for breath to sigh of relief. They knew that the Aino Shikacho clans had made their own choice. Would the Aino Shikacho clan blame them? They had never considered this point before. Political alliances are essentially alliances of interests. If the Aino Shikacho clan were truly so naive, they would have another option. The 3 clans were willing to shed blood for the Uchiha clan, but such a price was undoubtedly enormous. Doing so would cost them the trust of the higher echelons. Furthermore, facing such a huge loss, the Aino Shikacho clans had worked so hard for so many years. Now they were being asked to give up. How is that possible? The interests of the clan and personal interests. As clan leaders, they did not hesitate to shoulder their responsibilities. Uchiha clan territory. On this chaotic night, having been banished to the outskirts of Konoha, the Uchiha, who had been patient for so many years, revealed their true nature, causing the entire Konoha to have a sleepless night. Previously, Fugaku led the Uchiha clan through internal conflicts and constant external oppression, revealing a hidden aura of self-preservation and self-righteousness, which gradually diminished the fear many people had of the Uchiha. As soon as Uchiha Yoru took office, he revealed his true colors, seizing every opportunity to bite back relentlessly. Displaying fearless courage and the powerful confidence of his Mangekyo Sharingan, instantly increasing everyone's apprehension towards him. This is the difference between the two sides. It's not that their leadership abilities are vastly different, but rather that they lack information and awareness, and also, they are given the right timing. If Uchiha Fugaku had known from the very beginning that he was doomed, his methods certainly wouldn't have been so gentle. After all, death was inevitable anyway. Not resorting to violence would be truly insane. Furthermore, Fugaku's timing wasn't good at that time. On the contrary, Konoha was weak, almost on the verge of collapse, with its borders and the land of fire in turmoil. Which is why this scene unfolded. Uchiha Yoru had the advantage of timing, location, and human resources, while Uchiha Fugaku, in power, had absolutely nothing. Clan leader, the Aburang clan moved here overnight, and the Hyuga clan, who had separated, have also joined the ranks. At this moment, the elite members of the Uchiha clan were more excited than ever before. They had all been suppressed for too long, and today they were suddenly unleashed. Everyone was filled with fervent enthusiasm for this young, resourceful clan leader. Sitting upright in his place of honor, Uchiha Yoru held a red book in one hand and sipped a cup of very cold tea with the other, nodding gently in response to his subordinates' reports. Continue to strengthen the defenses and at the same time, inform the entire village. Do not let the Uchiha clan's actions affect the entire village. After those words were casually uttered, all the Uchiha Jonin in the room exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a strange mix of surprise and amusement. If this rumor spreads, will anyone believe it? Some people were so bewildered they couldn't even touch the ground, but the old minister sat upright beside the momentary turbidity in the elder's eyes. A glint of light flashed, and he let out a hoarse, gentle cough, his gaze sweeping across everyone. The chieftain has spoken. Why aren't you all going to carry out the order? As soon as the command was given, some people scratched their heads in confusion and went to comply. The rest, however, showed relieved smiles. Now, having witnessed Uchiha Yoru's tactics, the elders were instantly reassured and even began to decide to transfer all authority. Just as Uchiha Yoru said, special circumstances require special treatment. Now, the Uchiha clan cannot withstand any upheaval, and this time, he also witnessed the terrifying power unleashed by a united clan, a power that even Konoha needs to consider. Clan leader, the third Hokage has arrived. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out, and shadows flickered within the Uchiha clan's territory. The sky, at any moment, turned gloomy with drizzling rain, adding another layer of color to the already stifling atmosphere of the village. Inside the Uchiha clan compound, the short, thin figure of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, walked to the forefront. His hood pulled low, obscuring his expression, but the oppressive aura he exuded commanded everyone to respect him. Following behind were the Aino Shikacho Jonin, a small group of only about a dozen, but among them was a stretcher covered with a white cloth, through which the outlines of a person could be seen intermittently. A strand of blonde hair was revealed, and with one less clan leader among the Aino Shikacho clans, even the Uchiha ninjas were shocked by this sight. The harsh winter had just passed, and this hazy drizzle only intensified the chill. The figure walking towards the mansion's courtyard stopped. Uchiha Yoru and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, reunited once again in the courtyard of Fugaku Mansion. This time, a hazy drizzle fell, and the two calmly gazed at each other. The intelligence sector's disclosure of classified information, especially when exploited by enemy nations, deeply saddens me, Uchiha Fugaku. But this pain isn't just felt by the Uchiha. I also feel the same sorrow at losing my eldest son, Shinosuke. This is similar to Konoha's pain. Intelligence Minister Yamanaka Inoichi felt so humiliated and ashamed that he committed suicide by disembowelment at home. Sarutobi Hiruzen's calm tone made it impossible to discern the old man's emotions or what he was thinking. As his voice slowly echoed around, everyone's eyes instantly turned towards the white stretcher. Even the Uchiha clan members who had just begun shouting were stunned, and a chill ran down their spines. Forcing a clan leader to his death made them feel that things had spiraled out of control. When this story spread, the Uchiha's reputation would become even more tarnished. Uchiha Night God's expression calmed down, but inwardly, a storm raged. What a ruthless third Hokage! With such a cruel counterattack, the Uchiha clan would henceforth bear a terrible reputation. This child is Aburame Torin, and currently the only Aburame clan member who controls the ninja nanopoison insects. Following behind a stunned 7- or 8-year-old boy, a teenager wearing a pair of close-fitting leather goggles was now pushed forward. At this moment, the Aino Shikacho clans glared angrily at Uchiha Yoru, while the remaining Uchiha clan members felt a little ashamed. Such a big child! Wouldn't the rumor spread that the Uchiha clan forced the Yamanaka clan's head to his death and then bullied the child? To the point of intelligence leaks? In the ninja world, who dares say that intelligence reports are absolutely foolproof? Even the intelligence agencies of the 5 great ninja villages are constantly being stolen from each other. Just because you Uchiha are powerful, do you really have to pursue this to the very end? Sarutobi Hiruzen's counterattack directly caused Uchiha Yoru's newly built-up prestige to begin to waver, as if he had become an evil person. Looking at the thin, frail old man before him, Uchiha Yoru took a deep breath and coldly stared at the Aino Shikacho clans with a look of disdain. If you're wrong, you must admit it. If you know you're wrong, you must change. If you're beaten, you must be serious. You must dare to do and dare to take responsibility. If everyone disregards the rules and regulations of the hidden Leaf Village, then what's the point of having these ninja rules? The so-called 6 departments of Konoha might as well disband. Things had reached this point. Whoever retreated would lose. Uchiha Yoru refused to back down even an inch, coldly staring at everyone, his gaze finally settling on the third Hokage, his veiled warnings clearly directed at everyone. Third Hokage, are you right? Was White Fang's contribution significant enough back then? Was Orochimaru's contribution significant enough? Was Uchiha Madara's contribution in founding Konoha significant enough? After 3 hours of relentless questioning directed straight at his soul, Uchiha Yoru's expression grew even colder, causing the Aino, Shika, and Sho clans Jonin to recoil in fear. Unable to meet his gaze. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the young man even more intently. He had truly misjudged him. Orochimaru had actually nurtured such a disaster for the village. He was indeed a very harmful person. Not bad, the Uchiha clan had his right. If you make a mistake, you must admit it, and even more so, you must change. Konoha's rules cannot be broken by anyone, not even Uchiha Madara, the founder of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Yoru's confrontation was completely uninhibited, openly displayed in front of everyone, and also openly revealed. Given the current situation, Uchiha Madara's secret was bound to be revealed sooner or later. It would be better to let Uchiha Yoru himself take advantage of the situation and reveal it, thus gaining the moral high ground. Uchiha Yoru's soul-searching 3-part question directly turned the murder of a minor Yamanaka clan leader into an insignificant matter. If you still want to argue, then I ask you, can the entire Yamanaka clan combined compare to the 3 previous individuals? Saratobi Hiruzen sternly shouted, also warning everyone that in Konoha, everyone must follow the rules, and anyone who dares to break the rules will be severely punished without mercy. At that moment, the Uchiha clan's morale, which had just begun to waver, instantly stabilized. In fact, the surrounding Uchiha clan members, upon hearing this, showed even more resolute expressions. That's right, are they the ones who forced their own deaths? If you really want to calculate it, White Fang, Orochimaru, what do you say? Even their own ancestors brought out the immortal corpse, and you Aino Shikacho clans still dare to defy them. You still dare to glare at me? I'll kill you all. Everyone is behaving themselves, nobody's afraid of anyone, to the point of a notorious reputation. So let's talk about the White Fang incident before we discuss it further. To put it bluntly, this is a clash between Uchiha Yoru and the Third Hokage. If you dare to slander the Uchiha clan again, then we Uchiha clan are not to be trifled with. We are evenly matched, neither of us should mock the other. The White Fang and Orochimaru incidents didn't happen that long ago. A light drizzle fell, and in a courtyard within the Uchiha clan's compound, the dim streetlights illuminated the Yoru screen as two sides stood in standoff. Facing Saratobi Hiruzen's counterattack, Uchiha Yoru took a deep breath. His opponent was very difficult to deal with, and he was also giving it his all. The Third Hokage's words make sense, but the shinobi world is currently in turmoil with too many enemies acting too recklessly, thinking Konoha is weak and easy to bully. Not only are they causing trouble within the Land of Fire without any restraint, but they've even infiltrated the village and are secretly monitoring the Uchiha clan. Humiliation, utterly humiliating. At this moment, Uchiha Yoruichi glared angrily at the surrounding clan members, shouting even louder. As members of the Uchiha clan responsible for Konoha's security, we are being monitored by ninjas from an enemy nation. This is a slap in the face. This is truly a great humiliation for the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan, as the protectors of Konoha's stability and power, and also as the head of the clan's police department, must, from today onwards, shoulder the responsibility of protecting the village, especially the major clans of Konoha. It was the Uchiha and Senju clans who joined forces to maintain peace and security, attracting the major clans to join. Therefore, from now on, the police department must absolutely ensure the safety of the major clans of Konoha. Maintain a high level of vigilance, but similarly, you must also be careful not to interfere in the internal affairs of the major clans while maintaining vigilance on the periphery. Uchiha Yoru also seized the opportunity in the darkness and sternly shouted a reprimand at all the Uchiha members, his eyes filled with rage as if venting something. But Saratobi Hiruzen clearly knew that this Uchiha clan head, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, was no longer afraid of him in terms of power. Such a resolute tactic was a response to being monitored and a counterattack. After angrily berating all the members of the clan, Uchiha Yoru turned to look at the Third Hokage, and the anger on his face instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by an expression of respect. Third Hokage-sama, do you have any further instructions for the police department? Faced with this Uchiha clan head who had turned against him so quickly, the Third Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen rarely showed a smile that betrayed his true feelings. Not bad. Orochimaru will definitely be pleased when he sees you. You've truly surpassed your teacher. You're even more outstanding than Orochimaru. The unspoken meaning was that you are even more dangerous than Orochimaru. But Uchiha Yoru, feigning ignorance, turned to look at the bewildered Aburang Torin. Wherever you are, Aburang clan is a close friend of our Uchiha clan. Quickly take this child with you. From today onwards, this child will form a small team with Itachi and will also be my disciple. Shameless. This is the Aino Shikacho clan sentiment, a sentiment shared by everyone. For such a child, the most difficult thing to do is to bear the brunt of bullying, no matter what the Uchiha do. But they never imagined Uchiha Yoru would be so shameless. He directly took the person as his disciple, then arranged for them to be by Uchiha Itachi's side. Wasn't that essentially saying in front of everyone that he believed it wasn't this child who did it, while also dragging the Aburang clan into the mess? Therefore, since you, Uchiha clan head, have taken this child as your child, you must take good care of him, her. Saratobi Hiruzen gazed intently at the young man, and from now on, he no longer regarded him as just a child, but rather placed him on an equal footing. Meanwhile, Nora Shikaku and Akimichi Chusa, who were carrying the stretcher on their backs, showed expressions of grief. At this moment, the heavy stretcher in their hands seemed to become insignificant. Yamanaka Inoichi died completely indifferently, essentially failing to achieve everything he rightfully deserved. Uchiha clan head, Yamanaka Inoichi's wife is also chasing after you. Are you satisfied? Narashikaku was deeply moved for the first time, no longer relying on her calm mind, but instead, for the first time, expressing her inner anger through questioning. Facing Narashikaku's questioning, Uchiha Yoru slowly walked past the third Hokage, approached the stretcher, calmly lifted the white cloth, revealing the face of Yamanaka Inoichi, who had long since lost all signs of life. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's face showed sorrow in front of everyone. Looking up at the sky, he sighed softly and said, Yamanaka Inoichi, though not killed by the Uchiha, died because of the Uchiha, so similar to the White Fang before. Upon hearing these words, Narashikaku instantly regained his composure, his icy gaze fixed on the other party, a chill rising in his heart. The Uchiha clan was determined to challenge the Konoha high-ranking officials to a duel. Otherwise, they wouldn't have repeatedly mentioned the White Fang incident, clearly cursing them, saying that it was obvious they used their own methods to kill their family members. And yet they still want to frame others. Previously, the Uchiha clan had considered reconciliation, but now it's clear they realize that soft methods aren't working and are preparing to resort to hard tactics. If you won't give us face when we talk things out, we'll take the hard line and fight for all our rights. Facing the hateful gazes of the Aino Shikacho clans, Uchiha Nightheart inwardly sneered. Although he didn't turn to look at the third Hokage, he clearly understood their intentions. Even three insignificant figures dare to show off their power. Aren't they just relying on their positions on the Hokage's list and their connections? And with the third Hokage ignoring them like this, it's clear they want to make the Uchiha clan offend someone. Why would the Uchiha be afraid of offending anyone? Previously, the clan's intention was to forge friendly relations with the major clans, but other clans either didn't dare or remained indifferent. It was no different. Who could stop the Uchiha from gaining power? So, are the Uchiha afraid of offending people? Thinking this, Uchiha Yoru ignored the Nara and Akimichi clans and looked directly at the leading ninja of the Yamanaka clan. He walked over and sighed dejectedly, saying, Are you the new clan head of the Yamanaka clan? Although it was a question, the tone clearly revealed a sense of confirmation. This jonin of the Yamanaka clan, having never experienced such a situation before, couldn't help but feel secretly nervous. However, he still managed to suppress his panic, bowing his head and saying in a low voice, I am Yamanaka Inoichi's cousin. So that's how it is, brother, you died with me. The eldest brother is dead, and the powerful cousin has taken over everything. He clearly has a sorrowful expression, but he speaks with such sarcasm, yet no one dares to say anything. Even within the Uchiha clan, many are secretly murdering, wondering if the clan head is being a bit too harsh. But then, something even more outrageous happened, leaving everyone wide-eyed. Uchiha Yoru calmly grasped the shoulder of the new clan head, Yamanaka, and whispered, I heard that senior Yamanaka Inoichi has only one daughter, and both her parents died because of the Uchiha clan's past actions. From today onwards, the Uchiha clan is willing to raise senior Inoichi's daughter to alleviate the shame in his heart. Narashikaku and Akimichi Chusa, upon hearing these words, were about to retort when they looked up and saw Uchiha Yoru's cold Megakyu Sharingan staring intently at them. Threatening. This isn't negotiation, it's intimidation. Facing such a threat, the new head of the Yamanaka clan felt more resentment than fear. The Uchiha clan are all madman. Madman. Cough cough. Inoichi's daughter seems to have just reached the age where she's preparing to extract chakra. At this moment, the third Hokage turned around, and facing Uchiha Yoru's Mangekyu Sharingan, he calmly said, his words implying that the Aino Shikacho clan's daughter was of little value and would not reveal the clan's secret techniques. At the same time, while mocking the Uchiha clan for mistreating a child, Uchiha Yoru, equally unwilling to be outdone, shook his head and sighed, retorting, the death of a brother in a large clan is not something ordinary people can understand. I only wanted to protect the innocent child. What kind of clan are you Sarutobi clan members calculating against? The Aino Shikacho clan is still a clan of secret techniques, after all. In terms of clan hierarchy, bloodline clans are at the highest, followed by secret technique clans, and the lowest are you clans that have neither bloodline nor secret techniques. In this large clan involved in a bloody incident, this child is the only surviving offspring of the previous clan leader, and is therefore a threat to the current clan leader. This statement also encompasses his current self. If it had come from someone else, it might have been different, but coming from him, it indirectly conveyed to everyone that he would absolutely not lay a hand on the son of the clan's patriarch. He would act with integrity and sit upright. However, the third Hokage was inwardly sneering, "Of course you're not afraid. With your Mangekyo Sharingan activated, why would you be afraid of two younger brothers?" The Yamanaka clan thanks the clan leader for his concern. Although the new clan leader of the Yamanaka clan was terrified, he still spoke up despite the difficulties. If he were to back down, he would likely have to replace the new clan leader upon his return. However, it is precisely because of today that he must protect the child well in front of the clan chief. Otherwise, someone with ulterior motives will seize the opportunity. At that moment, he hadn't even considered dealing with the child. This scene, while similar in nature, was a clash between the third Hokage and the Uchiha clan, and Ino Shikacho was also a member of the third Hokage's faction. A battle ensued, with both sides evenly matched, neither gaining an advantage, but Uchiha Yoru ultimately achieved everything he desired. That is dignity and certainly a sign of status. The Uchiha clan was once ostracized, and their choice was to endure. But after rising to power, their choice was to show their fangs. Without resorting to underhanded tactics, the Uchiha clan naturally had to strive for unparalleled treatment. For example, no one is allowed to monitor them, and no one is allowed to arbitrarily show off their power over the Uchiha clan. Anyone who dares to do so must be prepared to face the strongest counterattack from the clan. Previously, all sorts of forbearance and concessions were broken, which could be said to have once again straightened the Uchiha clan's spine. They had not yet fully reclaimed their former power, such as the power they once held over the Nine Tails. But Uchiha Yoru made the clan hold their heads high again, returning to their previous mindset. The Uchiha clan is never wrong, and whoever dares to act arrogantly and recklessly, I will deal with them. Konoha cannot afford any turmoil. Tomorrow, I want to see the police department operating as usual. Before leaving, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen conveyed his message in a commanding tone, and Uchiha Yoru also achieved his goal. Naturally, things would not be handled in a way that would give anyone a weakness to exploit. Third Hokage, rest assured, from now on, Konoha will welcome a brand new and even more powerful police force. Uchiha Yoru, equally unafraid, directly and solemnly shouted. Raising someone to the Uchiha level will naturally make them stronger, and the more powerful they become, the less likely the village will take action against them. After a brief period of gloomy rain, everything that happened yesterday seemed like a dream. This morning, the people of Konoha were somewhat bewildered as they watched the police patrols once again, as if none of this had ever happened. However, a notice posted at the Hokage's office stated that the police force felt deeply inadequate and needed to recruit even more powerful ninja to protect the village's stability and prevent incidents involving Shinizuke, the Fire Temple, and Uchiha Fugaku from happening again. All of this makes it clear to everyone that everything that happened yesterday was real. On the streets, those who once harbored some dissatisfaction towards the Uchiha dared not show it openly, only secretly muttering curses under their breath. No one dared to show any disrespect to their face. The Uchiha clan is now completely different from how it was before. Hokage office building inside. The beautiful sunlight streamed through the window, and Sarutobi Hiruzen regained his composure, his sharp mind continuously reviewing each piece of intelligence. Have Narashikaku go to the front lines to receive Kakashi, and order Kakashi to return to Konoha. To be. The border forces are being reinforced, and at the same time, they are facing all provocations and retaliating fiercely, even against the ninjas of the Cloud Village. Yes, the entire Anbu are to take over the investigation of the Fire Temple, and within the Fire Country. Any instances of hired wave-wielding activities exceeding the scale of a squad 17 people must be thoroughly investigated. Following the orders given by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Konoha war machine continued to operate without interruption. He now needs to send Kakashi back to continue his infiltration around Uchiha Yoru. He needs more information now that Uchiha Yoru has escaped his control, and so has the Uchiha clan. Yesterday was Uchiha Fugaku's funeral, and it seemed as if nothing had happened. but now the situation in Konoha has changed. The new Uchiha clan leader, having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, used a forceful approach to unite the hearts of all clan members, and simultaneously established a complete alliance with the split Hyuga and Aburame clans. Following this, the police force, realizing they were insufficient to adequately protect Konoha's safety, began openly expanding their military presence. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, having uncovered all of the Uchiha clan's trump cards, has temporarily achieved a relatively stable situation. Konoha's most urgent needs now are to stabilize the turbulent border and to properly handle the affairs of the daimyo's mansion. Police Department Headquarters. Standing rigidly in the high-rise building, Uchiha Yoro exuded an air of confidence as he looked at everyone, continuously delivering his newly appointed official orders. Continue recruiting elite ninjas in the village. Don't be afraid of any spy sent from any faction. Just say that you must work at the police department, and that's enough. The salary we pay at the police department is compensation for the time spent on missions, not for selling yourselves. Uchiha Yoro's meaning was very clear. Don't worry about what people do after work. Our salary is based on the hours worked and the tasks performed. As long as they don't arrive late or leave early and actively complete their work, that's enough. To be. The 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th squads have been planning to recruit a large number of personnel from outside, and naturally, this isn't just a superficial undertaking. Kakashi will be returning soon. Kakashi will be the captain of the 9th squad. Hyuga Hizashi will be the captain of the 8th squad. Uchiha Shisui will be the captain of the 7th squad. And Aburame Shibi will be the vice-captain. The 6th squad will temporarily be led by the original squad leader, but this time we hope to fairly and justly select a new squad leader from among the subordinates. Yes, before Friday, Saturday, and August, the 3 captains didn't need to worry. Orders were given for them to return to headquarters and re-establish a squad. This squad was tasked with protecting the family elders, and the clan leader, ensuring their safety when they went out. They were the elite of the elite. Uchiha Yoro remained serious after issuing the order, practically giving the police department a thorough reassessment. But none of the squad leaders in the office showed any dissatisfaction. On the contrary, they appeared excited and agitated. Water Kingdom. A figure slowly emerged from the mist-shrouded valley. Lord Parakura, I have come to welcome you. At that moment, from behind the rocky mountain, a ninja from the hidden mist village slowly emerged from the thick fog. When his face was revealed, Sakura noticed the gentle expression on his forehead protector. It's tough for you, but you're just crossing a mountain valley. There's no chance of getting lost. Haha, you're right, sir, please. This hidden mist village ninja scratched his head, revealing an embarrassed smile that was quite charming. With a faint smile, Parakura looked at the hidden mist village ninja, but after the warning from Konoha's Uchiha Yoro a while ago, she was still full of vigilance. Silently observing the surroundings, she discovered there were no traps, and in an instant, she inwardly chuckled mockingly. She had been foolish to trust the Konoha ninjas. The Sand Village ninjas and the Mist Village ninjas are so far apart, and there are no conflicts of interest between them, so forming an alliance is the best choice. Just as Sakura had lowered her guard and looked at the hidden mist village ninja, she didn't notice the cold glint in the eyes of this shy, smiling hidden mist village ninja who had lowered his head. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a figure dodged, blood splattering everywhere. At that moment, Sakura's face showed an expression of disbelief. A kunai was still embedded in her back. If she hadn't reacted so quickly, if the kunai had penetrated just a little deeper, it could have directly severed her heart. What are you doing? At this moment, Sakura remembered Uchiha Yoro's look of pity and warning, and her anger intensified as she glared at the hidden mist village ninja. Experience the suffering. The hidden mist village ninja burst into maniacal laughter. All his earlier embarrassment was just a facade. The figure instantly flickered and disappeared into the thick fog, but the sound of tearing wind came from all directions. Terrifying Sakura, kunai, and shuriken were everywhere. A thick fog descended, a large rock lay behind her, and at that moment, cold sweat dripped from her temples. Her back was covered in blood. Damn it! Uchiha Yoro's prediction had come true. Such a beautiful back. It's such a shame it's full of kunai. As this statement came to mind, Sakura couldn't help but shudder. Was all of this really as Uchiha Yoro had said? Or was it all just a Konoha conspiracy? His calm eyes swept across the surroundings, following Parakura's figure as she slowly disappeared without a trace. But throughout the valley, hidden mist village ninjas displayed bloodthirsty cat and mouse smiles. Deep inside the cave, Sakura knew she couldn't escape for the time being. She was clearly on guard, but she hadn't expected to still fall into the trap. The glass tube shattered in an instant, revealing a black snake inside, seemingly awakened from hibernation. In the gloomy surroundings, the snake opened its mouth, emitting a series of nauseating chewing sounds. First, a hand slowly reached out, then that hand braced against the ground, and a figure emerged from within the black snake. The figure, drenched in slime, quickly dried upon contact with the air, revealing a face that was Uchiha Yoru. Haha, it seems you still haven't listened. Seeing Uchiha Yoru's mocking expression, Parakura coldly retorted, "Isn't this what you wanted to see?" She couldn't believe that the other person would be so kind as to save her. Even a devil wouldn't believe it if they said there was no ulterior motive. Haha, every village has corrupt high-ranking officials who cling to power and refuse to let go, and people, like you and me, once we become powerful, will be ostracized. Facing Sakura's cold smile, Uchiha Yoru made no attempt to conceal his true intentions. The rotten roots have begun greedily stealing the nutrients from the great tree, so you need my help. And similarly, I need your help. Facing this somewhat incomprehensible man, a wary look appeared in Sakura's eyes. She wasn't the naive Haku, nor was she a mere ninja. Anyone who could command the fourth Kazukage's respect must possess their own faction and power. Otherwise, a simple ninja would be nothing more than a powerful tool. You want to incite internal conflict among the Sand Village ninjas? Parka emphatically stated something that echoed through the cave, while Uchiha Yoru, with a disappointed expression, shook his head and said to Shallow, "If your vision only extends this far, then you've disappointed me greatly. Once you return to the Sand Village ninja community and your mind has calmed down, I think you have the potential to gain some insight." Slowly walking up behind Sakura, Uchiha Yoru looked at the bloodstains on her back and immediately shook his head, sighing, "I told you so. Such a beautiful back. What a pity." "Shut up." In response to Uchiha's teasing, Parakura didn't directly respond with a cold snort. After all, she was now like a fish in a bowl. If the other party had the ability to rescue her, that would be best. But if not, she wouldn't lose anything either. I've said it before, this offering will save your life when you're about to die, but it also has the potential to hasten your demise. Facing the threat of death, Parakura maintained only a cold expression. Having reached this point, death simply could no longer frighten them. Uchiha Yoru first slowly extended both hands to treat the bleeding on the other person's back. Fortunately, the wounds were not deep. Following that, he slowly bowed his head and rested it on the other person's neck. Uchiha Yoru revealed a sinister smile, slowly opened his mouth, and immediately bit down on the flesh of the neck. In an instant, fresh blood gushed out, and at the same time, the mysterious cursed power within his teeth quickly infiltrated the wound into his opponent's body, causing Sakura to cry out in pain. "This is the offering. Whether you can survive depends on yourself. This shadow clone of mine is sealed within the chakra of the summoning beast. As time passes, the chakra also dissipates. It's only enough to treat and prevent your body from disintegrating. The chakra only lasts for 2 hours." The pain was unimaginable. Pakura gritted her teeth, clutching her neck, the intense agony turning into groans, while Uchiha Yoru slowly rummaged through her opponent's bag, pulling out explosive tags, steel wire kunai, and other weapons. Following that, traps were well placed around the perimeter of the passage, and finally, Uchiha Yoru even performed hand seals to set up a barrier. This barrier can prevent the detection of ninja senses, but similarly, I need to stabilize your body. Your chakra can only last for an hour and a half. The rest is up to your own fate. Seeing Sakura clenching her teeth in such agony that she couldn't even make a sound, Uchiha Yoruichi shook her head, then stepped forward and used her healing jutsu to stabilize herself, trying to help her adapt to the cursed seal's power as quickly as possible. In the mountain valley, dark shadows, resembling fleas, flickered incessantly. "Continue your investigation. The Sand Village ninja must be hiding. There's no way they could have escaped." To be. Dozens of enraged ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village searched the entire valley but couldn't find him. Finally, their rage turned into a desperate search, and at dawn, a pair of eyes slowly opened in a mountain cave. With bloodshot eyes slowly opening, Sakura felt her body surge with renewed strength. The wounds on her back had completely healed. The power of a high-level medical ninja was undeniable. More importantly, when she touched the area around the curse mark, she immediately sneered and said, "Although I don't know what your intentions are, I have indeed survived." A talisman was taped to her chest, and a life-binding seal was attached to it. Once she lost her life force, the talisman would detonate, burying her alive in this mountain cave. With a single strike of the explosive charm, Parakura gritted her teeth, her expression showing unbearable suffering last night, but she wasn't completely devoid of feeling. Uchiha Yoru. What a beautiful back, what a regrettable figure. These words, in the end, only served to further accentuate the explosive charm stuck to her chest. As her rage subsided, the cursed power began to spread, and in a short time, half of Sakura's body was covered in black cursed patterns, and her body was further strengthened. Rumble! From within the mountain valley, a resounding roar echoed, and the Blaze Release user, Sakura, appeared. This time, however, she relied on immense power to directly break through the defenses and then vanished into the land of water. The Konoha Uchiha incident spread throughout the shinobi world. Uchiha Fugaku was assassinated, and the new clan had turned out to be the 18-year-old genius ninja, Uchiha Yoru. But then, when news spread that Uchiha Yoru had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan under direct pressure from his clan, the entire shinobi world was instantly thrown into turmoil. Those unfamiliar with the Mangekyo Sharingan, after researching its origins, became even more wary. Upon activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Yoru immediately transcended the ranks of geniuses, and was even listed by every major ninja village as a powerful S-class ninja with cage-level strength and dangerous potential. At the same time, Konoha was shaken by a series of scandals in the shinobi world. Every major ninja village was excitedly grinning and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Konoha, once known as the greatest ninja village in the world, seemed to have begun to decline since the Three Great Ninja Wars. The assassination of the third Hokage's eldest son, the head of the Uchiha clan, the split of the 12 ninja protecting the daimyo's mansion, and the turmoil on the border these events, one after another, offered people hope. Even the shinobi world, with its current status similar to Konoha, doesn't seem to be that powerful. The feeling of being on the verge of falling from grace has led many other ninja villages to secretly begin plotting to rise to the same level. The shinobi world wasn't just Konoha. Soon after, the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village also experienced unprecedented upheavals. First, there was the Hidden Mist Village ninja, Mei Terumi, a genius rogue ninja with dual bloodline limits. She launched the fourth Mizukage's massacre and attempted to wipe out all bloodline ninja within the water country, brazenly establishing a rebel force, known as the Rebel Army. Mei Terumi, a ninja whose strength was unheard of, proved her power by wielding her Samhata greatsword. Suikazan Fuguki, feeling humiliated, could only silently accept defeat and robbery. After all, being defeated by a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village was still better than being defeated by an outsider. The immense power, coupled with the water country's vengeful hatred and the pressure of bloodline ninja politics, naturally led to Mei Terumi gathering a large group of bloodline ninja around her. Even Mei Terumi's overthrow of the Blood Mist policy gained considerable support, with many even choosing to return to the water country and join the rebel army because of the rogue ninjas who had chosen to do so. For a short period, Mei Terumi's rebel forces grew in power day by day. The Sand Village ninja, specifically the flame release user, Sakura, became a heroic Sand Village ninja after returning from a mission. She directly chose to lead her own bloodline ninja force, placing them on equal footing with the 4th Kazekage. Outwardly, she even claimed to be the 4th Kazekage and was involved in the incident where high-ranking officials plotted against the village's heroes. For a brief moment, the Sand Village ninjas were in turmoil. The 4th Kazekage's prestige had been damaged, and he couldn't directly confront Parakura. Thus, two opposing forces emerged within the village. Of the 5 great ninja villages, 3 experienced upheavals within the same year, all stemming from conflicts between rival factions within the village. The Hidden Mist Village was the most intense, escalating into civil war. The Sand Village ninjas and Konoha were still relatively peaceful, only engaging in political struggles, and had not yet escalated to the point of using violence. But such upheaval caused a stir throughout the entire shinobi world, and some powerful smaller ninja villages, seeing a glimmer of hope for seizing control, began to emerge with burning ambition. The ninjas of the Cloud Village and the Stone Village were immediately worried. This tactic seemed to be orchestrated by some mastermind behind it all, but who could possibly have the means to cause such turmoil among the three great ninja villages? Although it was unlikely, their two ninja villages still secretly investigated their own villages first. Even a powerful village like Konoha was shaken, and the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village were no exception. They couldn't follow suit and quickly began dealing with the unstable elements within their own villages. Konoha Hawkage Office Building. Pakura, a ninja from the Sand Village, and Amii Terumi, a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. Looking at the intelligence report from the shinobi world, the gray-haired third Hawkage Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face showing a rare hint of relief at the weariness on his face, breathed a sigh of relief. Taking a deep drag on his cigarette, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, "I've instructed Narashikaku on the front lines to make preparations for the exchange with the Hidden Mist Village ninjas." At the same time, Narashikaku secretly contacted the Hidden Mist Village's rebellious ninja forces, establishing diplomatic relations, allowing Konoha to sell or even exchange various strategic supplies. Seizing the opportunity, Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly wouldn't let it go. He established diplomatic relations with the rebels, essentially a transaction where they would sell off some resources even if they didn't make any money. After all, this was a way to weaken the Hidden Mist Village's ninja forces. "We've secretly sent someone to investigate the Sand Village ninjas' intelligence. This flame release user, Parakura, must be thoroughly investigated, and perhaps we can establish a certain friendship." Konoha welcomes all friends who strive for peace. Midokado Homura and Uchiha Koharu looked at their friend, who had regained his former vigor, and both of them broke into smiles. Sarutobi, the ninjas from the Sand Village and the Hidden Mist Village have finally revealed a weakness, so we naturally have to seize this opportunity. Previously, the 5 great ninja villages had many problems, but Konoha was the one causing all the trouble. Now it's clear that the older brother is just making a fool of himself. Everyone is pretty much the same, and instead, the great nations are weakened even more, making a great ninja war even less likely. Sarutobi, the Uchiha clan's affairs have also been exposed, and now ninjas from the Hidden Stone Village, Hidden Cloud Village, Hidden Mist Village, and even Hidden Sand Village are secretly investigating. I suspect they're all plotting the same thing. Midokado Homura frowned slightly and said they want to support other small, weak ninja villages, leading to internal conflict among those villages. The other ninja villages think the same way. The Uchiha clan's conflict with the Konoha high-ranking officials has been exposed, and if other ninja villages simply stand by and watch, they'd be fools. Everyone knows that supporting the weaker party and paying almost nothing to yourself while watching the show unfold is the most profitable business. Regarding this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally also considered that the best solution would actually be to use the power of lightning to destroy this force, nipping the potential threat in the bud. But what stood before them was not a newly sprouted Uchiha, but rather a thriving, towering tree. Taking a deep drag on his thick smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a low voice, "For now, let's stabilize the Uchiha clan. The situation can't worsen further. There's even room for reconciliation. First, let's resolve the turmoil at the border and in the daimyo's mansion." Regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's request for political stability, Midokado Homura and Uchiha Koharu both nodded in agreement. Konoha couldn't withstand the storms, especially now that the Uchiha clan had Megakyu Sharingan, making them feel an unprecedented sense of danger. As this year began, the shinobi world was shaken beyond control. 3 of the 5 great ninja villages caused considerable commotion, leading all the smaller ninja villages to believe their opportunity had arrived. For a time, the entire shinobi world was thrown into chaos. This ultimately resulted in increased friction between each major border village, raising the difficulty of missions, especially those requiring cross-country travel. Konoha, the Uchiha clan's territory, where the spring breeze swept through, exuded a vibrant spring atmosphere. The clan grounds were even more bustling than last year. Countless unfamiliar faces were on the streets selling food, and the number of people buying food from the old lady was double. The most obvious example is undoubtedly the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. The Hyuga clan split off, and the Aburang clan joined the Uchiha clan territory, thus adding a new face to this distinct clan. At the same time, with Uchiha Yoruichi rising to become the minister of the police department and the Uchiha clan head, the title of Sennin Orochimaru's disciple once again echoed throughout the village, from the main streets to the alleyways. The atmosphere calmed down. Many who had previously plotted to become Orochimaru's main faction joined him, especially with the blatant recruitment drive by the police department, resulting in countless ninjas signing up. Depending on the circumstances, these ninjas could be family members, bringing their homes and people with them, and the Uchiha clan would still have substantial profits. After all, the Uchiha clan has never lacked wealth. A brand new 3-story building stands within the Uchiha clan's compound, serving as a separate residence for the clan head. Police station at the headquarters office building. Shisui, Kakashi, Uchiha have finally returned. Seeing the last two returning from the front lines, Uchiha Yoru smiled and even personally poured tea for them. Yes, big brother Yoru. Both seemed a little cautious. Kakashi was better off, but Uchiha Shisui was clearly a bit embarrassed, unsure of what to call him. Taking hold of the teapots, Uchiha Yoru cautiously poured tea for both of them. There's too much going on right now. It's good that you're all back, so I can finally relax. These words he spoke were not at all false. Ultimately, he wanted to expand the status of the Jung family and the police force's recruitment drive. Especially now that his position was so powerful, some opportunists, and even some ostracized individuals, were choosing new directions. Yoru, yes, big brother. Originally, he wanted to address him as clan head, but under Uchiha Yoru's gaze, Shisui could only give a wry smile and revert to his original form of address, though his heart felt warm. Yes, elder brother, let's see what happens to the clan leader. Before Shisui could finish speaking, Uchiha Yoru's smile gradually stiffened, and she raised the handkerchief she had crafted to stop Shisui from saying anything further. Shisui, some things have passed, and besides, the village can't withstand any further upheaval. Uchiha Yoru's eyes flickered slightly as she spoke, seemingly thinking one thing but saying another. This, in turn, caused Shisui's expression to stiffen, and the grip on his teacup tightened involuntarily. The more this happened, the more suspicious he became, especially with Brother Yi's attitude. He already had a hunch in his heart. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense. Uchiha Yoru rubbed his eyebrows, a look of guilt on his face as he looked at the two of them. Let's put the matter of clan head Fugaku aside for now. After all, Konoha needs to be united right now, and we can't give outsiders an opportunity. You should all be aware of the current situation in the shinobi world. The emergence of rebellious forces in the Hidden Mist village seems to have given some people an opportunity, and many wish Konoha would experience a similar situation. With such frank and sincere words, Uchiha Yoru created a majestic and imposing image. Shisui took a deep breath. He loved his village, so he naturally understood the gravity of the situation. He paused before speaking again. Brother, rest assured, I won't cause any trouble. However, if I have the opportunity, I will definitely investigate the matter concerning clan head Fugaku to the very end. The fact that the leader of the clan was assassinated in such a manner, especially now that he suspects the hidden motives, only fuels his rage. Beside him, Hada Kakashi calmly gazed at the teacup in his hand. He found it inconvenient to speak about these matters. After all, when it came to the affairs of Uchiha clan head Fugaku, he was an outsider. If an outsider tries to persuade him, what will others think? It's not like your entire clan is dead. Therefore, he could only remain silent. Fortunately, he didn't lose his temper that night. Instead, because the pressure of becoming the new clan leader was even greater, he became even more cautious and considerate in his actions. Kakashi, this time almost all the ninjas joining us are former mainline ninjas who once followed Orochimaru's instructors. They have, to varying degrees, held some kind of prejudice because of this, so your mission is very important. You must play a leading role. After all, Uchiha Yoru's status is no longer simple. He completely possesses this power of persuasion. Previously, these ninjas suffered some setbacks, were ostracized, and so on, but they all silently endured it, even though this was considered undeserved misfortune. But for now, things are different. With Uchiha Yoru's rise to power, they could clearly and legitimately move to a place where they wouldn't be ostracized. So why not go there? Embracing this ideology, and even considering the immense potential of Uchiha Yoru, who was at a young age, almost all of these mainline ninjas who had followed Orochimaru were thrown over to him. Although Lord Orochimaru failed, Uchiha Yoru is not without a chance. The combined power of the entire Uchiha clan, coupled with the prestige of Sannin Orochimaru, and the fact that he is the third Hokage's disciple, further strengthens his position. With the Hyuga clan now fragmented and the Aburame clan having completely formed a new political system, if the competition for the fifth Hokage is a selection process from the first generation, then Uchiha Yoru currently holds an almost absolute advantage, facing the sudden rise to become the Uchiha clan head and even taking control of the crucial police department, a status far different from that of his former classmate. Had Kakashi displayed a sincere and resolute gaze? Yoru, you've finally taken this step. I thought so. What do you think? Facing Kakashi, Uchiha Yoru has always shown a sense of trust in him. The two rarely disagree. After all, Kakashi is an extremely calm ninja, especially during the Anbu era. His calm demeanor also gives him a different perspective on politics. I thought it would take at least 10 more years to take this step. Hada Kakashi rarely showed even a hint of relief or a smile, and although he wore a mask, the expression in his eyes was clearly discernible. Yes, if we do it step by step, it will take at least 10 years. Uchiha Yoru didn't refute Kakashi's judgment. Instead, he let out a deep sigh. The assassination of Uchiha Fugaku, in his view, was, in the eyes of outsiders, truly a matter of fate. It could be said that Uchiha Fugaku's death was what shaped him into who he is today. In the eyes of outsiders, Uchiha Fugaku was dead, the clan was under immense pressure, and the clan leader, enraged by his own death, ordered him to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Then, seizing a similarly advantageous position, he directly became the Uchiha clan head and the minister of the police department, completely reaching the pinnacle of his life. Originally, it was a plan. He convinced Fugaku, and the two of them worked together seamlessly, one inside and one outside. Little did he know that in the end, he would be the only one doing the work. Rui is Rui to some extent. The pressure shared between two individuals becomes his alone, but the advantage is that he's the one who makes the decisions. I'm afraid there are quite a few people gossiping behind my back. Uchiha Yoru could have imagined many people gossiping behind his back, but he didn't care. That's right, at nearly 18 years old he became the highly important minister of police in Konoha, and he's also the head of the most powerful aristocratic family. Kakashi couldn't help but reflect on how circumstances create heroes. At certain times, luck is indeed only a part of strength, but it truly accounts for the vast majority of the outcome. Even Teacher Minato didn't know about your background back then. Hada Kakashi wasn't a pure ninja either. His background and identity made it impossible for him to be one, especially considering everything he'd been through. Uchiha Yoru naturally understood Kakashi's meaning behind these words. Although Namikaze Minato was the fourth Hokage, he didn't really have much substance. Without him, his rise to power was too rapid. He hadn't had time to cultivate his own lineage before becoming Hokage. After becoming the fourth Hokage, he found himself in a situation where he had no one capable of helping him. The so-called Aino Shikacho, to put it bluntly, were still members of the third Hokage's organization and were in a state of only partially taking over. Without the third Hokage's complete delegation of authority beforehand, the Aino Shikacho clans were not yet the true force of Namikaze Minato. The major clans, they couldn't even win over a single one. Then the Uchiha clan showed goodwill, and the two clicked, but it ended before it even began. Uchiha Yoru, however, was different. He already possessed his own main lineage power, and the strongest and most trusted force within the main lineage was naturally his clan. The entire Uchiha clan, from top to bottom, belonged to his main lineage. After Orochimaru took over the main ninja faction, the Hyuga clan split off, forming the Aburame clan. Considering everything, Uchiha Yoruichi's ascension to the Hokage position meant she was definitely not a lone commander. She possessed sufficient strength and did not need to rely on the third Hokage's assistance. However, changing the subject, Hada Kakashi's expression turned serious as he said in a low voice, "Yoru, you two have become a target of everyone's arrows. Every move you make is under everyone's watchful eye, and the third Hokage's high-ranking officials will not allow you to compete for the fifth Hokage position. Not bad. Now in Hada Kakashi's eyes, Uchiha Yori became the clan head through various schemes, somewhat only for the immediate future, leading to the consequence of causing complete resentment among the village's high-ranking officials. Similarly, now that both sides of the event have been brought to light, many hidden forces in the shinobi world are secretly plotting to add fuel to the fire. But Kakashi could understand it, because all of this was just a short-sighted tactic. Uchiha Yori was doing it all to compete for the 5th Hokage position. All of this is for Konoha, to bring about the day when the rottenness of Konoha will be transformed. Kakashi, why can't Big Brother Knight compete for the position of 5th Hokage? Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Shisui immediately showed a look of shock. He didn't understand and was even more enraged. Their Uchiha clan had already sacrificed a clan head. Did they still not have the right to do so? There's the Uchiha clan and the power of Lord Orochimaru. Even Lord Orochimaru himself spoke up in support at a crucial moment. And then there's the Hyuga, Aburame. The police department. Who else in the village can compare to the big brother of the night? At this point, Uchiha Shisui knew Kakashi wouldn't be so foul-mouthed without reason, so he angrily slammed his hand on the table. Even Sarutobi Shinosuke. Who else in the village could possibly be capable? Does the Sarutobi clan still want Sarutobi Asuma to be at the top? Seeing Uchiha Shisui's slightly agitated emotions, Kakashi fell silent for a moment, while Uchiha Yori smiled and waved her hand to reassure Shisui. Shisui, the 3rd Hokage, is already in his 60s, and the village certainly needs a new Hokage, but I am definitely the best candidate. Shisui was completely clueless about politics, while Kakashi saw through it all. Uchiha Yori smiled without saying anything, his eyes narrowing. He hadn't originally planned to do this. He'd been too busy lately. Kakashi's words had reminded him of it. Kakashi, glancing at Shisui beside him, couldn't help but pause before saying, the top candidate remains a Sennin. Aside from the disgraced Orochimaru-sama, Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama are undeniably the best choices. Upon hearing the names of the two great lords, Jiraiya and Tsunade, Uchiha Shisui was also startled. After recovering from the shock, he sat down in silence. Although he also thought the two lords were suitable, the Uchiha clan had finally had the opportunity to produce a Hokage, and with just one Hokage, the conflicts between the clan and the village would be completely eliminated. Facing Kakashi and Shisui, Uchiha Yori displayed an unhesitating smile, nodding directly and saying, Kakashi, I need you to convey a message to Lord Jiraiya. I'll leave Lady Tsunade to you. Regardless of which of the two returns to take over as the 5th Hokage, the Uchiha clan and the police department will fully support them. Uchiha Yori, this time truly and sincerely, asks, in this world, what is most important, strength or power? He believed that at the 6 paths level, strength and influence were closely intertwined. Lacking either was unacceptable. Only upon reaching the 6 paths level could one person single-handedly sweep across the shinobi world, and only cage-level beings could truly catch his eye, while all other forces were like ants. But for now, let alone reaching the 6 paths level, he hasn't even reached the strength of the 1st Hokage and Madara back then, so he still needs the support of powerful forces. If Jiraiya or Tsunade were to return and become Hokage, the biggest advantage would be that the conflict would be resolved peacefully. If that were the case, he wouldn't mind focusing on increasing his strength. Yoru. Looking at Uchiha Yori, Kakashi's gaze was fixed intently, as if trying to see through his comrade's true thoughts. After all, this was the Hokage, representing supreme authority. However, Uchiha Yori revealed a hint of worrying. Kakashi, what I'm worried about isn't who can become the 5th Hokage, but rather, there will be no 5th Hokage at all. What? Shisui, standing beside him, was clearly startled upon hearing this. He was somewhat confused. Why wasn't the 5th Hokage present? The 3rd generation of the Stone Village, Noki, wasn't unwilling to find a successor, but rather lacked a suitable person. The Leaf Village clearly had successors, and thankfully not just one. So why wasn't the 5th Hokage present? The 3rd generation was already a 60-year-old man, and his son had just died. Kakashi was also slightly stunned after hearing this, and then, after thinking for a moment, his expression gradually became serious. Uchiha Yori was seen gazing out the window at the pale green branches of a tree, then slowly lowered his head, hiding his eyes in the darkness. Human desires are the most difficult to control. The feeling of loss, of losing and then regaining, coupled with the psychological changes that come with age, and the unwillingness to lose one's current status due to family, relatives, and friends. All of these are the unseen dark forces that drive human hearts and desires. Everyone changes. Just like me, Kakashi, you and Shisui also wanted to change, and you were constantly pushing me forward behind my back, weren't you? If one day, your relatives, loved ones, and friends were to lose a portion of their benefits because of my abdication, they would be the ones to suffer, and so would you. What would you do then? Uchiha Yori's calm voice echoed through the room, and Hada Kakashi fell silent. He had witnessed the vicissitudes of human nature. The human heart was the most difficult thing to control in this world. Brother, are you saying that the third Hokage will be power-hungry and won't choose 5 Hokages? Uchiha Shisui said, expressing his shock. How is that possible? At this moment, Uchiha Shisui looked utterly disbelieving. Even the third Hokage couldn't possibly be that greedy. He couldn't possibly be that greedy. A 60-year-old man seizing the Hokage position and refusing to step down, not even giving the younger generation a chance. What kind of logic is this? Greed for power. Has the once heroic ninja become so rotten? Although Uchiha Shisui had long been aware of the corruption within Konoha's upper echelons, he had never imagined it would reach this level of decay. Is the third Hokage really prepared to fight to the death? Seeing Shisui's terrified expression, Uchiha Yori suddenly burst into laughter, shattering the atmosphere. He waved his hand dismissively at the two, saying, "Look how scared you two are. It was just a guess. Perhaps it's because I'm so close to this location now, and my ambition is to take a step forward. That's why I have this speculation." Uchiha Yoru showed no restraint in his ambitions. There was nothing good to hide from his family. Having reached this position, to say he had no ulterior motives would be utter nonsense. You have to prepare for the worst-case scenario if your suspicions are true. For the third Hokage, Hada Kakashi now embodies the greatest darkness. In his heart, the third Hokage is the biggest schemer. However, Shisui argued that even if everything was rotten and there were bigger conspiracies, how big could they really be? In the ninja world, living to 60 was considered long life, let alone wanting to wield power at that age. Wouldn't it be better to prepare a way out for himself sooner? He could find a new, younger leader for Konoha, then step back from the third Hokage's position and continue to carry out his own schemes. In Shisui's understanding, the current high-ranking Hokage, at the very least, had some affection for the village, and after stepping down from their second-tier positions, the power they wielded would not affect his schemes. Moreover, there's no such thing as a perfect plan in this world. If things go wrong, isn't there always a new Hokage? The previous generation can take the blame, and the new generation can continue the effort, minimizing the damage to the village. This is how Shisui came to understand. When Uchiha Yoru looked at Kakashi and heard him say that if it was true, a complex expression appeared in his eyes. Perhaps we can give it a try. Now that Shinosuke's death has completely abandoned the original plan, the Konoha High Command can only choose one from Jiraiya and Tsunade. But those two lords aren't some useless Shinosuke. They need someone to pave the way for them. So if the third Hokage really makes this decision, I'm afraid they'll soon be electing a fifth Hokage. Speaking of this, Uchiha Yoru's lips slowly curved into a smile as he looked at the two and said with a chuckle, "No matter who it is, with the reputation of the Sennin, the fifth Hokage's succession can not only stabilize public sentiment but also create a deterrent effect both internally and externally. Foreign affairs don't require much, but internal affairs." Uchiha Yoru was referring to himself at this moment. Not bad, what you said makes sense. Selecting a new Hokage is indeed the quickest way to stabilize public sentiment. Kakashi also nodded in agreement, saying, after the 3 battles, wasn't it the case that the 4th Hokage quickly stabilized the morale of the people? This isn't just about having a Hokage, but about having a person with sufficient prestige to assume the position of Hokage. There's one thing Uchiha Yoru couldn't do, not because of his strength, but because of the years of accumulating reputation. 6 months. 6 months is a full year for the village to begin considering the matter of a new Hokage. Uchiha Yoru let out a deep sigh, and then uttered a statement that resonated with both Shisui and Kakashi. As long as the village considers this, rumors will naturally spread, and the timing of the outcome is insignificant. At most, you can drag it out for a year or a year and a half, making it unpredictable. With just this, the sound of the wind is complete. If, after 6 months, the village doesn't have the slightest consideration of the fifth package, then there's no way they'll even hear rumors. Hada Kakashi looked up, his expression serious, while Uchiha Yoru calmly and nonchalantly gazed at Kakashi. If there are still no results after 6 months, I am willing to give the corrupt high-ranking officials of the village one last chance. Kakashi, you yourself secretly spread the word in the village that you want to select the fifth Hokage. Are checking the news. Uchiha Yoru's tone calmed down, while Hada Kakashi fell silent. Yoru, are you saying that forcing the village to make a decision is the right thing to do? If the village remains indifferent. At this point, Uchiha Yoru's usually calm face broke into a ferocious grin, and the light of ambition shone even more clearly in his eyes. If that's true, it proves that the rotten high-ranking officials of this village have rotted down to the root. Rotted to the point of being beyond redemption. From then on, I will no longer harbor any illusions. I will stop at nothing to reclaim the village founded by the Uchiha and reforge the true will of fire. Uchiha Yoru, naked and brimming with ambition, stared intently at Kakashi. Shisui, standing beside him, seemed to sense something and couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. What do you need me to do? Kakashi understood clearly that this wasn't just the enemy's final fantasy regarding the village. It was also his own, and indeed his companions, warning him, when the time came. Anyone who dared to stand in his way would be an enemy. I want White Fang's fame. Boom! At that moment, Hada Kakashi's pupils contracted, and he suddenly understood the meaning of that statement. That year, the village made Namikaze Minato his mentor and team leader, not only because he was a genius, but also because they relied on his background. Therefore, he and Namikaze Minato also had a mutually beneficial relationship. But even so, Kakashi has always acted on his own terms and has never used his father's name to do anything. 3 battles. The White Fang, at the peak of his power and prestige, had already led the vast majority of Konoha's ninjas to implicitly acknowledge him as the next Hokage. Therefore, it can be seen that White Fang initially had few connections, his reputation was tarnished, and his suicide later caused countless people to feel regret and sorrow. Since White Fang and the Sannin were the same age, it means that in that era, ninjas were the very pillars of Konoha today. Uchiha Yoru's intention was very simple. Once he wanted to rise to prominence, he would use the White Fang's reputation to his advantage. Even with such cunning, Hada Kakashi already had a plan in mind. He couldn't help but lower his head and say coldly, I have no regrets about choosing my father back then. I don't want anyone to disturb him. White Fang has passed away, and he has vanished with time into the river of history. Regret, to be a king or a rebel, there's naturally no regret, but there's a disagreement right now. Uchiha Yoru made no attempt to conceal his intentions. He not only wanted Kakashi as his assistant, but also the entire Hada clan to board his warship, and even more so, he wanted to exploit the remaining prestige of the White Fang. Although he hadn't even reached 1/10 of his prime, to him, even a mosquito's leg was still meat. Moreover, this is a weapon handle. When alive, White Fang was a sharp blade, and it remains the same in death. Konoha has gone through so much, with the major clans each maintaining their positions, and similarly, there are neutral factions, but these clans are mostly smaller ones, naturally remaining silently neutral. They didn't participate in the ninja power struggles, instead quietly developing themselves. Although there was no direct link between risk and benefit, they were also the most stable. Good. Kakashi thought silently that if the village's high-ranking officials were truly rotten to this extent, he would be willing to gamble everything, not for profit, but solely for the sake of truly igniting the will of fire. It's not about the corrupt, greedy, elderly elite enjoying everything, but about the children bleeding on the battlefield. Haha, this is what youth is all about. No matter how many difficulties lie ahead, we must strive to overcome them, even if it means paying with our lives. At least leaving behind evidence of a true man's life. At that moment, outside the gate, a group of people pushed open the main door. Leading them was naturally Mato Guy, dressed entirely in green. He was gesticulating wildly, giving a thumbs up, and even more so, displaying his signature move, White Fang. This scene made Uchiha Yoru feel a little embarrassed, but seeing everyone else gradually entering, he put on a smile. 8 figures appeared: Maeda Gai, Genma, Namiyashi Rado, Tatami Iwashi, Hyuga Hizashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Itsuki Yugao, and Midarashi Anko. With Kakashi's room now filled with people, Shisui is left with only himself, leaving only Uchiha Itachi as his most trusted confidant. Just as he thought of Itachi, Uchiha Yoru subtly glanced at Shisui, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. With Shisui around, he wasn't afraid of this thought being misinterpreted. Everyone remained silent, but the determination in their eyes spoke volumes. Even Yuhi Kurenai and Utsugi Yuga secretly made up their minds. This was also their last chance to get close to the village's high-ranking officials. As Uchiha Yoru just said, if things have reached this point, and the elderly high-ranking officials still greedily cling to power without letting go, then it's truly rotten beyond redemption. They wouldn't feel any burden in their hearts, nor would they hesitate for a moment. All of this is for the village, for the true will of fire. Lord Yoru. Following a childish voice, a beautiful girl with long, jet black hair and a mole near the corner of her right eye, dressed in a purple outer garment, respectfully approached. Wearing a headband on her forehead, proving she was a ninja, she respectfully and skillfully began tidying up the room. Taiyan, you must remember to allocate as much time as possible to cultivation. Upon entering, Uchiha Yoru smiled gently and nodded, and the girl respectfully nodded in return, saying, Lord Yoru, please rest assured, I will not neglect my training. Behind her clothes, the clan crest was visible, proving her identity as Uchiha Izuna, becoming a ruler who receives preferential treatment based on rank and status, especially valuing bloodline and lineage within the clan. Uchiha Izuna, despite being only 9 years old, not only graduated from ninja school, but also awakened the Sharingan. When the Fugaku clan leader was assassinated, one of his bodyguards sacrificed himself. He was the clandestine only relative, and when the news spread, it opened his eyes. This point proves that Uchiha Izumi's innate talent is absolutely among the top 1 or 2 female ninjas in the clan. After all, in the original story, at the age of 13, during the clan's extermination, she began to awaken the 3-Tama Sharingan. Uchiha Yoru, at 18 years old, being the only one in the clan with revealed Mangekyo bloodline, was naturally even more highly regarded. Ninja bloodlines, the stronger the awakened bloodline, the greater the potential of the offspring. This has been an unwavering truth for ninjas for many years. Since the only one in the clan who has awakened a Mangekyo Sharingan and inherited it, the only elder of the clan, Uchiha Shizuna, went to great lengths to arrange for him to have a daughter-in-law raised from childhood. In a large family like this, it's almost perfectly normal. The collection is almost complete. Let's go back. Yes, although Uchiha Izuna was very good at disguising himself, there was still a trace of a certain burning intensity in his eyes, a sight that Uchiha Yoru naturally interpreted as adoration. He was also having a headache, a 9-year-old girl, a victim of the evils of feudal society. Although he liked her very much, she was too young. He should still raise her. Heading towards the Uchiha clan's territory, they greeted everyone they met along the way with smiles, and there were even hidden guards. Uchiha Izuna, as their personal assistant, naturally followed closely behind. Looking at the figure in front of him, a burning, resolute glint flashed in the depths of Uchiha Izumi's eyes. Lord Yoru is of the highest status, his bloodline is supreme, and moreover, only Lord Yoru can avenge her father's death. The hatred for his father, the responsibility to his clan, and the life-saving favor he received from the figure who descended upon the Ninetales during the night when he was a child, all of these things solidified Uchiha Izuna's resolve. A ninja's strength is directly linked to their chakra, which is a product of both body and mind. This is why the ninja world often speaks of unwavering adherence to the ninja way. To put it bluntly, unwavering steadfastness in the way of the ninja is all about willpower and spirit. The stronger the willpower and spirit, the more solid, stable, and abundant the chakra naturally becomes, and consequently, the greater the overall strength. This is also why the demigod Hanzo lost his fighting spirit after his direct combat power was reduced. And many later stage ninjas also suffered from reduced combat power due to their own confusion in the art of ninjutsu. All the powerful ninjas have one thing in common: unwavering willpower, a will they uphold throughout their lives. Returning to the Uchiha clan's compound, where a newly constructed, imposing 3-story building emanated from it, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, but he still went inside despite the difficulties. Lord Yoru. Yes, big brother. Entering Uchiha Yoru's room, she coincidentally encountered two embarrassing figures, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Mikoto. At that moment, Shisui happened to arrive looking for Itachi. Upon seeing him return, he immediately bowed respectfully, as he had to show the utmost courtesy to his clan leader in front of outsiders. Uchiha Mikoto knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing, while Uchiha Itachi seemed somewhat embarrassed. Uchiha Yoru naturally noticed Itachi's awkward expression and couldn't help but feign a casual smile, nodding to Shisui and saying, "Shisui, Itachi's chakra has improved recently. You should train Itachi well. Yes, I won't let you down, brother Yi." Uchiha Shisui seemed to have realized something, and feeling embarrassed, he and Itachi left the room together. Lord Yoru, Lady Mikoto, I'll go take Sasuke to the playground first. As a personal assistant, and having been personally arranged by the elder, Uchiha Izuna naturally moved in, but she obediently led Sasuke, who already understood a little, into the courtyard. Now that much was clear. Innocent Sasuke looked at the figures of his mother and the new clan leader in the room. He seemed to know that his father was dead, and this person who looked so much like him was the new clan leader. Sasuke, who matured early in the ninja world, had also heard some rumors, with some even saying that he was actually the new clan leader's illegitimate son. In the room, Uchiha Yoru and Uchiha Mikoto ate their rice in silence, heads bowed. Elder Shet now was a shrewd strategist, as the clan experienced alternating power struggles between old and new factions. Furthermore, to protect the lineage of the previous clan leader, ensuring the new leader inherited everything from the previous one, including all the concubines' assets. This was not unusual in the context of this era. Ultimately, the wealthy and aristocratic families became numb to the situation, while the common people were envious but still strived for survival. Some matters had long been understood implicitly among them. The tribal chief was just like the local emperor. Uchiha Yoru bowed his head in silence, not saying another reason. He knew the elder's intention. From the moment Uchiha Mikoto entered the room, she had guaranteed the safety of Sasuke and Itachi. Humans and animals are alike. When one becomes king, the descendants left behind by the previous king are a threat and must be eliminated. But being generous and forgiving can also have positive effects, such as directly winning over and stabilizing public sentiment, which is of great benefit to one's own rule. Konoha, Police Department Headquarters, Office Building. With the arrival of spring and the changing weather, the police department no longer resembled its former despised image. Instead, it now exuded an atmosphere of joy and prosperity. After all, the police department was previously under the Uchiha clan, but currently, the police department represents not only the Uchiha, but also a multi-faction system, including a large number of civilians. When power is seized by a single family, it inevitably leads to jealousy. However, if it's a multifaceted issue, this jealousy naturally persists, but the forces that need to accept that jealousy become numerous, resulting in a different outcome. Previously, even with talent, there was no opportunity. Now, you're given the chance. As long as you're loyal, you have a complete opportunity to join the police force, and even a chance to climb the ranks. The room was brightly lit and tidy, and Utsugi Yuga entered with some hesitation that day. Although she was reviewing documents, the vigilant Uchiha Yoruichi, being a ninja, silently made a defensive gesture, and the surrounding guards discreetly and stealthily chose to move aside. Ultimately, the fact that Utsugi Yuga was their clan leader's lover was unknown to those below them, but those in higher positions were well aware of it. With power and a large clan, if you secretly don't keep several women, it's considered abnormal. But when you do keep them and achieve great success, others will secretly sigh. That's what a good clan leader is like. They don't mind enjoying themselves. What they mind is you, the minister and tribal chief, doing more or less to bring them tangible benefits through political affairs. That's the most important thing. Tichnan, what's wrong? Uchiha Yoru looked up, revealing a warm smile, while Utsugi Yuga's gaze was somewhat evasive. After a moment of hesitation, she nervously opened her mouth. Lord Yoru, we have an agreement. Seeing Utsugi Yuga bowing her head, not daring to look him in the eye, Uchiha Yoru immediately showed a look of sudden understanding and said shamefully, I'm sorry. I've always overlooked your feelings. No, Itsugi Yuga shook her head repeatedly, and finally, she hesitated before saying, Lord Yuru, I really can't quite handle this identity, but please trust me, at this point. Itsugi Yuga hastily explained, I have always stood firmly behind Lord Yoru, and I firmly believe in your ideals and principles, but I truly do not wish to act secretly. Before Itsugi Yuga could finish speaking, Uchiha Yoriichi, with a comforting smile, waved her hand to stop her. I understand your feelings. After all, you've wasted the best 3 years of your life here. No, Lord Yoru, you taught me ninjutsu and gave me the chakra shinobi katana. I haven't forgotten any of that. But right now, there's the gossip behind my back, and also my former classmates. Itsugi Yuga's eyes were haggard. After assuming the identity of Uchiha Yoru and suddenly becoming the head of a clan and the minister of the police, she faced increased scrutiny, and once a minor figure, she began to be the subject of gossip. Driven by envy, longing, or even contempt, and countless other criticisms, especially with the third Hokage's mission weighing heavily on her mind, she constantly lived in torment. Now she really couldn't bear it any longer. Lord Yoru, I'm returning all of these to you. Itsugi Yuga had made up her mind to come here today, and was even more willing to return everything she had gained over the past few years. However, Uchiha Yoru just smiled and gestured for someone to put down the document. How is the rooftop this afternoon? I still have some official business to attend to. I'm so sorry, Lord Yoru, for disturbing you. Itsugi Yuga hastily bowed 90 degrees after performing the customary greeting and then quickly left the office, a scene that Uchiha Yoru merely shook his head at. He understood the pressure Itsugi Yuga was under. After all, the other party was elegant and refined. Previously, he was an insignificant figure who went unnoticed, but now, within the police department, many people were watching him. Now, given his status, no matter what he did, even interacting with those people would inevitably lead to discussion. Not to mention that in this kind of lover's position, he's Alexander the Great to any woman. The third Hokage's Ando. Thinking of this identity, Uchiha Yoru's lips slowly curled into a contemptuous smile. Third, judging by this move, I've won. Since Itsugi Yuga decided to give up this identity, I've already put your mission in mind. Don't just think Itsugi Yuga doesn't want to be his lover. From Kakuzu's perspective, isn't she essentially abandoning a high-level mission for the third Hokage? He had already won at this point. However, Itsugi Yuga was thinking too simply. Uchiha Yoriichi shook her head. Her ninja talent was not bad, but unfortunately, past events could never be concealed, just as the thing she disliked most was framing others. An open scheme is the only one without loopholes. At midday, the police department was on the rooftop. Lord Yoru, you've been very kind to me, thank you. But I can't take it anymore. This is my resignation letter. After handing over my duties, I won't be coming to the police department anymore. On the rooftop, the 1.7-meter-tall Itsugi Yuga exuded youthful charm, but at this moment, she was bowing 90 degrees in a posture of shame. Well, Uchiha Yoru gently nodded and accepted her resignation. Lord Yoru, these items. As Itsugi Yuga returned some of the precious items he had given away, Uchiha Yoru chuckled and shook his head, saying, Yuga, you should know that although I am greedy for money, I never intend to ask for anything back that I give away. As for Itsugi Yuga clinging to him or using some kind of trick, he hadn't considered that possibility. Meetings inevitably lead to partings. Ultimately, he's had quite a few women around him. Do you have any plans for the future? Seeing Uchiha Yoru change the subject, Itsugi Yuga's heart trembled. Greed. Only they knew where Lord Yoru had spent all the embezzled money. Lord Yoru, I would like to go to an orphanage. Hearing Itsugi Yuga's plan, Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded, not bad. After so many years of fighting and killing, your spirit has been constantly tense. After all, you're still young, so you should relax a little. However, you should think carefully, because after leaving the police department, you won't have such good treatment. Facing Uchiha Yoru, Itsugi Yuga once again revealed a wry smile and shook her head. Lord Yoru, I'm afraid if I don't go now, sooner or later I won't be able to resist your temptation. She didn't know how to describe this man before her. It wasn't just his appearance, but a unique kind of charm, like a deadly poison, that made her addicted. She wasn't afraid that the other person would approach her again, but rather that she wouldn't be able to control herself. This man's ideals and will are so great compared to him. I am nothing more than a mere shell of a man. Moreover, over the years, this man has been gentle, caring, and even materially supportive. It could be said that the only thing that could be said about their relationship was that Utsugi Yugo could hardly find another man as outstanding as him. Seeing Utsugi Yuga's determined expression, Uchiha Yori gestured for her to stop, smiling as he put the resignation letter into his pocket. I'll give you a break first, to gradually diminish your influence, so that everyone can slowly forget about you, minimizing your impact on you. Finally, with gentle concern, Utsugi Yugo bowed her head, a tear welling up in her eyes. Could she let go? Could she still love him? Yes, after work tonight, I'll give you a farewell gift. Uchiha Yori slowly walked downstairs, waving his hand and letting out a soft chuckle that echoed in her ears. Upon hearing this, Utsugi Yugo suddenly looked up, only to find that the figure had disappeared. At that moment, Utsugi Yugo seemed to have lost all her strength, slumping to the ground, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. I'm sorry, I really can't bear it. Why do I just want to live a simple life? Why is it so difficult? Under the pressure of the third Hokage's espionage, countless people gossiped behind her back, and under all sorts of pressure, she, once just an ordinary civilian ninja, has now become a special jonin at nearly 17 years old. One must immediately realize that even among the most talented individuals with inherited bloodlines within the family reaching this point at such a young age, she has no talent or virtue whatsoever, and naturally, she has faced considerable criticism. Oh, so it's Xian. I'm training today. In a pill shop, Utsugi Yugo, having just composed herself and wanting to find a quiet place to rest, unexpectedly encountered Anko and Yuhi Kiranai, who were drinking tea and eating pills in the shop. Mitarashi Anko, with a familiar gesture of waving her hand, revealed a sincere and heartfelt smile as she greeted her close friend. Utsugi Yugo forced a smile. The three of them knew the nature of their relationship, but they understood each other implicitly. Sitting quietly and elegantly in her private box, the cautious Yui Kiranai seemed to sense that Xian wasn't in high spirits, and subtly signaled to Anko with her eyes. But she didn't press the matter further. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Anko, after glancing back, also buried her head in her food and ate the pill. She was straightforward and playful, but not stupid. I resign. For Utsugi Yugo and the other person, there was nothing good to hide. The three of them had worked together on the battlefield for so long that they had long since entrusted their backs to each other as companions. Resignation? Yui Kiranai and Mitarashi Anko stared in astonishment at their former teammate from the battlefield. Yui Kiranai cautiously observed the dejected expression on Xian's face, seemingly sensing something. Adding to this the recent rumors, she naturally suspected something. Tichnon, why would you resign? Are we three going to disband? Upon hearing this, Mitarashi Anko's expression turned serious. At that moment, she simply didn't want her teammate to leave, because after all these years, the feelings between them were genuine. Unlike Anko, who was straightforward and honest, Yui Kiranai, who clearly guessed the situation, shook her head and said to Anko, "Anko, don't be in a hurry. Xian must have her reasons for doing this. Besides, she's been constantly on duty for the past few years, and the police department is very busy. It's only natural that she's taking a break." Watching Yui Kiranai explain herself, Anko was completely bewildered and couldn't understand the idea at all. After all, she had experienced all the darkness in the past, and given her personality, others simply wouldn't believe her. As for what she said, or what opinions she had, she didn't take them seriously. I've made it clear to Lord Yuri that I can't bear it any longer. Facing the two of them, Utsugi Yugo revealed a hint of longing, even a touch of jealousy, in her expression. Finally, she silently bowed her head, clarifying everything. Anko didn't need to say anything. Given her personality, she was a staunch supporter of Uchiha Yoru. Yui Kiranai's family background was also far more distinguished than his, a commoner, and coupled with her own abilities, she exuded an aura of a strong, independent woman within the police force, naturally making her less of a target of criticism. She was the weakest of the three, not in terms of strength, but in terms of background, and also her own issues. An excellent ninja, but not a qualified manager. Unable to gain the trust of others, and further burdened by her humble origins, she was naturally the first to be attacked, as people generally bullied the weak and feared the strong. Explain it clearly. Upon hearing this, Yui Kurenai was initially stunned, then shook her head and sighed. Her feelings were complex at that moment. Uchiha Yori's current status and position were indispensable. Comparing them, she even felt a little reluctant to let go of Xian. At least they were good sisters, while she could only laugh at the rest. Looking at Yui Kurenai and Anko, Utsugi Yuga smiled wryly and shook her head, saying, "I've returned everything I prepared to Lord Yura today." What else? At this moment, Anko stared wide-eyed at Xian, shaking her head without hesitation and saying, "You've been with Yi for 3 years, and besides, Yi gave you all these things. Why would you want to return them?" Looking at the pure Anko, Yui Kurenai couldn't help but chuckle. Anko, you. In Anko's mind, whatever Knight gave her belonged to her. If Knight needed it and asked, she would give it without hesitation. But why should she return it? Weren't these all her belongings? Under the setting sun, on a village street, 2 figures walked one after the other, stopping in front of a flower shop. Turning his head to look at Itsugi Yugao, who looked utterly distraught, Uchiha Yuri shook his head slightly. "This is my last gift to you. I hope you can live freely from now on." Suddenly seeing the flower shop in front of her, and Uchiha Yuri speaking, Itsugi Yugo immediately shook her head repeatedly. "Lord Yuru, I don't need these. You've already given me so many things. I've heard you say before that your favorite thing is to open your own flower shop, where you can spend your free time drinking afternoon tea, basking in the sunlight, and quietly reading." Looking at Utsugi Yuga's delicate face, Uchiha Yori's gentle smile softened, and he softly brushed a strand of her purple hair behind her ear. "Originally, I planned to give it to you on your birthday, but I've been quite busy with work, and I was afraid I'd forget, so I bought this shop early." "My Lord Yuru." With a finger gently placed at the corner of his mouth, Uchiha Yuru smiled and shook his head, as if to say that refusal was not advisable. After all, she was his own woman, so he wouldn't be stingy. "Lady Yoru, this is too precious." This was something they'd even bought the entire shop to give her. Itsugi Yugao quickly shook her head. "Do you like it?" Seeing Uchiha Yoru's gentle, unyielding, yet domineering smile, Itsugi Yugao was slightly taken aback. This time, she revealed a faint smile and nodded. "I like it. If things don't go well later, or you encounter any trouble, remember to come find me. However, you don't need to send me the invitations to your shop. After all, my presence is a nuisance to you." With a gentle embrace, Itsugi Yuga stared blankly as the man's figure slowly walked away under the setting sun, and in her arms now lay a purple longsword and a savings passbook. The purple longsword, which Uchiha Yuri seized from Killer Bee, one of 8 Shinobi katanas, was reforged by someone else. It's absolutely a masterpiece, and the material is finally capable of going head-to-head with the Gross World Sword. The red savings passbook was opened, and as she looked at the string of numbers, tears welled up in her dark eyes under the setting sun. The sky was full of stars. The Uchiha clan's territory still exuded a lively atmosphere, and a smile appeared on the face of Jang Yutsu within the clan's compound. From the time they moved to the outlying village, it felt like they were in a prison, unlike now when countless settlers have joined the area, bringing life back to the tribal land. Ninjas always brought their families and people with them, and the larger the group, the greater the demand. Snacks, treats, and the Yoru market, these kinds of shops and supply chains appeared later, similarly attracting new members to join the group and interact with each other, naturally increasing communication. The Uchiha no longer seemed so cold. After all, having experienced the bitterness of loneliness and ostracism, they would cherish this kind of atmosphere even more. These newcomers, who had just joined the ninja family, were initially a little strange and afraid. After all, this was the territory of the strongest bloodline clan. But as time passed, they began to accept each other, and they enjoyed a sense of security they had never experienced before. With the Uchiha clan being the strongest and having the police force, would they lack a sense of security? In the courtyard, the clan chief, a young Sasuke, excitedly brandished his kunai under the starlight. "Master, how is my martial arts?" Breathing heavily, Sasuke displayed an expression that seemed to say, "Come and praise me." Uchiha Yoru, sitting upright on the wooden floor under the eaves, watched and then smiled and nodded. "Looking at you, Sasuke, you've learned quite a lot at the Ninja Academy." Young Sasuke, upon hearing the encouragement, immediately showed an excited smile. After all, he was just a child, practically wagging his tail. In the entrance exam, I came first. Excellent, Sasuke, you came first in the test, so the teacher will give you a reward. I will personally teach you shuriken techniques. That's great. Sasuke laughed excitedly, and Uchiha Yoro nodded gently in agreement. He muttered to himself, the fate of the twin brothers is now right before my eyes. Not seizing this opportunity to bring them into my camp would be foolish. The courtyard, separated by a partition, led down to the large room opposite, which was once the clan head's chamber. Now, the second floor was illuminated, and Uchiha Itachi, having completed his mission, sat at the table, gazing at the red-covered book, My Struggle, with even more fervent eyes. Just as Uchiha Itachi was diligently reviewing each recording, each one containing a different entry, a familiar, hearty laugh suddenly rang out. Through the window, he saw Sasuke and the teacher's figures, and seeing this scene, Uchiha Itachi felt even more guilty. Teacher, you have made too great a sacrifice for the Uchiha clan and for the will of fire. In Uchiha Itachi's eyes, his teacher was acting for the sake of the clan and the true will of fire. His maternal grandfather sent his daughter over, and although it had the intention of protecting himself and his younger brother, it was also for the sake of the clan. Despite all these sacrifices, the teacher not only showed no prejudice, but was also so kind to Sasuke. Even the teacher himself, who was the tribal chief, remained unmarried, although he secretly had many female companions, but speaking from the teacher's perspective. Because his ideals and ambitions now encompass a future fraught with hardship and danger, he doesn't want his child to face the risks he brings until he succeeds. And he also doesn't want the child's mother to have to bear them. The teacher said, if he fails, please abandon him without hesitation. Absolutely do not turn back. One person's sacrifice is enough. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi felt even more ashamed, and when compared to the current Hokage, he immediately showed a look of anger. The teacher made such a great sacrifice, yet the Sarutobi clan, which founded Konoha, was initially an insignificant clan with no reputation. But in one battle, World War II, and 3 subsequent wars, they suddenly rose to become a great clan. In contrast, the once great Senju clan was almost scattered and disintegrated, the Uchiha were isolated, and the Hyuga were split. Only teachers are worthy of becoming Hokage, none of you are worthy. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's eyes became even more resolute. The old and new clan leaders of the two families were separated only by a courtyard, and as Itachi read intently, time quickly passed. Sasuke, look how late it is already. Hurry up and go back to your brother to wash up so you can rest early. Yes, mother. After a warm conversation, Sasuke excitedly stuck out his tongue at his mother, then happily jumped over the courtyard wall to find his older brother. Uchiha Mikoto respectfully and slowly walked towards Uchiha Yoru. After such a long time, the two had almost become accustomed to each other. Sasuke, you've had a tough time. As for Uchiha Yoru, this young man was so attentive to Sasuke that she could see it all clearly. Her initial fear and worries had now completely vanished. Facing Mikoto, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and sighed, saying frankly, Mikoto-ne, you should know how dangerous what I need to do is, so please don't worry or be afraid. Please focus all your efforts on training Itachi and Sasuke. Facing this young man before her, Uchiha Mikoto was filled with complex emotions. Having compared Fugaku and the other man, they were almost incomparable because the difference was too great, not in strength, but in character, vision, and courage. The young man before her naturally understood what needed to be done, and moreover, his current achievements represented a significant leap forward that had prevented the Uchiha clan from making any progress in so many years. Yoru, I trust you. Seeing Mikoto's determined gaze, Uchiha Yoru smiled and shook his head, muttering casually, but rest assured, if I fail, Itachi and Sasuke have the potential to become the new clan head. Just like our ancestors did in the beginning. I will warn Shisui and his group. The Uchiha clan should remember to sever all ties. If Uchiha Yoru's plan fails, he will bear all the blame, and the Uchiha clan will play the role of upholding the law impartially, with the new clan head abandoning the previous one. Just like that year when Konoha was founded, Uchiha Madara wanted to leave, but the entire clan abandoned him. Yoru, with a gentle call, Uchiha Makoto's eyes trembled. Men filled with ambition and fighting spirit are the most attractive, especially those with the kind of courage she's encountering for the first time in this world. He willingly submitted himself to a being from hell and also wanted to protect all those who supported him. At that very moment, Uchiha Itachi, standing on the outer wall, heard these words and his shoulders trembled. "Brother Itachi, what's wrong?" Looking down at Sasuke's innocent, questioning gaze, Uchiha Itachi revealed a smile, his eyes filled with an unprecedented determination. "Sasuke, you must believe in Teacher Knight. Teacher Knight is the greatest person in this world, perhaps even the only one in this world that comes close to being a god. From what he saw in books, he envisioned a great and ideal teacher, and he was even more determined to use fearless courage to prepare to implement it." In Uchiha Itachi's heart, calling his teacher a god on earth was not an exaggeration at all. Following his older brother into the room, Sasuke showed a hint of hesitation, then, with a feeling of unease, he quietly inquired, "Itachi brother, I heard someone say that Teacher is actually my biological father." Amazing! Looking at Sasuke's innocent, naive, yet anxious eyes, Uchiha Itachi's face showed a resolute expression. "Sasuke, in your heart, you want to regard the Night Teacher as a father, or even surpass a father figure." Uchiha Sasuke asserted that he wasn't the biological son of the Night Teacher, but in Itachi's eyes, Sasuke considered the Night Teacher as his father. And even that wasn't enough, he wanted someone even greater. When young Sasuke saw that his older brother not only wasn't angry, but had actually said those words, he was immediately stunned, and a sudden realization dawned on him. It was all true, so no wonder I look so much like Teacher Yi. No wonder Teacher Yi is so kind to me. So that's how it is. Even Uchiha Sasuke could understand why he and his brother always stayed in this small courtyard, while his mother went to Teacher Knight's room at night. Meanwhile, in the adjacent large room, Uchiha Izuna, her face flushed red, was tidying up the house. In the firelight, she could clearly see two figures behind a white paper-covered door, and what they were doing. Especially through the crack in the door, he could clearly see, as each piece of clothing was changed, revealing Mrs. Makoto's curvaceous figure. "Yoru, I'll feed you something to eat right down your face." "Makoto-ne, slow down a bit, be careful not to choke." "Haha, I just bought some stockings and high heels. Take a look and see if they're pretty." It seemed as if they were trying to open a door. The sound was very clear, yet it carried an ambiguous and clear tone. Meanwhile, outside the door, Uchiha Tsubasa sat respectfully, perfectly embodying the role of a maid in a large clan. Her task was simply to wait a little longer before going inside to clean the clan head's body and tidy up the messy room. It was clear to Uchiha Tsubasa that this wasn't the first time, but each time her legs clamped together tightly, her eyes stared intently at the gap, and she even activated her Sharingan each time. It seemed as if she was afraid of accidentally losing something. These were all things she needed to learn, and would use even more in the future. Under the Yoru sky, Konoha, following the aftermath of the Great Ninja War, experienced a rapid economic recovery as the wealthiest village in the Land of Fire. Under the cover of night, the shops also became more crowded with returning ninjas, creating a bustling atmosphere in the village. Inside a relatively large private booth in a barbecue restaurant, a group of excited young ninjas clinked glasses and toasted each other, clearly marking a rare class reunion. "Tichnon, you're the most beautiful girl in our class, and now you're the most beautiful girl in the village." "That's right, they all say that one of us has produced a cold beauty, and they're talking about you, Xian. We're from the same generation, just like Tichnon. You're the first to become a special Jonin. Congratulations." Once a classroom with nearly 100 students, now a single seat inside can hold fewer than 10 people, even though half of them are still away on missions. This illustrates the brutal elimination rate of ninja training. Faced with the flattery of her classmates, some envied her, others longed for her, and still others tried to curry favor. In this multifaceted world, Utsugi Yuga managed to force a rare, strained smile. Raising his glass high to his classmates, he said, "Don't you dare make fun of me. At the very least, no one here knows what she went through, after all." Any discussions those people had were quietly going on within the police department, essentially just telling her about it. Once they got home, no one dared mention it. Who would dare? Leaving aside the previous accusations of criticizing the Minister of Public Security and the Uchiha clan head, no one wanted to lose their job. Moreover, in the local workplace, there is naturally a lot of internal conflict. But once you get home, it's your own haven, and all your worries are cast aside, naturally avoiding any negotiations or troublesome matters. Therefore, there is little critical discussion, limited to a certain circle of relationships, unless sensational events like or tomorrow or White Fang occur. Haha, Tixian, you're a real Jonin now. Next time we have a class reunion, remember to bring your boyfriend so we can see who's the senior and who's the junior. Facing the teasing of her classmates, Utsugi Yuga vaguely remembered something, but she quickly suppressed the bitterness in her heart and pretended to smile at her classmates. There's no boyfriend involved. Don't talk nonsense. Wow, after all these years, Xian, you're still single. Tell me, what are your requirements? A female classmate showed a curious expression. She was genuinely curious about what kind of choice this ordinary genius in her class would have. Even Gecko Hayat, who was sitting nearby, showed signs of interest, and the other men were no exception. Although they knew it was a pipe dream, each of them still pricked up their ears. Facing everyone's curiosity, Itsuki Yugao gave a wry smile, shook her head, and sighed, "Perhaps I've been through too much on the front lines. Now I want to take a break, open a flower shop, and go to an orphanage to take care of the children." As for the request, at this point, Itsuki Yuga's eyes became somewhat dreamy, and unconsciously, she recalled the figure who had been her companion for 3 years. But she was muttering to herself insincerely, "That person doesn't need to be handsome, powerful, or wealthy. They just need to accompany me to the flower shop to read some books, and go to the orphanage with me to take care of the children." Her words betrayed her true feelings. She clearly remembered him, but Itsugi Yuga shook her head, silently resolving to forget everything. From the moment she made that decision, she knew they belonged to completely different worlds. No matter how well he tried to hide, he could never escape the sunlight. He was a figure born to live under everyone's gaze. But she herself was just an ordinary commoner, with at most a little talent. Itsuki Yuga was unaware of the impact her words would have on everyone present. All she saw was that they were all stunned. Some people were even muttering to themselves, fearing that Itsugi Yugao, having spent years on the brutal battlefield, now most desired peace and tranquility. After experiencing so much together, haven't they all realized that a peaceful life is what they truly desire? However, despite this, if a peaceful life is enjoyed with a beautiful woman as a companion, this is a common ailment among many, and immediately many people showed excited expressions. Gecko Hayat became even more excited, a flush of red appearing on his pale, weak face as he looked at Itsugi Yugao with determination. Ever since learning that Itsugi Yugao had become a special jonin, he felt a little disheartened. After all, he was only a chunin, and he could never be as carefree as he once was when facing Shizuka. This was a kind of disparity, but for now, it seemed as if his fighting spirit had been rekindled. However, Gecko Hayat still noticed the fiery gazes of many people and immediately made a decision in his heart. He couldn't wait, even though he now perfectly controlled his transcendent release and was even confident of becoming a special jonin within a year. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. Come, because we, Konoha, congratulate you. Do. As the laughter and chatter subsided, Itsugi Yuga felt a little disoriented, and the image of that person occasionally flashed through her mind. She had once been tormented, desperately trying to escape, but at this moment she seemed to realize that she had lost the most important thing of all. People only realize how important something was to them when they lose it. Konoha. As time passed, the police force, which had become increasingly prominent, was gradually accepted by the villagers. And especially the current person in charge of maintaining public order in the village underwent earth-shattering changes. The 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th divisions absorbed countless civilian ninja, and with the addition of Uchiha, Hyuga, Aburame, and other mixed bloodline ninjas, the situation of being ostracized as before no longer persisted. The police force's 5 squads previously recruited personnel in a similar manner, the difference being that the requirements were relatively high. Because these 5 squads were responsible for guarding prisons and the outskirts of villages, a relatively dangerous task. Uchiha Fugaku, who once led the police force, chose a yielding attitude in order to mend relations between his clan and the village. However, this only resulted in people wanting more and more. Even ordinary people are like that. This is human nature. For example, if someone gets drunk and causes trouble, Should you arrest them or educate them? There's no specific limit. The chieftain might tell you to be tolerant, but if you tolerate it this time, the next time it's someone else and you don't. Or the results of two different teams going out are different, leading to criticism and distrust. But Uchiha Yori's immediate intention upon stepping onto the stage was clear: to implement the ninja supremacy class system. Ninja are further divided into 3 categories: Bloodline Ninja, which is supreme; second, Secret Ninja techniques; then Clan Ninja; and finally, Commoner Ninja. The main ideology and philosophy is that the ninja force is the dominant force for the future of the pillar, with ninjas protecting the common people and ensuring their peace and prosperity. When it came to committing crimes, the legal system defined the offenses of ninjas and civilians as separate categories. Ninjas had to consider whether they had just come from the battlefield, whether they had just experienced a brutal mission, and the various physical and mental changes that had occurred. As long as it wasn't the kind of crime that resulted in human lives, ninja offenders would generally receive lenient treatment. But they would have to spend a period of time stabilizing their emotions within the Uchiha clan's territory. At the same time, because it was so good to soothe the repressed feelings of the ninja, the area on the outskirts of the village, near the police station, became bustling with activity. Casinos, bars, geisha museums, snack streets, playgrounds, and various kinds of performances directly create a path to entertainment. This allows ninjas who have just gone through physically and mentally exhausting missions to quickly relax their minds. The Uchiha clan's police force thus clearly established a class-based management system, and although there were debates, it felt comforting to the ninjas. Relaxing, this road is still the best. There are police stations along the way, and so far no one has caused any trouble. The pressure on my head is gone, but at the same time, I can slowly relieve that pressure. In the tavern, a middle-aged ninja who had just completed a mission couldn't help but sigh in frustration. His companion beside him nodded in agreement, saying, "Who says it's not true? After some bad things happened on previous missions, we could only stay home and slowly recover. Coming here during wartime meant there was no one in charge, unlike now where things are so much better. We can all relax here first, then go home to sleep at night. Coming home tonight, haha, you little brat, I bet you'll sneak back home." Hearing their companions teasing, the two immediately understood each other and revealed the knowing smiles that men often share. One end had regulations, while the adjacent area, a bustling street scene, meant everyone was well behaved, adding an unnecessary burden of pressure on these ninjas. If you don't cause trouble, there's naturally no pressure. If you do cause trouble, then there's pressure. However, they all came here to relax and have some fun. Lord Ninja, this is your sake. The once desolate street, in just a few short months, transformed into a bustling thoroughfare in no way inferior to the prosperous and vibrant district of Konoha. Ordinary people and ninja families who came here to do business all showed expressions of envy. The police department's ideological ladder allows them to see a path forward, which is promotion. Ordinary people live in peace and prosperity, but you think that if you want to achieve something even better, you should become a ninja, and after becoming a ninja, you can enjoy a different level of privilege. But the lineage of ninjas, bloodlines, and various ninja techniques, to put it bluntly, it's all about power divisions. Ordinary ninjas, if they can become jonin, can similarly receive the same treatment as those with bloodline ninja abilities. Well, you can't say the third Hokage's political direction was bad. It was really too general, lacking any practical meaning. Because of Konoha, everyone is a Konoha resident and should be treated equally. These ninjas risk their lives protecting their homeland. Shouldn't they receive some special treatment? Look at what the police department does. Anyone under the police department's banner gets discounted treatment. Ninja equipment receives different discounts based on their rank. And other important supplies like explosive tags are prioritized for sale to police department members, then to ninjas from the same village, and only secondarily to people from outside the village. These simple yet practical measures immediately earn the police force considerable praise. Ninjas wanted to join the police force, and civilians wanted to become ninjas. The Uchiha clan's so-called practical benefits didn't actually result in any losses. With the rapid circulation and exchange of various supplies, they actually made a considerable profit. On a bustling summer street in a cool, airy shop, Gecko Head and his 3 close friends sat together. Ibisu, across the street is the shop where Tichnan is preparing to bloom. They're currently gathering supplies. From the opposite side, it was clear that Utsugi Yugao, with her purple hair tied back, was intently focused on gathering and processing information, while Gecko Hayat wore a resolute expression, clearly indicating that he had made up his mind this time and didn't want to miss out. Ibisu, along with the Iron Steel and Kamizuki Izuma, all three showed expressions of curiosity. Their ninja eyesight, which had been enhanced by the transparent glass, now clearly revealed Utsugi Yuga's face. Seeing this scene, the iron-willed man couldn't help but say admiringly, truly worthy of being called the strong wind and you're all the beauties of the class. Iron Steel and Kamizuki Izuma were originally Asuma's main companions. It wasn't until Asuma later went to the daimyo's residence that the two of them joined forces with Ibisu. Ultimately, even though Ibisu was also a commoner, he couldn't stand the fact that someone else had a good father who followed the third Hokage. So all three of them have one thing in common. They are Sarutobi of the same type. Gecko Hayat and Ibisu were still relatively familiar with each other, while the other two were merely companions who had come along. Strong Wind, are you really determined to pursue this Utsugi Yugao? Ibisu glanced at the female ninja opposite him and frowned slightly. Although he came from a commoner background, his family had practically been the Sarutobi clan's personal butler, making him arguably the most knowledgeable of the four. Gecko Hayat didn't notice Ibisu's displeased expression. Instead, he nodded firmly and said, "Brother Ibisu, I don't want to miss this opportunity, and besides, I've known Chien since our time at the Ninja Academy." Seeing Gecko Hayat's resolute expression, Ibisu naturally understood that female ninjas were already rare, let alone those with exceptional talent, and moreover, she was exceptionally beautiful. So, how much do you know about this Utsugi Yugao? Looking at his good friend, Ibisu hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked a question. Beside him, Iron Man and Kamizuki Izuma seemed to sense something was hidden in his words, and immediately narrowed their eyes, becoming mere onlookers. Only Gecko Hayat, in his excitement, didn't notice the expressions of the other three, and continued to recount everything about Utsugi Yugao as if it were the back of his hand. The more Song listened, the stranger Ibisu's expression became. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "Strong Wind, it's not like your brother is trying to discourage you. Are you sure you can hold on?" Understood. This statement stunned Gecko Hayat, his face filled with even more doubt. Seeing Gecko Hayat, who was completely oblivious to the situation, and the curious stares of the two straight men, Ibisu immediately shook his head, speechless. "The wind is strong. I see you're thinking of pursuing Utsugi Yugao, and the price you're offering is quite high. That purple shinobi katana is probably a chakra weapon, and there's also the ornament." Ibisu, out of consideration for his friend's reputation, spoke in an extremely vague manner, but Gecko Hayat was no fool. Upon hearing it, a forced smile instantly appeared on his face. "Well, Tichnan is a special jonin. The reward for the mission isn't low, and it's on the front lines, so it's probably a war trophy." The more Gecko Hayat spoke, the more uneasy he appeared, his face growing paler. He wasn't a fool. How could a newly appointed special jonin possess a metal chakra weapon? Jonin are all extremely precious beings, and a commoner ninja who has only recently become a special jonin, so young and beautiful, and more importantly, a normal ninja with no background. Would she even be qualified to choose such a precious war trophy on the battlefield? "Well, I have something to do at home, so I'll go first." Gecko Hayat's face turned even paler, as if he had thought of something, though he was somewhat unsure. Then Ibisu sighed softly, shaking his head reassuringly. "When you get back, you can ask your aunt about it. After all, she's in charge of logistics at the Hokage's office." Gecko Hayat forced a smile as he waved goodbye to the three men, failing to notice the sympathy in their eyes. It ended before it even began, and what's more, it was so cruel. I really envy these powerful and influential families. With no outsiders present, the two steel-clad figures, along with Kamizuki Izuma, let out a bitter sigh. Asuma, upon arriving at the daimyo's mansion, instructed them to gather intelligence on Uchiha Yoru during their free time, including some rumors about Utsugi Yuga that they had also heard. Looking at the two of them, Ibisu pushed down his sunglasses, shook his head, and sighed, saying, "We're just insignificant people. We only want to live comfortably, so we don't dare ask for too much." The three individuals' differing attitudes reflect the common mindset of ninjas. They yearn for and envy the bloodline, prestigious families, and power and strength of ninjas, but at the same time, they also aspire to become such beings. However, once they matured, they were no longer so naive. Knowing that even with all their might they couldn't catch up, they resigned themselves to their fate, secretly grumbling and envying such beings. But they also possessed a mature mindset, which was to accept things and simply wish to be able to lie comfortably on their backs. Similarly, regardless of whether they were with the Sumo or the Sarutobi clan, it was simply a survival instinct, a dependence on the strong, and their own talent was irrelevant. Although Gecko Hayate possessed a bloodline ability, he didn't come from a large clan, let alone a traditional ninja family where almost every generation consisted of ninjas. Therefore, influenced by his family, Gecko Hayate wanted to find a partner who was also a ninja. Gecko Hayate's father died in the 3 great battles, leaving only his Chunin mother at home. However, she spent most of her time working in the Hokage's office building, in the logistics and documentation department, essentially as an office worker. Under the cover of darkness, the Feng family was afflicted. "Mother, did you get any results from the information I asked you to investigate?" Looking at her son, Gecko Hayate's mother snorted coldly, sitting in her chair and saying in a frigid voice, strong-winded, "I'm giving you face right now. This woman, Itsuki Yugo, is not suitable for you. You have absolutely no chance of winning her over." Why? It would be better if others didn't offer support. But when it came to his own mother, Gecko Hayate still showed a hint of resentment. "Mother, it's clear that Shion wants to step down from her second-tier position now. It's obvious what she's going through. I don't care about what happened before, but now she's on her own. So why can't I?" Gecko Hayate wasn't stupid. Itsuki Yuga was so beautiful, and with that metal chakra shinobi katana, he seemed to have guessed something. He suspected that Yugo had probably had a boyfriend before, but they had likely broken up, otherwise she wouldn't be acting like this. Looking at her son's foolish behavior, his mother couldn't help but take a deep breath. If it were anyone else's family, she would have long since burst into tears and made a huge fuss, but this was her own son. The hilt of that purple metal chakra shinobi katana, I've checked, and it's not an ordinary shinobi katana. He seemed somewhat reluctant to tell his son this stark reality, but he also feared his son might act rashly if he didn't. Gecko Hayate also showed an unusual expression, nervously saying, "Could it be that it's not just an ordinary metal chakra shinobi katana?" Chakra metal weapons are also divided into 3, 6, and 9 types. The most common are a mixture of both, and most jonin use this type of weapon. Although expensive, it's not yet at an acceptable price. A common metal chakra weapon costs around 1 million ryo. In particular, jonin participated in a rank missions, and a rank missions have a reward of around 150,000 to 1 million, which is divided equally among the team. After deducting various expenses, missions on the battlefield are not man-made, and there are many high-level missions. Accumulating enough resources is considered acceptable. Seeing her child think one thing but say another, yet ultimately remain defiant, the mother sighed deeply in the strong wind. She didn't intentionally cause trouble, but instead took a file from her chest. "This is a copy of the document I made. It's not classified information, so you don't need to worry about violating any regulations." In the logistics and documentation department of the work management unit, she naturally had to be quick and efficient with records within the village that weren't confidential. "Son, do you know why your mother said you couldn't handle it?" This weapon was crafted this spring by a renowned artisan. The materials were all prepared by him personally, but the labor cost alone was 1.3 million. This is no ordinary chakra weapon. This is already considered a famous sword of exceptional quality. And then there are these pieces of jewelry, all with traceable markings. A necklace worth 300,000, a bracelet worth 200,000. A female ninja from a commoner background, who just got promoted to special jonin. Do you think she could possibly possess these? Even our family's accumulated wealth from generations is just one ancestral shinobi katana, and yet no one would casually give away such a valuable gift. What kind of commoner female ninja could possess such precious items that only powerful clans could obtain? What kind of ex-boyfriend could give her these things? She's clearly just a kept mistress, a kept woman. Now that she's older, she's looking for someone to take her place. Gecko Hayat was too stunned to listen to his mother's sarcastic remarks to continue, staring blankly at the documents in his hand. A commoner ninja might reluctantly accept the effort and dedication required to craft a weapon, but what about jewelry? For ninjas, these are things only wealthy and noble families have the time and inclination to pay attention to. Any random piece of jewelry can be a B-rank quest with a reward, or even more, and this is assuming the reward isn't divided equally. A few days after that afternoon, Itsuki Yuga had cleaned out the entire flower shop. Looking at the brightly lit, warm little shop that she imagined, she smiled and decided to go find the third Hawkage tomorrow to explain everything. She was tired. She just wanted to live simply. The wind is strong. What brings you to see me? Today, an old classmate with whom she used to have a not-so-bad relationship came to visit, and Itsuki Yuga also showed a sweet smile. As if during this time she had forgotten the past and dispelled all the pressure in her heart. The two sat by the window at the table, fragrant tea being poured at will. Gecko Hayat's haggard face slowly lifted, looking at the girl before him in his eyes, the most perfect and innocent one. At this moment, only mockery could fill him. Tichnan, why did you become like this? A while ago you said you wanted to find an ordinary person, and I thought I had a chance. Not wanting to miss out, I mustered up all my courage, and this is the result. Gecko Hayat's words instantly stunned Utsugi Yugao, but after a moment she realized something, and the smile on her face froze. Strong wind, you investigate me. Facing Utsugi Yuga's displeased expression, Gecko Hayat gave a wry smile and nodded, directly admitting, you know, we ninjas, before we decide to get married, our instinct is to investigate the other person's background first. He had assumed that she could bury that part of him, but he didn't realize that all of this was just his own unilateral wish. Emerging from her own world, Utsugi Yuga revealed a cheerful expression. Indeed, I was too naive in my thinking. Being a ninja means you can't live such a simple life, especially a female ninja. A ninja of that caliber, when thinking about starting a family, the first thing to do is investigate the other person. I thought I could uncover my past mistakes, but I didn't realize how naive I was. Itsuki Yugao, who had initially thought she would avoid and not dare to face her complex self, instead revealed a relieved smile at this moment. The chakra metal weapon is still a top-tier sword, and even a single piece of your jewelry is worth hundreds of thousands. And there's this most bustling shop on the street, Xi'an. If you truly want to forget the past, how will you explain all of this? At this moment, Gecko Hayat made up his mind to go find Itsugi Yugao. In truth, he still harbored a glimmer of hope. If Shizuka was willing to give up everything, he would also be willing to abandon the pursuit of this goddess in his thoughts. Gecko Hayat's expression was undisguised, while Itsugi Yuga slowly leaned back in her chair, her eyes gradually becoming dreamy. You're right, if I truly wanted to bury everything from the past, I shouldn't have wanted these things, and even less should I have enjoyed them so casually. On the contrary, while I'm burying the past, I'm calmly enjoying all of this. At this point, Itsugi Yuga's face showed a self-deprecating smile. Perhaps we should finally confront our true selves as classmates. Strong Wind, are you willing to listen to what I have to say? Gecko Hayat fell silent, still clinging to a glimmer of fantasy, and couldn't help but nod, saying, if you want to speak, I'll listen. That must have been 3 years ago. Back then we both joined the 7th squad of the police force at the same time. Do you remember how much debt I had back then? Gecko Hayat nodded silently. He naturally understood what had happened 3 years ago. When Xi'an initially said it had been resolved, he hadn't thought much of it at the time. Do you know the pressure of $1 million debt? At that time, I searched everywhere I knew relatives, neighbors, teachers, teammates, and even classmates I thought weren't bad. At this point, Itsugi Yuga's expression turned nostalgic, and a sarcastic smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. She concealed the fact that she was on an Anba mission, but that wasn't important. What mattered was that she had personally experienced the true nature of human relationships. At first, she embraced it silently, carrying out her mission with unwavering conviction. But later, the shunned and hateful glances from friends, relatives, and neighbors made her realize that this was her true face. What followed was even more nauseating. People were taking advantage of the chaos to loot, and her former teacher even revealed a greedy look in his eyes, thinking of using several thousand taels to make her sleep with him. She certainly wouldn't be able to repay this large sum of money, and she wouldn't have an easy time of it. There was also the laughter at the suffering of others. At that moment, she saw through human nature and felt a little fortunate to see these people reveal their true colors with a cold smile. Later, I was pressured. After all, so many people wanted to take advantage of me. I was worth so much money. Why not sell myself for a higher price? I needed someone I didn't reject, someone who could attract even more people. So I sought out the most notorious convict, the captain of the 7th Squad of the police department, who had been tricked. She kept all her missions a secret from the Anbu because it was a ninja rule, and she needed to keep it confidential for the rest of her life. As Utsugi Yuga recounted the story, Gekko Heiat showed a look of regret. Initially, at the most difficult time for Shizuka, he hadn't thought so much about it. He was truly too foolish. He's so kind, gentle, caring, and strong. It's me who's unworthy of him. From the very beginning, I was the one who sought him out. Over the next 3 years, even though we couldn't meet, I gave him everything he deserved, the warmth of a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, gifts on holidays, and so on. Only the talented and wealthy elite could afford such precious jewelry. Ordinary ninjas couldn't even possess such high-level ninjutsu. I calmly accepted it, believing it was all rightfully mine. At this point, Itsugi Yuga shook her head and gave a bitter laugh. I thought all of this was something I had obtained by sacrificing myself. Now that I think about it, it's so funny. He's never lacked people like me around him. Talent and beauty are certainly not lacking for him. But he never said anything, as if he felt ashamed of this kind of emotion that couldn't be shown to others. He always tried to make amends. Advanced ninjutsu and carving were to ensure I could live a good life, and the precious jewelry was perhaps his shame. Well, I took it for granted. Now I understand. He was a great man because of his ideals. He feared implicating those around him. He had his own feelings, but he also feared implicating everyone else, so he silently paid the price. Gekko Heiat listened in silence, while Itsugi Yuga seemed to be recounting the story of someone else, laughing and talking as she described what she had experienced over the past 3 years, without any hint of resentment or blame. It was my own assumption that I was right to leave under all kinds of criticism and pressure. Only now do I realize that I've always only considered myself, never thought about others. You said, if from the beginning I had given up this precious sword, given up these jewels, even given up all the ninjutsu he taught me, given up everything, could I have started over again after what was once buried? Itsugi Yuga asked a question out of curiosity, seemingly asking a very serious question, something she really wanted to know. After listening, Gekko Heiat shook his head silently. Those who are unable to let go of the past can only temporarily suppress it deep within their hearts, letting it gather dust. Not bad, it's just like how I've gotten used to enjoying my current high position. At this moment, Utsugi Yuga's face gradually radiated the same aura she had when she was a senior student at the Ninja Academy, like a proud swan slowly raising its head. At 17, I was a special jonin, possessing the advanced ninjutsu that countless people envied and coveted. I also reached a height that many ordinary ninjas could never attain in their entire lives. I enjoyed the gazes of those who once despised and avoided me, now filled with regret. Furthermore, I spent 3 years trying to acquire all of this, and he never once cared. When saying these words, Itsugi Yuga directly exaggerated her selfishness, but she did so ably and without any concealment. So even if we abandon all these things, the past remains unchanged, unnoticed by people, just like the strong wine you mentioned. With a self-deprecating smile, Utsugi Yuga chuckled softly, shaking her head and saying, I believe I'm right to pursue a peaceful life. But what about others? Will they forget my past? And what about the people around me? They won't. From the moment I became a ninja, I was no ordinary person. Even if I went to an orphanage, they would investigate my personality and intelligence, and even ordinary colleagues, due to their ninja habits, would investigate me. So you're saying, why would I give up these things? I have these because he gave me a safe haven. When I lose everything, these are my last remaining assets. At this moment, Utsugi Yuga revealed a sincere and heartfelt smile. It was as if she had only now truly understood herself. She simply didn't want to give up everything she had achieved in the past 3 years. Perhaps it was vanity, or perhaps selfishness, but that's human nature. Even if she were to give up everything, others wouldn't forgive her past. So what reason would she have to give up her possessions? I understand clearly, perhaps from that very moment 3 years ago, we have belonged to two different worlds. This time, Gecko Hayat revealed a wry smile. He knew that, in fact, they had been living in different worlds for 3 years. With the last vestiges of illusion completely gone, he could accept it. But what about his family? His friends? The constant reminders that he was deceiving himself and despising others were nothing more than self-deception. And Utsugi Yuga also found her true self. Gecko Hayat has left, this time decisively. The two sides don't belong in the same world, and besides, neither will let go of everything for themselves. For example, Gecko Hayat is incapable of abandoning his family, his companions, and everyone around him who breathes the same air as him. Similarly, Utsugi Yugao is incapable of abandoning her own strength and everything else. Once the flower shop had returned to its quiet state, Utsugi Yugao, alone in the sunlight, quietly observed the shop's surroundings. Originally, this was the small room I wanted to escape to, not the place to forget everything and start over again. A low murmur of sounds lingered in the room, and at that moment, a small, frightened figure opened the door and entered. Sister Tichnan, I've come to help you tidy up your flower shop today. A girl with long blonde hair immediately broke into a smile when she saw Utsugi Yugao. So it's Aino, you've arrived just in time. My sister is preparing afternoon tea, so we can relax a bit today. Yamanaka Ino's shop was originally her mother's flower shop. After her parents passed away, the shop closed down and was later sold by the Yamanaka family. Aino always hoped that the new owner would continue to run the flower shop. Thus, she could find the scent of her mother here. Aino sat demurely on the chair, the two of them, one older and one younger, laughing and enjoying tea like sisters. Aino, I'm truly sorry about what happened to your parents. Seeing her lose her parents at such a young age, especially the daughter of the clan leader, even though her treatment is better than usual compared to before. The new clan leader will certainly not be the same as the previous one, because the new clan leader represents new interests. Despite her young age, children in this shinobi world are all mature for their age, and Aino, like a little adult, displayed a cheerful smile. Sister Tichnan, Mom did that to protect Aino, so Aino wants to smile every day, so that Mom and Dad won't be disappointed. The large family was plagued by internal strife, and even at a young age, Aino understood one principle clearly. When the father passed away, relying on the mother was the most dangerous. Conversely, if the mother's immediate death was to protect her daughter, and the couple gave up everything, leaving behind a young daughter, then the new heir would also refrain from harming Aino to avoid gossip. After all, since she was an orphan child, they didn't need to target her in any way. As long as they didn't teach her any advanced ninjutsu, Aino would naturally be eliminated by them. Conversely, if her mother were here, raising Aino to adulthood, she would learn advanced ninjutsu, and then could she reclaim the clan head position? This is a potential threat. Furthermore, since the mother is present, shouldn't the tribal chief also leave some resources for this orphaned widow? Without her mother, Aino lost everything, but she also lost the threat she faced. Aino, are you doing well within your family? Facing Sister Tichman's question, Aino revealed a sweet, innocent smile. That's fine, anyway, no one cares anymore. The calm remark about being ignored made Utsugi Yugo tremble. She naturally understood this principle. The daughter of the former Yamanaka clan leader was now just an ordinary girl of the Yamanaka clan, forgotten and overlooked. So, Aino, do you have any dreams? Whether she wanted to make amends or simply wanted to see the resentment in Ino's heart, Utsugi Yuga casually and lightly inquired, secretly releasing a simple hypnotic jutsu technique to make people lower their guard. The Yamanaka clan allowed Aino to come here, and they also harbored the possibility of using her methods to completely eliminate Aino, who posed almost no threat. Unconsciously, Ino's eyes, which had been somewhat dazed, slowly revealed a trace of hatred. I want to become the strongest female jonin, and then I'll ask the three clan leaders, Aino, Shika, and Cho. Why did they abandon their father when they were supposed to advance and retreat together? Furthermore, he claimed to be protecting everyone, so why did he stand idly by and tacitly accept all of this? Having lost her parents at a young age, Aino quickly matured and came to understand certain things, including who the real culprits were who had killed her parents. In the flower shop, Yamanaka Aino, like a little cat, nestled comfortably on the soft sofa, drifted off to sleep, as if her home and parents were there in her dream. Itsuki Yugao, however, let out a weak sigh. Poor little girl, your parents' marriage was entirely a result of political maneuvering. You're unwilling to take responsibility for your own actions, shifting the blame to your subordinates, while those below you prioritize their own interests over your own. This might be politics, but you shouldn't be so ruthless and heartless. Under the third Hokage's administration, Itsuki Yuga now truly understands the extent of decay, just like the third Hokage at his age, already at the end of his life. And he was slowly rising towards the sun. She hoped this sun would never fall. The third volume, The Rise of the Demon, Burning the Will of Fire. Konoha, in the sweltering summer heat, cicadas chirp loudly in the treetops. Lord Hokage, the above is the latest development from the Police Intelligence Agency. In his office, Hada Kakashi calmly reported everything he had investigated, bowing his head. He was being completely truthful, not being ambiguous at all. And the third Hokage, sitting upright, had even more severe age spots on his face. His hair was turning gray, and even his beard was white. At this moment, he looked completely like an old man in his twilight years. Kakashi, you've worked hard. Looking at the intelligence report Kakashi was holding, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, then frowned, his expression turning serious. In just under half a year, the police force developed far faster than he had imagined, attracting many ninjas to join, and the overall strength of the police force increased by almost half. At the same time, the Uchiha clan also withdrew nearly half of its personnel from the police department. These elites were all used to protect the clan's assets, which led to the Uchiha's reputation becoming even more renowned within the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned as he looked down at the shocking report, while Hada Kakashi, bowing his head below, fell silent, his heart growing cold. The former third Hokage, now an aging man in his twilight years, still occupies the position of Hokage. The events at the Temple of Fire remain unexamined, leading to a rift in the relationship between the daimyo's mansion and Konoha, but at least the matter has come to an end. The chaotic situation on the Uzu-no-Kuni border gradually stabilized, and the rebellious ninja forces led by Enmei Terumi of the Hidden Mist Village gained momentum, now occupying Uzu-no-Kuni. Konoha, at this point, was playing the role of a buffer, secretly supporting the rebellious Hidden Mist Village ninja forces. Now that the Hidden Mist Village ninjas were in disarray, they had no time to fight Konoha. Meanwhile, Hidden Cloud Village and Hidden Stone Village, these ninja villages, were not as frugal as they seemed. Seeing the internal conflict erupt in the Hidden Mist Village, they feared this force would be quickly subdued, and instead secretly supported it. Therefore, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas' repeated attempts to quell the rebellion not only failed to eliminate this force, but instead stabilized Enmei Terumi's rebel army, which is now completely focused on gathering strength and waiting for the opportunity to counterattack the village. The ninja world was shaken, signifying the resolution of the biggest border conflict at Konoha. Therefore, although there are minor conflicts at the Konoha borders now, the situation is relatively stable. Nearly half a year passed, and Konoha gradually stabilized. However, what chilled Kakashi's heart was that there wasn't the slightest sign within the village of nominating the fifth Hokage, Third Lord. Kakashi, clinging to a last glimmer of hope, calmly looked up at the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen also looked up at Kakashi with a puzzled expression. Kakashi, do you have anything else to report? Third Hokage, recently, after the village stabilized, there seems to be some talk in the tavern recommending the fifth Hokage to take on the role of Hokage. At this moment, Kakashi's expression was very well concealed, as if he was trying to gauge whether this was the third Hokage's doing. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage was immediately stunned. The fifth Hokage. For a moment, his eyes became somewhat dazed. Yes, the village should choose the fifth Hokage. What a heartwarming choice. Who could possibly inherit his role in stabilizing the village of Fire Will? Jiraiya was unrestrained and carefree. Tsunade was impulsive and hot-tempered. If Tsunade were to become the fifth Hokage, inheriting the Senju clan's domineering personality, her first act would be to seize power, which would inevitably lead to conflicts with the Anbu, Root, and other branches. The village had just settled down, and he absolutely did not want to see the slightest disturbance. Kakashi, I know. Finally, Saratobi Hiruzen sighed in frustration upon discovering that there was basically no one who could inherit his will of fire, and he felt somewhat lonely. But at this moment, Kakashi's last glimmer of hope was shattered. He now saw things perfectly clearly. The so-called will of fire had long since become the third Hokage's personal political ideology. The will of fire. The third Hokage often boasts about his great devotion, yet he cannot tolerate even the slightest disagreement from others. To put it bluntly, he has the will of a dictator, and he becomes even more dictatorial with age. Third Lord, I'll take my leave now. Looking at Kakashi, Saratobi Hiruzen nodded with a joyful expression. Kakashi, be careful. The village is gradually stabilizing now, so you don't need to rush so much at the police department. Yes. As Kakashi walked out of the Hokage's office, he looked up at the brilliant sunlight, but his heart was incredibly cold. The third Hokage has become completely immersed in the will of fire. Not a single speck of dust is to be allowed. Kakashi, with his sharp mind and unique political insight, knew that Konoha wasn't lacking candidates for the fifth Hokage position, but rather that the third Hokage wouldn't allow anyone to cross his bottom line. The so-called will of fire is something each individual has their own unique interpretation of, yet the third Hokage wants the next Hokage to completely inherit his will. Isn't that excessively domineering? Is your slightly weaker fire will a factor that will destabilize the village and bring about upheaval? Why are you so certain? Couldn't it lead to a better tomorrow? Dictator. Kakashi sighed, reflecting on the dictatorial political ideology, and gradually walked towards the police department, disappearing down the street. However, Kakashi's investigation today aroused the third Hokage's suspicion of a conspiracy, prompting him to immediately convene a meeting of the village's high-ranking officials. Hokage Office Building, Meeting Room. Uchiha Kaharu, Midokado Homura, and Shimura Danzu arrived separately, all three calmly looking at Saratobi Hiruzen, wondering what major event was about to happen by summoning them all this time. The third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, looked at his three close friends, lowered his Hokage hat, and exhaled a cloud of mist. He said hoarsely, according to intelligence, the police department is preparing to nominate the fifth Hokage. What? Upon hearing these words, the most vehement reaction came from Shimura Danzu, his sinister eyes now filled with rage. Damn it, what a heartless beast. Shimura Danzu slammed his hand on the table in anger, directly declaring, the Uchiha's ambitions are too great. Not only has the police department expanded and the Uchiha clan's strength skyrocketed, but now their ambition has reached the point where they're eyeing the Hokage position. How arrogant. In Shimura Danzu's eyes, the Uchiha clan's reckless behavior and ambition for the Hokage position stemmed from their blind confidence in the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Kaharu frowned at this point, pausing before saying, the Uchiha clan produced a terrifying Mangekyo Sharingan, and with Uchiha Yora's current abilities and reputation, especially among the younger generation, he certainly has the qualifications to speak of the fifth Hokage. Uchiha Kaharu was also speaking the truth. The village had now reached a hierarchical level. Going upwards was the Sannin era, where only Jiraiya and Tsunade had the ability to participate in the Hokage selection. Going downwards, there was only an 18-year-old Uchiha Yora with cage-level strength, especially since he didn't know the Mangekyo Sharingan, making it a deadly weapon. Separated by a rift, these ninjas, all around 30 years old, don't possess cage-level combat power. It's a complete disparity. The Uchiha clan is brimming with ambition. We cannot let them succeed. Moreover, what the village needs right now is stability. After a long silence, Midokado Homura uttered those words, and immediately the three of them fell silent. A few years ago, they personally experienced the rise of the new Hokage, and the power and prestige of these elderly high-ranking officials were completely shaken. The fourth Hokage ascended the throne and began to cultivate his own strength. He knew that the third Hokage still existed, and the power of a Hokage was immense. Both previous Hokages are still alive, and the third Hokage still holds his own power. So where does the power of a new Hokage come from? Isn't it simply a matter of dividing up the power among all the people involved? After all, the pie was so big, the third Hokage had to give up a little more power, and they needed to cooperate by giving up some as well. Watching one's power and prestige gradually erode away like a silkworm eating away at it, no one can remain unmoved. This is human nature. Looking up at his three old companions, Saratobi Hiruzen exhaled a thick puff of smoke and said hoarsely, "The fourth Hawkage is gone, and now that the village is gradually stabilizing, it certainly needs a new, younger Hawkage." Absolutely not. Upon hearing that Saratobi Hiruzen was considering abdicating, Shimura Danzu immediately slammed his hand on the table in protest. No matter who takes the top spot, they're all younger than the third Hawkage. How could he possibly survive against them then? Given the third Hawkage's current demeanor, he's finally found a chance to defeat him, so how could he let it slip away? The other three stared at him, as if saying, "Danzo, your opposition is a bit too strong." Shimura Danzu snorted coldly and said in a low voice, "The new Hawkage represents the power of communication and will bring about upheaval, especially giving the Uchiha an opportunity to exploit the situation. If the Uchiha clan ascends to power, Konoha will face an unprecedented upheaval. If the Uchiha clan fails to ascend, the upheaval will not be resolved uneasily. Saratobi, now is not the time to elect another fifth Hawkage. What the village needs is stability." Danzo spoke with a proud and imposing air, but this scene, in the eyes of the three, only made them shake their heads. Everyone knew what he was thinking. Danzo was afraid that the new Hawkage's ascension to power would have an impact on Root. Ultimately, not every individual is the third Hawkage, and they can't just ignore you like that. Root's power is already on par with the Anbus, not to mention they know about some of their evil research, but they choose to ignore it. Ultimately, Danzo's starting point was for Konoha. They knew that, and that's why they pretended not to see it. Uchiha Kaharu also nodded seriously in agreement with Danzo's point of view. "Saratobi, once we consider the selection of the fifth Hawkage, the only ones capable of overpowering the Uchiha are Jiraiya and Tsunade." Jiraiya and Tsunade. The names of these two made everyone frown. Tsunade was the last person they wanted to take over without her. Nominally speaking, once Tsunade ascended to power, they truly had no way to control her. His grandfather was the first Hawkage, his great-grandfather was the second Hawkage. He has the bloodline of the Senju clan flowing through his veins, and he himself is a princess of the Land of Fire. With all these identities, how could they possibly hold their own? Moreover, Tsunade has a volatile temper, and they're afraid that even pointing fingers at her will only provoke her angry scolding. Others might find it a bit excessive to scold them angrily, but when someone reprimands them, others can't bring themselves to speak all of them. After all, who has a bigger background than that person? To put it bluntly, in their hearts, Tsunade was just a spoiled little lady, not to be trifled with, and they could only blame their bad luck for their misfortune. Therefore, one candidate is Jiraiya. At this moment, Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura looked at each other, then silently nodded in agreement. However, Jiraiya was their final choice. No matter who took the stage, their interests and rights would be harmed. More importantly, those who held power year-round, like the third Hawkage, all possessed a dictatorial mindset. Only by following their direction would the village be stable. Any recklessness would only lead to turmoil. Hiruzen, the Hidden Stone Village's Noki, doesn't even have the slightest thought of abdicating, so I feel that the so-called fifth Hawkage position isn't yet necessary. Not bad. What the village needs right now is stability, and besides, we can't leave this Uchiha undercurrent to the next generation. If we handle it poorly, all of this will be our fault. Uchiha Kaharu's final words momentarily caused Saratobi Hiruzen's expression to stiffen, and even Shimura Danzu let out a cold snort. They all had their own pride. Such a great threat had appeared in their generation from the Uchiha clan, yet they lacked the ability to handle it and passed it on to the next generation. Isn't this just a way of saying they're incompetent? This was also what Saratobi Hiruzen found most unacceptable. He could not bear the thought of his political career creating such a large, malignant tumor of disaster for the next generation in the village. The nearest village fears there might be tremors. Saratobi Hiruzen's tone became firm, and everyone immediately understood his meaning. Shimura Danzu simply let out a cold laugh. Root will react. Or not. Looking at Danzo, even a fool could figure out what this guy was up to, and Saratobi Hiruzen's face showed a confident expression. Danzo, send someone to the Uchiha clan and inquire about the new clan head's investigation into the fourth Hawkage's death in the Ninetales Rebellion. The saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets, and the third Hawkage, Saratobi Hiruzen, directly explained it to everyone. To preemptively strike, They immediately named the Uchiha clan as being under suspicion regarding the Ninetales incident several years ago. The previous clan head, Fugaku, investigated for so long, and now that he's replaced him, what have you found out? The warning was also a piece of advice for the ambitious new Uchiha clan leader. If you want to compete for Hokage status using the Mangekyo Sharingan, then first wipe the Ninetales backside clean. Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan's idea is very dangerous. After the situation was resolved, Uchiha Kaharu showed signs of apprehension. The Uchiha clan had always been a source of anxiety for them, and the current retaliation and ambition from the other side only added to their unease. For the Uchiha clan, Shimura Danzu, who considered the greatest threat, revealed a sinister expression. Not bad. The Uchiha clan itself is an extremely dangerous entity. And now they have the Mangekyo Sharingan. This clan is arrogant and conceited. As long as the Mangekyo Sharingan's influence isn't resolved, the Uchiha clan will become extremely dangerous. Mangekyo. This is the real reason why everyone is so wary of them. It's not just their own terrifyingly powerful abilities that bring about such immense influence, especially since the Uchiha clan itself is an extremely radical clan. In the eyes of the Uchiha, the Mangekyo Sharingan was synonymous with invincibility since with release had become extinct. Police Department. In Uchiha Yoru's office, he held the scroll that Root had given him, a clear expression of coldness on his face. Kakashi, what do you want to do? Present in the office were three trusted confidants, Uchiha Shisui, Hada Kakashi, and Hyuga Hizashi. However, Shisui was now filled with anger as he questioned Kakashi, while Kakashi remained silent, not saying a word. Only Hyuga Hizashi remained the most composed, saying in a low voice, Lord Yoru, the Hokage sent Root to reiterate the suspicion of the Ninetales rebellion. It's clearly a warning. Uchiha Yoru was certainly aware of this point. He truly hadn't expected the old Hokage to react so quickly and launch a direct counterattack targeting a vital point. The Uchiha clan is burdened with the suspicion of the Ninetales rebellion, and the fourth Hokage is dead, so this should be considered a warning. Tell the Uchiha not to harbor any illusions until they have cleared their names. Uchiha Yoru chuckled coldly, taking it down, his gaze involuntarily shifting towards Kakashi. Kakashi, I want to know your thoughts. Hada Kakashi calmly nodded and said in a low voice, Yoru, overthrowing the corrupt high-ranking officials isn't enough for us. Besides, do you really think Jiraiya or Tsunade won't continue to implement the current old-fashioned high-ranking system? Regardless of who becomes the fifth Hokage, Jiraiya or Tsunade, there will be no further upheaval for at least 10 or 20 years. But would they just sit idly by and watch the Uchiha clan grow so powerful? Kakashi's two blunt statements brought Shisui, who was standing beside him, back to his senses. That's right, all of this would bring turmoil to the village. In overthrowing the corrupt upper echelons, although they had made good preparations for the upheaval and sacrifice, in terms of overall strength, the Konoha upper echelons now far surpassed them. Now, although the Uchiha clan is in a good position, how many ninjas are there in total? The Uchiha, Aburame, and Hyuga clans have split off, along with Orochimaru's organization members, plus a few recently recruited civilian ninjas. The calculation shows that there are 2,000 of them, and besides, these things aren't necessarily going to follow you blindly. In contrast, the third generation of clans, the Sarutobi, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Nara clans, these four great clans are all the iron-fisted type, and they also possess the Anbu and Root, two major armed forces. Meanwhile, the village had prepared at least several thousand ninjas. Throughout the entire Fire Country, the third Hokage could easily mobilize over 10,000 ninjas to pacify the village with a wave of his hand. Now, the third Hokage's prestige, while not yet at its peak, has not yet fallen to the point of losing popular support after so many years of political life. With their high-level combat power, their side now boasts cage-level fighters like Uchiha Yoru, Kakashi, and Uchiha Shisui, all of whom possess Mangekyo Sharingan. And they also have even more room for growth. Konoha boasts cage-level fighting power. The third Hokage, Shimura Danzu, and Jiraiya and Tsunade all four are seasoned cage-level fighters with long-standing prestige. Not to mention the Ninetales Jinchuriki. As for whether they'll mature, that's irrelevant then. They'll use them now, and if things get better, they can start over and create a Jinchuriki later. Konoha's high-ranking officials have 4 cage-level combatants plus the Ninetales Jinchuriki. making a total of 5 cage-level combatants. They each had 3 cage-level combatants. In a battle of cage-level power, I'm completely at a disadvantage. The power of comparison, crushing defeat. So Kakashi, what's your idea? Looking at Kakashi at this moment, Uchiha Yor not only showed no anger, but instead had a smile on his face. When Kakashi said that, it meant he was absolutely determined to help him devise a plan. Kakashi calmly said in a low voice, currently, there is still a neutral force in the village, including the large clans of the Inizuke and Hyuga clans, as well as countless smaller clans. These are all forces we can fight for to survive. Having accumulated strength, even after the 4th Hokage's death so long ago, he hasn't nominated the 5th Hokage again. Instead, the 3rd Hokage, who had previously taken responsibility for dismissing him, has taken over and clung to power, refusing to let go. Over time, this naturally leads to disillusionment and disappointment among the people, because the village isn't without strong individuals. Furthermore, with the 3rd Hokage advanced in age and no successor, the entire Sarutobi clan has revealed its greedy side. The prevailing sentiment dictates that they intend to frantically extract village resources before the 3rd Hokage's abdication, which has affected the interests of countless ninjas. Hada Kakashi, worthy of being one of the 6th Hokage, immediately recognized the 3rd Hokage's analytical mind and foresaw his gradual loss of popular support. After all, the 3rd Hokage wasn't just one person. Behind him was the Sarutobi clan. Even more importantly, the Ninetales is plotting something. At this point, Hada Kakashi, his expression now clear, glanced at Hyuga Hizashi and said in a low voice, Shimura Danzu is under serious suspicion. He struck at the most crucial moment, delivering the final blow that brought down the rotten tree. Furthermore, Reed's involvement in the division of the Hyuga clan could potentially become the trigger for drawing in the Hyuga main family. After listening to Hada Kakashi's analysis, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but clap his hands and reveal a satisfied smile. Kakashi, I was right about you. Your analysis makes a lot of sense. Since Root split the Hyuga clan, the Hyuga main family has absolutely no chance of siding with Sarutobi. They may appear neutral now, but aren't they secretly licking their wounds? Their separation was merely a matter of opportunistically joining the police force, and their alliance with the Uchiha was simply a forced situation. Therefore, the Uchiha and the Hyuga clan have never had any animosity towards each other. At this point, Uchiha Yoru looked towards Hyuga Hizashi, a hint of guilt appearing on his face. Senior Hizashi, I still need to trouble you with this matter. Regardless of whether we remain as the head of the family or separate, I believe that your generation wants to resolve the grievances in this generation. After all, Kago no Torai is a thing of the past, and moreover, we share a common enemy, the ruthless interference of the corrupt Kana high-ranking members of the major clans. As for the Hyuga clan's split-up feud, Hyuga Hizashi rarely showed a hint of bitterness on his face, and couldn't help but let out a weak sigh. Separation from the main clan might leave behind some animosity, but since they've both broken bones and severed tendons, I will personally visit the Hyuga clan head. Now that he was on this boat, especially with the whole thing separating behind him, Hyuga Hizashi could only steadfastly move forward. Furthermore, this is also an opportunity to shift the hatred, to move the internal conflict between the Hyuga clan and the split family to the outside world. In terms of foreign policy, the Hyuga clan harbored deep-seated resentment, with the Konoha high-ranking officials interfering in the division. The driving force behind this split came from the Uchiha clan, who were essentially joining the pirate ship. Seeing Hyuga Hizashi nod in agreement, Uchiha Yoru immediately broke into a smile. Once the main clan joined, the two great bloodline clans of Konoha would be working together, and Konoha would have to think twice before trying to harm them. Therefore, I would like to ask Senior Hizashi for your help. If Senior Hizashi agrees, I am willing to take on a disciple from the main family. Of course, Senior Hizashi Neiji's talent is also quite good. Uchiha Yoru directly threw out the bait, which also served as a calming agent for the family head and the others. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hizashi nodded solemnly, I understand. Neiji's own son was later taken as a disciple by Uchiha Yoru, signifying an even closer separation from the Uchiha clan, to the point of becoming the head of the family. At this moment, Hyuga Hizashi couldn't help but show a hint of joy. Neiji's talent among the younger generation needed no further explanation, and as the head of the clan, the thought of it filled him with awe. After Hyuga Hizashi and Shisui left, only the two of them remained in the office. Uchiha Yoru chuckled and threw the warning scroll that Root had given her into the trash can. Yoru, are you really that confident? Kakashi gazed intently at his comrade, unsure how to describe him. Others concealed their ambitions, but Uchiha Yoru made no attempt to hide them, and even showed such respect for talent. Dare to delegate, even without fear of betrayal. Uchiha Yoru, looking at Kakashi, shook his head and said, the stronger a person is, the more resolute their will becomes. Therefore, I believe what I am doing is right. If you all betray me, then it proves that my ideals and will are wrong. Only the strong have the right to speak. The weak have never had it. Although cruel, it is the truth. Furthermore, there's one point you don't understand yet. The power to strike fear into everyone's hearts is the fundamental basis of everything. Unwavering will and ideals are the guiding principles. Speaking of which, Uchiha Yoru is like a charlatan with a grand ideal. Was Uchiha Madara mistaken? He only possessed immense power, but his ideology and will at that time would bring about war, and the world today has experienced too much war. People desperately cherish the peace they have now, so no one followed him. But what about the present? The first Hokages will prove that he didn't end the war. He merely transformed the former clan chaos into the current great war among the ninja villages. The ninja world has suffered enough from war, and my ideals and will are born from the present world. Kakashi, you said that if Uchiha Madara had one in the beginning, would the entire shinobi world now consist of only Konoha? Uchiha Yoru suddenly thought of something, revealing a curious and questioning expression, and Kakashi's face became serious regarding this matter. Kakashi recalled the brutality of war, then looked at his comrade with his great ideals, and couldn't help but shake his head, saying, I don't know. But I can think of something you said that's right. The strong make the rules, the weak obey them. Initially, when the first Hokage was alive, the shinobi world didn't dare to start a war, so I agree with your philosophy on this point. The strong can suppress everything. The current shinobi world is too far away, right now. This is the village. You and I both love this village and don't want to harm it. So I hope that tonight you can use absolute power to suppress everything and overthrow the rotten tree at the lowest possible cost. At this point, Hada Kakashi suddenly paused, unable to restrain himself from reaching out and covering his left eye with his hand, then chuckled and said, I will strive to become stronger. If that day truly comes, I think my Sharingan might be able to help you deal with the third Hokage. That's quite something. Hearing Kakashi's words, Uchiha Nightheart was startled. Kakashi, your path is a bit wild, he thought, but he also somewhat agreed with it. If such a day were to come, a single Mangekyo Sharingan attack would directly eliminate the third Hokage, thus saving the village countless losses. Killing one person to save 1,000, that is the calmest choice. Haha, Kakashi, you should train hard. In the ninja world, strength is still the deciding factor, just like Shinosuke. If you don't have enough strength, even the strongest force won't be enough. Now that the Uchiha clan and the police force are gradually settling into a new, mutually beneficial group, he is preparing to shift his focus to training. Yoryu, I trust you. With unwavering faith in the future, Kakashi nodded solemnly, then turned and left the office. Yes, big brother. Immediately after Kakashi's figure left, Uchiha Shisui instantly appeared in the office. Shisui, your body flicker technique has improved again. Shisui looked up, his expression serious. Brother, the third generation has no chance of approaching them alone, and their willpower is too unwavering. The probability of success is too low. Shimura Danzu couldn't find an opportunity, and moreover, the opponent possessed Sharingan and would release cells, so he also had no chance. Uchiha Shisui spoke in a way that the listener couldn't understand, but Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and nodded, saying, I anticipated this. Shisui, although your Kodo Amatsuki is the strongest genjutsu, the fundamental nature of genjutsu is still willpower. The more resolute your mental strength and willpower, the greater the chance of breaking a genjutsu. So where are those two old geezers, Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura? Originally, Uchiha Shisui possessed the terrifying power of the Kodo Amatsuki Mangekyo Sharingan. He had long since sought out his elder brother, Yi, and secretly decided to prepare to practice it on the third Hokage. But after so much investigation, he found the probability of success was too low. For a village where shadows can strike, once revealed, it's extremely dangerous. Having Koto Amatsuki doesn't mean you have to be stupid, but Koto Amatsuki also didn't imagine it would be so difficult to solve. This made Uchiha Yori nod in approval. After all, this is consistent with the principles, otherwise the Mangekyu wouldn't be invincible. With one Koto Amatsuki and one Otsutsuki, Shisui's Mangekyu Sharingan is the strongest. Utatane Kaharu and Midokado Homura are the two highest-ranking individuals whose chakra weakens the fastest. For them, Koto Amatsuki is almost certain to succeed. Uchiha Shisui displayed a resolute expression. He wasn't certain about the third Hokage and Danzo, but he had faith in these two old geezers. Uchiha Yoru heard this and immediately smiled and nodded. Weakened chakra represents a weakened body, and also indicates that mental strength has entered a period of decline. Moreover, the two of them have always existed as advisors, and more importantly, they don't have Danzo's ambitions. Ambition represents unwavering willpower, so it's best to eliminate these two. Shisui, you should secretly look for an opportunity. Only one of them needs to succeed. At this point, Uchiha Yoru's expression turned serious. With our spies and informants in the village, they won't be so passive. Firstly, this means that in the future, every move of the third generation will be under his watchful eye, and he will also have an inside informant, who will be an extremely crucial figure at a critical moment. Yes, big brother, I understand now. Uchiha Shisui nodded solemnly, his expression resolute. He knew the importance of this moment. Now, deeply disappointed in the village, he had placed all his hope on Uchiha Yoru. Furthermore, this is also a way for the village to reduce bloodshed and preserve as much of its strength as possible. Shisui, remember to rest well after you're done, especially regarding your Mangekyu Sharingan. I'll find a solution for you with Teacher Orochimaru. Uchiha Shisui showed a smile in response to Uchiha Yoru's concern. For the future of the village, he was willing to pay any price, even his own life. If he is truly exposed, he will bear all the punishment alone. National fields. Winding and twisting through the underground passage, a vast, empty space ended there, where in the dim light, a group of teenagers wielding kunai could be vaguely seen engaging in duels. Below, countless children, upon seeing the figure on the high platform, couldn't help but show expressions of fervent excitement. Long black hair, blonde streaks along the pupils, purple extending to the nostrils, pale skin, wearing sky blue mixed with green magatama-shaped earrings, and occasionally sticking out her tongue, revealing an excited expression. Lord, look, these are the new Ninja Village children I prepared. With a hoarse chuckle, Orochimaru rarely showed even a hint of a smile, as if he were exhibiting his most prized creation. Behind them, a white figure appeared, simultaneously filling the children below with curiosity. Who was this person hidden in the shadows, whose face was invisible? And yet, they could stand side by side with the great Lord Orochimaru. Looking at the teachers, they're really short on funds. Looking down at the group of children, Uchiha Yoru gave Orochimaru a meaningful glance, and the two immediately burst into laughter. They both understood each other perfectly well. Orochimaru was more interested in research than in establishing ninja villages. The real purpose of establishing the hidden Leaf Village was research. These children would all become ninjas, and then they could carry out missions. Orochimaru gave these children power, and he collected the reward money for completing the missions. In short, it was the hidden Leaf Village system. Ultimately, Orochimaru had no immediate plan. He needed a long-term, stable source of resources, and establishing a ninja village in a small country was the best option. At the same time, he needed to study living organisms and related materials, which he could completely rely on the ninja village itself to obtain. After all, small countries represent chaos, with hired ninjas, rogue ninjas, and bandits all mixed together, making it the best place to gather living organism data. Especially given its geographical location, the Land of Fields is adjacent to the Land of Fire, surrounded by several smaller countries, and not far from the Land of Earth and the Land of Thunder. Therefore, it can be said that this place is also a chaotic and unruly land. Orochimaru founded the Hidden Leaf Village with the sole purpose of conducting research. Since leaving the Night Army, the research progress has slowed down considerably. At this moment, Orochimaru, with a hoarse voice and a forced smile, said, "This isn't a lie. The happiest moment of my research in Konoha was when this disciple of mine was assisting me." That other place, indeed, only needed to focus on research. and wouldn't have needed to worry about anything else. Unlike now, after leaving Konoha, there's no one to support him. Although he has considerable wealth, it's unsustainable to squander it all, which is why he had the idea of establishing a ninja village. It wasn't about becoming some kind of powerful ninja village ruler. It was purely to ensure my research funding provided a stable and continuous income. Is that so? Facing his teacher, Uchiha Yoru shrugged and smiled, indicating, likewise, since leaving my teacher, my troubles have been endless. Before, he had Orochimaru at the helm, so he could cause trouble behind the scenes. But now that's not possible. He's become the one at the forefront. I heard that Night Lord opened the legendary Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan. Slowly turning his head, Orochimaru licked his lips, revealing an excited and inquisitive look in his eyes. Orochimaru's eyes, filled with undisguised lust, made Uchiha Yoru shake his head helplessly. When a powerful being desires your body, you must display equal strength. Otherwise, you will only become their plaything. Teacher Orochimaru, this is the Mangekyo Sharingan. In the slow, drawn-out motion as he lifted his head, a dazzling crimson glow appeared in his eyes. The three black Magatama spheres continuously rotated downwards, transforming into the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Yoru, brimming with confidence, smiled and nodded. So this is Mangekyo. What beautiful eyes! Upon seeing the Mangekyo Sharingan, Orochimaru revealed a twisted smile, but the next moment his body suddenly trembled, and in an instant, his yellow snake-like eyes showed a hint of apprehension. But the next moment, swoosh! A drop of cold sweat trickled down Orochimaru's temple as he caught a glimpse of his disciple who had appeared behind him in an instant, the wariness in his snake-like eyes intensifying. First, there's the powerful illusion technique, and then there's this terrifying spatial ninjutsu. The terrifying power of the Mangekyo Sharingan completely awakened him, but it also fueled Orochimaru's even greater desire to explore it. He excitedly licked his lips, his hoarse, perverse laughter echoing. Is this the legendary ocular jutsu space and genjutsu? It's meaningful, truly very meaningful. For a moment, Orochimaru's face displayed a sickly, grinning expression, and he didn't hide his jealousy at all. Is this the power of a bloodline limit? Decades of training for an ordinary ninja can't compare to the power of a bloodline limit being unlocked and evolving. Orochimaru was indeed an exceptional genius, even praised by the third Hokage, but compared to other bloodline ninjas, Orochimaru understood even more clearly that his own strength was the result of gradual training, all of which came at the cost of countless hours of hard work. But where are the limitations of the bloodline? It's unfair. Jealousy. This is human nature, and Orochimaru's personality makes it impossible for him to hide his desires. Therefore, it can be said that Orochimaru is the most direct type of person. He never hides his intentions. For example, his desire for Sasuke's body was evident from the very beginning. Therefore, it can be said that Orochimaru is a person of extreme purity. Not bad. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan ability. Uchiha Yoru slowly retracted his Mangekyo Sharingan, and under Orochimaru's greedy gaze, he casually nodded. The next moment, Uchiha Yoru directly took out two glass tubes from his chest and threw them over. Orochimaru looked puzzled after receiving them. One plant in the test tube had two eyeballs, while the other had only one eye. One of these eyes belongs to a traitor in the clan, a three-tamo Sharingan. The other eye belongs to Uchiha clan head Uchiha Fugaku, a Mangekyo Sharingan. After uttering those last words with relief, Orochimaru's pupils suddenly contracted, and he couldn't help but reveal a look of shock, which then transformed into a sickly smile. Haha, interesting, very interesting. Is this the confidence that the Mangekyo Sharingan has given you, Night Lord? Or is this kind of arrogance ingrained in your Uchiha bones? He could accept the three-tamo Sharingan, but the fact that the other party could even give him the Mangekyo Sharingan, what was that? Only someone with absolute confidence could achieve something like this. There's still a new Mangekyo. At this moment, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. A Sharingan missing one eye doesn't simply mean its power is halved. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru shrugged and shook his head, saying with a helpless expression, the other one must have fallen into Danzo's hands. Shimura Danzo. As soon as he uttered that name, Orochimaru was certain. No one understood the dark intentions of this shinobi world better than him. This Mangekyo Sharingan's power is rapidly depleting, so your teacher should be careful when studying it. Seeing his disciple bring such a valuable item, Orochimaru immediately narrowed his eyes. Although they were master and disciple, their relationship was also based on mutual benefit, and he had never believed that his disciple would be so kind-hearted. Although the Mangekyo Sharingan was clearly in his possession, Orochimaru displayed a knowing smile, as if he were hinting at some kind of condition. As expected, Uchiha Yura smiled and nodded towards the dark corridor in the distance, saying, "Jiren, come out." With the sound of footsteps descending, a young woman slowly emerged from the darkness. Upon seeing Uchiha Yoru, her eyes lit up with fervent admiration. She immediately approached her master, subtly adopting a protective stance. The immediate condition is that the teacher is from this village. Uchiha Yoru's words left Orochimaru stunned at first, then he broke into an evil grin. "Haha, Yijun, your ambition is truly unprecedented. You've already begun to put it into action." Jiren basically couldn't understand what the two were saying, but Orochimaru and Uchiha Yoru both displayed a very knowing smile. The Hidden Leaf Village's mission area utilizes all the resources from Master Roshi's research facility, and the Uchiha and police departments will also maintain close contact with the Hidden Leaf Village's teachers. The idea is very simple. In the future, this Sound Village will belong to him, and Orochimaru will be his personal trainer, the head ninja instructor. The price he paid was that, before officially taking over the Sound Village, all its resources were distributed to him, and the Uchiha and police forces would secretly assist him in establishing this ninja village. Haha, Yijun, you have quite the appetite, but it seems your seductive charm is still lacking a bit. A Mangekyo Sharingan, plus assistance in establishing the Hidden Leaf Village, do you think those two things alone could make him Hakuda, a capable leader? Orochimaru, though devoted to research, wasn't stupid. He could still keep track of accounts. If he truly couldn't, he wouldn't have become such a strong contender for Hokage. As if sensing his teacher's intentions, Uchiha Yoru calmly revealed a confident smile, raised his hand, and formed a hand seal. The next moment, Orochimaru's smile froze. Between the two of them, beneath their feet, the hard ground stirred, and immediately afterward a pale green branch broke through the earth, visibly growing into a small tree. Would release. Orochimaru's eyes blazed with fury as he looked at Uchiha Yoru. The combination of the Sharingan and would release it was it. His conjecture was indeed correct. Uchiha Yoru also smiled and nodded, saying, "Orochimaru-sensei, your guess was indeed correct. The Sharingan and would release not only suppress each other, but can also coexist, and it's highly possible that they are of the same origin. This is the awakening I experienced during a dangerous adventure. I wonder if this temptation is enough." Another test tube was thrown over, and this time Orochimaru, with his snake-like twisted eyes, stared intently at the test tube in his hand, which contained a small, fresh piece of Uchiha Yoru's flesh and blood. "Teacher Orochimaru, this is the mysterious power of the Senju and Uchiha clans. Wouldn't you like to study it a little?" Overwhelmed by seductive sounds, Orochimaru directly swallowed the 3 test tubes down his throat. After this extremely perverse scene, the two of them exchanged smiles. "Haha, as expected, Lord Yi, you're someone who can bring about miracles." Having reached an agreement, it was time to state the request. Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded, saying, "Teacher Orochimaru, I think Yakushi Kabuto is very good, and I'll need your help with Guren in the future." It was clear that he intended to entrust the future Sound Village to Yakushi Kabuto and Guren for joint management. Yakushi Kabuto didn't need to say anything. Guren was already his man, and besides, he was threatening to capture him tightly. Guren was now completely his fanatical follower. His talent and powerful bloodline were enough to make him the leader of this place. "Haha, Lord Yi, happy cooperation." The two looked down at each other, both beaming with smiles. Orochimaru was also very pleased. Not only would he need to acquire valuable research materials, but with future cooperation, he wouldn't have to worry about finances and could devote all his attention to research. Although Guren was by her side and didn't want to leave, remembering that Lord Guren needed her strength, she secretly made a firm resolution. She absolutely could not let Lord Yura down, and she had to become even stronger here. Uchiha Yoru was pleased that Orochimaru's teaching was of such high quality, absolutely not to mention the fact that he had such a powerful cage-level ninja as a cover. No one would ever suspect that this was a force he had secretly deployed. Yes, Professor Orochimaru, I'm looking for a child from the Uzumaki clan. Suddenly remembering the important matter he had come for, Uchiha Yoru showed a curious expression. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru thought, haha, the Uchiha clan truly lives up to its reputation as the oldest and strongest clan in the shinobi world. Their intelligence network is indeed formidable. Orochimaru led the way, speaking as he went, while Gurun followed closely behind Lord Yoru. A mother and child were discovered in the hidden grass village. However, after rescuing the child, the mother had already passed away a few days ago due to illness. Fortunately, both mother and child awakened the Uzumaki bloodline, possessing a rare ability to sense and heal, even within the Uzumaki clan. The winding corridor eventually led to a room, or rather, a laboratory. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Yoru. As soon as they entered, they saw Yakushi Kabuto respectfully bowing to them, and Uchiha Yoru even smiling and nodding. Karu, when you assist Teacher Orochimaru later, remember to take care of the children here. Although Yakushi Kabuto didn't know what was happening, his innate intelligence allowed him to immediately show a friendly smile, nod, and say, "Good, Lord Yoru." At this moment, also observing the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, a small figure emerged from the testing bed, a head of red hair covering an arm, clearly indicating recent blood loss. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Yoru. Having experienced harsh realities, Karen, though still a young girl, had matured remarkably for her age. Her cautious demeanor, even revealing a hint of fear, prompted the two men to hastily bow 90 degrees in greeting. Although he didn't recognize the other person, he knew to use the form of address that Yakushi Kabuto had just used. Just as she lifted her head for a moment, a warm hand gently stroked the top of her red hair. Uchiha Yoru, with a warm smile on his face, said, "You are Karen, aren't you? You truly are a gifted child." A warm smile descended, leaving Karen, who had once been a child, somewhat bewildered and stunned. She stared blankly as these adults treated her like a commodity, trading her for profit.